You know, sometimes I wonder why I do this to myself. Hi, good morning, afternoon, noon, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Oh, this is gonna be a long stream. How are you all doing? I am just giving it a few minutes, let some more people trickle in so they don't go, oh, what do I miss? In the meantime, yeah, how y'all doing? Good whenever time you are. Good, good, we like that. Lol, YouTube is screaming at me that my current frame rate is too high. Please set the frame rate to 30 FPS or less. I don't think I will. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in Norway too. No, I wish I was prepared. I have vodka, but like I'm not doing a drunk stream, and none of you guys can pressure me into it because that vodka hasn't been touched in years, and I am not planning on breaking it right now. Right. So, as you all know, the agenda today is uh my sanity on the line. We're gonna be watching through the entirety of season 2 of Rails to Refuge. All 6 and a bit hours of it. Yeah. There's gonna be some pauses in between. I might go for food at some point. I have some food now, just to be prepped. So apologies if you can hear the munching. Um, we've also, I'm also gonna be answering questions, but be aware that if your questions are, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, if your questions are stupid, I'm just not gonna answer them. Because I don't have the time to answer every single little question that may or may not relate. And the focus of this is season 2. If you got any questions about season 3, hold your horses. That will come later. So, without further ado, uh, let's see, what's the time? Yeah? What do you guys say? It's been 5 minutes since I started. People have shown up. Shall we get going? I think we should get going. Also, just want to say that I have not watched season 2 in maybe a year, maybe a bit more. I don't like listening to myself. So yeah, this is gonna be fun. But yeah, let's stop stalling and let's get the show on the road. Starting with Rails to Refuge, Season 2, Episode 1, Two Fronts, which, ironically, was written before Season 1 ended. The only episode that I've written before a season ended. There's only 2 seasons that have ended, but, you know, we move. Let's go. That didn't play. Let's try again. Let's go. And also let me know how the audio is. Oh shit, right. This is old route.
A couple of months had gone by since the incident with
Oh,
Hard
not my
Hall,
quality.
and
Oh
winter
dear.
had arrived on the railway. Since their plan had been discovered, tensions had been running high between the engines on the line. As expected, Hard Hall had
Oh, that's some
immediately spilled the
crunchy
beans to the
quality.
other engines loyal to British Railways,
Is that... Oh, what a
increasing their
lag spike I
feelings of
had. Old
disdain and
computer.
mistrust.
Right.
Unfortunately, this was now affecting day-to-day operations.
Right, got
The
it.
coaches are ready for you at the platform, King Richard.
We'll move it down a little
Oh,
bit.
what's the catch?
Oops. Also, can we just appreciate the fact that we have a new king now? Look at this thing. Compared to, like, how it used to be. And also panniers. Also a lot of things. We have new panniers, we have new halls, we have new prairies, new castles. Man, the year has just been great for this, and we're getting the Granges soon.
Jam breaks?
Andre
Bad
Jenks.
couplings? What are you scheming?
Fucking.
Shut
I'm
the
literally
fuck
just
up,
doing my
Richard.
job here. Why would I go and do something like that?
To make me look bad, of course.
Oh,
It
God.
wouldn't be surprising at all, knowing you and your group of cretins' track record.
Whatever you say, Richard.
That's King Richard to you, shunter.
Whatever. Fuck old twat. Do you want your train delayed or not? You're supposed to depart in a few minutes, so unless you want to explain to the station master why you're late, I suggest you get moving.
Mark my words, if I so much as slip during this run, I will be reporting you to the staff.
Yeah, well, everyone can have performance issues, even at your age, so don't feel too ashamed.
Why, I never... You have not heard the last of this. Mark my words.
Oh, the lag. Oh, this is the shot that drags on for too long, isn't it? Because I was waiting for Richard to be out of earshot.
This shit is getting on my nerves.
No, it was fine.
It's just been getting worse and worse since Hart fucked everything up. Can barely even move without being interrogated by those fucks.
You don't say. I had to explain 5 times over to Russell why he had to take my train due to my cylinders needing inspection.
Do you guys see anything wrong with this picture? Because I just noticed something that I knew before, but I've forgotten. That's not Drax's number. Oh, this is like when I said 6827 instead of 6027 when I was talking about Richard in Knox's voice. Well, that's that is mistake number 1.
Kept banging on about how I've sabotaged the train and how I'm trying to make him look bad. The yardmaster had to literally force him out of the shed before he took the damn train.
As annoying as it is, I kinda don't blame them, to be
Oh,
honest.
hey, Buck.
I mean, wouldn't you be on edge if the same happened to us?
Since when did you become devil's advocate, Buck?
I never did.
I'm not getting the
I'm
goof
just
counter
good
out.
at seeing both angles. I still want to kick their asses into the smelter's yard myself, but I can't see why they're doing what they are. That's all I'm saying.
To be fair though, we haven't done anything at all since you had your little race with Hart a few months ago. Not by choice, mind.
Well, he did tell us to keep a low profile. Hard to do that if we're constantly trying to sabotage.
True, but that's not gonna stop me. If I see a golden opportunity,
God, this shit lags
I'm
so
taking
much.
it. And knowing those pompous gits, so will they.
I am not putting on a counter.
Meanwhile,
Oh,
at the other
look!
end of the line,
It's the branch I
Mr.
completely
Starr had
ripped
been
up.
busy with his new
Whoops.
little side project. While his main focus should have been divided between running the line, the eastward branch, and finalizing the planning for the dock branch, he had instead found himself working alone at Grimstead Station on the old abandoned
I should say, spoilers for season 3, if it wasn't fucking obvious already.
branch line whenever he had the time, finding the manual labor quite soothing, even in the cold winter air. He
Hang on. Did I work as a Sparky? Yeah, I was still working as an electrician when this came out. This was a reference to when I was working at a tarmac processing plant during the winter, literally freezing to the bone, and I was having the best time of my life.
Lost after a few hours and walked over to the goods sheds. Jeremy was simmering quietly there as Mr. Stark
Oh shit,
walked
Jeremy.
over.
Sent him
He
back in
cracked
too.
a small smile as the young manager approached
He might
and
come
greeted
back,
him
we'll
as
see.
he always did.
Good day, sir. Busy as always, I see.
Indeed. The turntable has been drained and turns properly again. So
We
your
do need
crew
some more
won't have to
winter
struggle
episodes, yeah.
so much the next time they need to turn you. Thankfully, the winter killed most of the weeds here, so it's been pretty easy sorting out the track. I just need to clean up the platforms and try and find a way to salvage the sheds. And then it's going to be looking a lot better up here.
I must say, I'm impressed. It's not often that men in suits get their hands dirty.
Well, it's like I said, Jeremy. I'm not like the other men in suits.
Yeah, fuck spring.
Unlike them, I actually care about my engines and my railway.
Is that why you're choosing to hide up here? Instead of, you know, actually doing your job?
Mr. Stark
Called out.
frowned at the big engine, but gave a defeated sigh.
You know, one of the things I'm really happy about, when it comes to Rails to Refuge now compared to then, in season 3, I cut down so much on the unnecessary narration. Now, some people may be like, oh, well, it's kind of necessary in some areas. And I'm like, yeah, fair enough. But, like, I find that letting the characters themselves do the story and writing them in a way so that they convey their own emotions without someone going with a microphone like, oh, the engine was feeling this. So much better. Just personal preference. I just so happy I did the change.
I'm hiding here because I failed at keeping it all a secret. It wasn't all my fault. I know that. But I should have done better.
And that gives you a reason to give up?
Well, no, of course not. But how do I run a takeover in secrecy when the secret is out? How am I supposed to show that I can do better than a nationwide network if they can counter my every move? If I go down there and continue my plan, I'll most likely lose my job and everything I've worked so hard to gain. I know what I have to do, but I don't know how to do it.
It's simple. You just do it. Look, sir, you may think that all these things are reasons to hide up here, but in reality, they're just excuses.
Yeah, it was rage bait. Yeah, sure.
Excuses to hide away from your responsibilities down there. Yes, you failed, but you still have your job, don't you? For all you know, the higher-ups didn't believe the engine that spilled the beans, so to speak. And
Beans.
until proven
Fucking
differently,
disgusting.
you really have nothing to fear, do you?
Huh, I never really thought of it like that. Thank you, Jeremy. You've given me a lot to think about. I guess it was a good idea I didn't make you into a stationary boiler after all.
I'm sorry, what?
I'll have to head up to Eastwood now for some business.
No, seriously, what did you mean by stationary boiler?
I'll be seeing you again soon, Jeremy!
Sir, were you seriously gonna... Oh, never mind.
So, little thing here. Notice how after Starr's confrontation with Anthony, he has very much not said anything like that. Like, sometimes he does, but like, I don't think he does it as often anymore. Makes you think, doesn't it? Alright, who we got in the
As
sheds?
the days went on, the tension between the engines only
Oh,
worsened.
this is...
Those that had been
Oh,
on the
hey, would you look at
receiving end of
that?
sabotage attempts were constantly hounding
dead
the engines
engine
that they
on the
thought
left.
were loyal to Mr. Starr about anything they were doing. This led the Starr crew
Speaking
to
of dead
retaliate
engines.
with verbal abuse, sprouting many arguments between the two sides, which caused issues for the operations of the railway. Trains ran late.
Also, I'm so glad if I ever do a flashback with Darius is included, I don't have to use this piece of shit model anymore.
Wagons were left behind, and many noise complaints were made against the engines and staff alike. The engine's not
Right.
loyal to Mr.
Little sneak thing here. It's a little blink and you'll miss it moment. Oh, that's too far. It's a little blink and you'll miss it moment. Let's see here. Let's go to here. So, if you look in the background there, you cannot see my cursor. I'm going to turn my cursor on. Properties, capture cursor. Okay. So, if you guys look in the background here, you will see a BR green locomotive charging through the station. That is not just any BR green locomotive. That's a 9F. That's Barry. Little sneak peek, you know, it's not like, it's not canon, right? I've said this a myriad amount of times, if that's even how you say that. But anyways, engines going by on the main line, most of the time is not canon to the story. It's just a little, like, nudge nudge. That is Barry in BR Green, because Anthony does not like Barry in BR Green. And I will never stop tormenting him with Barry in BR Green. Anyways, we move.
The engine's not loyal to Mr. Starr had had enough of this, and had gathered one day at Manifel to try and discuss a way to get back at the Starr crew once
Speaking of
and
dead
for all.
engines,
I've had it up to my funnel with the attitude of these engines.
so just again, we have a new king. It's snowing like mad. We have a new hall, and that is the old hall there. I can tell I haven't applied the reskin. We're getting a new standard 5, I think, as well from BMG. So new standard, new heavy freight tanks when? These are good, but they could be better.
Every day they get more snappy and rude about our questioning. I mean, they literally sabotaged our trains. Do they expect us to just forget about that?
It certainly seems like they do. I mean,
God,
their
look at that hall
antics
model.
got poor Gregory here sent to the works twice, for goodness sake. The poor lad was just trying to do his job, and I imagine
Yeah,
he was
same.
targeted solely for being a British Railways design.
What's with this hatred for anything British Railways anyways? I'm failing to see any legitimate reason as to how all this hate could be justified.
It's quite simple, really, dear Gregory. They aren't giving him the freedom he once had. When I first came here, there was no real structure to anything. Unacceptably chaotic. It was only after the restructure with nationalisation that things began to run more smoothly. Lines were closed, costly project was stopped, express locomotives were reallocated. The railway had never run smoother, until this nonsense happened.
Yes, I quite agree. Now, the big question is...
The
what
ironic thing being that Hart wasn't there when this restructure happened. Because he was just recently built.
are we going to do about it?
What do you mean?
Well, seeing as Stard still has his job, I assume British Railways haven't taken any action yet, possibly due to a lack of evidence. So we either need to find some, or...
Oh, make some. Play them in their own game. Show them we won't give in.
But wouldn't that just mean we're no different to them? And what if we get found out? What would happen to us then?
Nothing would happen.
Oh
as you're
God,
fighting for
Reese
the
jump
right
scare.
side.
The engines froze and went pale. This unknown man had just appeared out of nowhere, and for all they knew, he could...
So, recently I've gotten some voice lines for Reese, and he has asked me politely, hey, can you just fucking kill Mr. Dickinson? Because my throat cannot take this anymore. And I think that is the funniest thing ever. I've told him to tone down the gruffness, and he's just like, nah man, I got this. I fucking love Reese.
could have been spying on them from Mr. Stard. And just who are you supposed to be?
Who I am is none of your concern. All you need to know is that I sit on the board of British Railways, and this act against
there's
us that
Lost by
7907 brought to our attention has left me quite upset. Hence why I'm here today.
Oh my! I'm so sorry for not greeting you properly, sir.
Brown
How
nose.
may we be of service?
Literally, like, look at
The man
him.
with
He's
the
literally
fat.
brown nosed.
No need for the formality. I'm not here to have my bottom kissed. I'm here because we have received multiple reports of delays and complaints made against this line over the last few months. Several of them concerning all of you here. Does anyone care to explain themselves?
Well, sir, we're all sceptical about the trains we were given after this whole ordeal. Any change in the roster just looks suspicious now due to everything that's happened.
So, whenever we have one of the ones we know are working for Mr. Stard readying our train, we
thing with
question
Dickinson
them on
is
what
he's
they are
not-
doing to see if they're
how do I
lying
say?
to us or not.
Dickinson compared to Knox. Dickinson is definitely more in control. He has done some bad shit. Let's not forget who gave Hart the idea. Well, not the idea. Let's not forget who gave Hart the instructions to just go nuts. Honestly, I still believe that Dickinson did not intend for any harm to come to any one person. I think he was just like, oh, fuck with some couplings so that the wagons let loose and crash, or derail them at speed, but not at, like, death speed. And I like to think that Dickinson never wanted death, but wanted something major. The fact Hart took it there shows what kind of, like, personality Hart has, to be fair.
And whenever we question them, they start verbally abusing us, leading us into arguments that tend to get out of hand. This is why we have delays and lose focus on our work.
I see. Well, I'm going to need you all to put an end to that immediately.
But, sir, surely you understand why we do it. We can't even trust our own
My
shunters
writing has
to do
gotten
their job
so
right.
much better
It's
since I did this.
nerve-wracking
Holy
just to be
shit.
coupled up to the train these days.
Yes, I do understand this. Quite well, actually. But that doesn't change the fact that your questioning instigates the whole argument to begin with. The delays and forgotten wagons reflect badly on us, on a financial and publicity level.
What? Huh? on a financial and publicity. Chris, man. It affects us both financially and in the eyes of the public. Hey, was that so fucking hard to write? Stupid ass Norwegian bastard.
Then what will happen if we get sabotaged again? Won't that reflect even worse on the numbers?
Possibly, but seeing as we have very little in the way of proof against Mr. Stard, we kind of need those acts of sabotage to happen.
Wait, you want us to let them sabotage us? But that makes no sense. Wouldn't it be better to retaliate?
Retaliation has its part in this, yes, but it has to happen at precisely the right time. And unfortunately, the pieces of the puzzle aren't yet in place to make it happen. What we need is someone on the inside of Stard's operations. A mole, if you will.
Uh-oh.
Once we have that in place,
A
they can
mole,
feed us
if you will.
information on when and how to counter any attempts of sabotage. If all goes to plan, Mr. Stard will get desperate, lash out, and make a big mistake. And that is how we will get him.
It's an interesting plan for sure.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we in the business call foreshadowing. Get desperate, do something crazy.
But won't we be reprimanded for all of this? If our trains get sabotaged,
He is.
we
He's very
will be
calculated.
considered at fault, will we not?
You and anyone working with you will be given a certain degree of immunity, so long as you follow every command that we give you perfectly. But if any of you so much as put a rivet out of line, you will be taken off the roster and sent to a one-on-one meeting with the Cutter's Torch. Do I make myself clear?
Loud and clear, sir. Don't worry. We are loyal to British Railways through and through. We will follow your orders to the letter.
Oh, it's so
Indeed.
funny.
All you have to do is say the word. The engines murmured in agreement. Russell, however, remained quiet.
Very well. You will hear from me soon. Until then, do your work as you normally would and gather as much intel as you can without giving anything away. I will give the order when it is time to act.
If I may, sir, this asset on the inside you mentioned,
Oh dear.
do you already have someone in mind for it? Is it anyone we know?
Yes, 6027, I do have someone in mind. But that is a matter for me and them alone to know. The
And
fewer
Knox.
who know about it, the better it will be. All you need to know is that I have full confidence that they will not betray our plans to Bradford or his fleet.
You can
Focus
tell
on
Reese is
what
getting
you've been
tired.
told to do and nothing else, and we won't have any problems. Are we clear?
Understood, sir.
Good. Now I will have to get going. Good day to you all.
I must say I'm impressed, Hart. I know we hoped for attention, but I never imagined the board of directors would take notice. Well done, old friend.
I must say,
Old
I'm
friend.
quite impressed
He's
myself.
like 3 years old,
I
bro.
never thought that I would ever get to meet someone with such a highly respected position within British Railways.
And he knows who we are and wants us to work with him as well. It's going to be such an honour.
At this point, King Richard had noticed the silence from Russell. Looking over at the heavy freight tank, he could see
Chris,
that he
shut
was
up.
thinking
Just
hard.
show it, bro.
Is something the matter, Russell? You've been awfully quiet throughout all of this.
Sorry, chaps. Just deep in thought. I can't help but feel like we've just made a deal with the devil.
What on earth do you mean? That man gave us the opportunity we needed to make British Railways proud. How can that be measured up as making a deal with the devil?
I don't know, Hart. I've just got a bad feeling about it, that's all. Besides, I don't care who runs the bloody network. I just don't like Stard and I want him gone.
And British Railways have just given us a golden opportunity to do just that. Even you can't deny that.
No, I can't really.
We're all in this together, Russell.
Oh
We
dear.
stand by those loyal to our side. So long as you help us, nothing bad will happen to you.
Yeah, I guess so. Alright, I'm in.
Good. We can't have anyone half committed.
On an unrelated note, who do you think will be spying on the Star lot then? It can't be one of us. They already know we aren't loyal to him.
I don't know, and I don't want to know.
And
He
here is
said
the
it's
most
for the best if we didn't.
Bait fucking
believe
shot
him.
I
just
ever
hope
did.
He's made the right choice, and whoever it is knows what they're doing.
And my hand is not good at filming at this point. Hello, Anthony Manor. What could you possibly be doing?
Later that evening, Mr. Starr had called an emergency meeting at Redwick.
Everyone, Among Us. That's all.
Spent most of the day in his office due to a surprise visit, and was quite literally bricking it. He approached the sheds looking
Oh
quite
god, I
shaky.
just remember the edit I did here. Fucking hell. So, the cutaway you're about to see was not in the original script. I just did it on a whim. No, I think Anthony did more than fine being in, like, season 1. It's just, I wish I'd written him differently in season 1.
Leaving the engines a little nervous.
Are you okay, sir?
You don't look so well. Something the matter?
Well, I don't know about you guys, but when you get a surprise visit from the board members of British Railways,
Here it comes.
you tend to shit yourself. Both figuratively and literally.
Hello there.
The engines
That's
gasped.
so fucking
From the board,
stupid.
sir?
This wasn't about what Ho did, was it?
Hey, look! Not Russell. Drax's number's correct again.
Been fired?
At ease, you lot. I haven't been fired. At least not yet. It all depends on what we do next. What do you mean, sir? What do we do now? Well, to put it simply, all the delays happening lately. It's making it look like I don't know what I'm doing, which in turn reflects badly on the railway.
Well, to be fair, it is you we're talking about.
Funny. I want to know why this is happening. Anyone care to explain?
It's because those fuckers that hang around with Hart Hall and King Richard keep giving us shit every time a train is shunted or reallocated for them. Ever since they worked out the sabotage stuff, we can't even move an inch without being questioned.
Pretty much, sir. Like King Richard the other day with the Express. We ended up arguing for 5
It hasn't
minutes
become a
before he
gag because I
left
don't
due to his
notice it until
nagging.
it's already done.
Fucking cunt.
So you're saying
That was a Riley ad-lib. Nice one, Riley, to dropping the C-bomb.
they give you grief for doing your jobs and you retaliate to their actions. Did I understand that right?
An oversimplification of what's been happening, but in essence, yes.
Then you lot are fucking idiots. Excuse me, sir? What do you mean? You're seriously letting these assholes get under your skin and rile you up that easily? They're trying to piss you off. Isn't it obvious? What the hell would they gain from doing that anyways? Us disliking them even more? Oh, I don't know. Departing and arriving late? Forgetting to put all the wagons on a train? That sounds like they're succeeding, if you ask me. The engines looked between each other.
He's got a
You
point.
may actually be right, sir.
I never thought of that, to be honest. But it does make sense. I know I'm right. So for once, please listen to what I have to say. If these delays keep happening, it'll put my methods into question with the board and I'll be forced to resign. That would throw quite the spanner in the works now, wouldn't it? I guess so, sir. But what the hell can we do about it? Those assholes aren't going to let up anytime soon if I know them, right? Well, it's really easy, actually. Just ignore them? If they give you any shit, you don't have to make a big deal out of it. Just let them ramble till the cows come home.
Move,
We'll try,
motherfucker.
sir.
But if those fuckers get any worse, I'm personally sending them on a one-way trip to the Scrapper's Torch.
And I'm all...
I'm sorry, what the fuck did I write there? Why wouldn't I just write, I'm sending them on a one-to-one meeting with the scrap man? Like, come on, bro. Chris, man, learn how to write, dude.
for that, so long as you make it look like an accident. But right now,
Lol.
I have big plans for the coming weeks, and I don't need you or them to fuck up my plans for me.
Are you finally going to start work on that blasted dock branch? You
Oh.
haven't even touched it. It was literally the whole backbone to this operation of ours. Kind of
Fuck's
feels
sake.
like a bad rewrite if you ask me.
Okay, firstly, fuck you. Secondly, fuck you. And thirdly, no. It's got nothing to do with the branch, as the guy designing it for me is busy with whiskey and rum at the moment. But that's beside
Right.
the point.
As the current guy building it for me is busy with whiskey and and rum at the moment. Some of you may not get that reference, and that's because it's quite a personal reference. When I first started with Rails to Refuge, I had someone, you might have heard of him. He's called Steaming Westwards Productions. You might not have heard of him. He was gonna come in and he was gonna build the dock branch for me, because my route building skills were severely lackluster at this point. And he just didn't do it. He just completely fucking didn't do it. Now, no hate to Andy, like, I'm happy he didn't, because it made me get off my lazy ass and just do it myself. But it was just a little dig at him in the episode. Oh, I love that guy. What a prick.
What I'm actually doing is planning a non-stop express from Redwick to London. Something to build up some more subtle support for our work here. But it's gonna
Oh, right. So, the Redwick Flyer. Let's speak about this real quick. The Redwick Flyer, I was like, oh, we'll have a nice long run to London. London's pretty far out from Reading, isn't it? And then Andy completely shattered that illusion. He informed me, in fact, that it would be quite the short run. Yeah, a Hall could take the train. However, Redwick has some very, very steep hills. That's my excuse. Anyways.
have a tight timetable, so I want it to be hauled by my most modern locomotive for its first trial run.
You mean me, sir?
No, of course not Ramsay. I was thinking of Clint. Yes, of course I mean you. You're perfect for the job, and probably the only engine other than King Richard who can keep to the time. And we both know how much I dislike him, so it's on you to make this plan a reality. Testing begins next week, so you'll be going into the works for some light maintenance before we start.
Oh, brilliant, sir. Thank you so much. I promise I won't let you down.
Has it been named yet, sir? Nothing official yet, but the name we will most likely go for is the Redwick Flyer.
That's so
That is
cringe.
the cheesiest shit I have ever heard.
Thank you, Buck.
Thank you, Buck.
Oh,
Anyway.
I forgot that was the line afterwards. Fuck's sake.
Anyways, I have to go for the final preparations of this whole venture. Have a good evening, engines. And remember, no more of this bullshit. Mr. Starr walked off, leaving the engines to talk among themselves well into the night.
Oh, man, that got me.
The next morning, the engines braced themselves for another round of abuse from King Richard and his cronies.
Hey, look,
To
it's
their
Old
surprise,
Redwick,
however-
also known as, Blooding Myth? Andre, don't kill me if I got that wrong. I'm so happy I redid this station.
Never came.
Also, Dexby spotted with Chairman's custard creams.
In fact, they noticed that the BR loyalists seemed much more civil in general, only really slipping into their usual habits when egged on by the others. This continued for many days afterwards,
Damn!
causing the engines to wonder if Mr. Starr had done something about
I
it.
actually nailed it.
Nevertheless,
Nice.
the engines let the matter fade from their minds, as things began returning to normal once again.
Did it
Well,
fuck?
Almost everything.
Shit, my route has Grampians on it! I need to bring those back. Yeah, it's the EK Kings, they suck. I need to bring those Grampians back. And here it is. Now, can you spot it? You can't. On one of the chalkboards, there is a message. I don't remember what it was, but unfortunately, because of the lighting, I can't tell.
So, we're clear on the plan then?
I believe so, yes. You want me to get close to Stard and his crew. I pass you word of any scheme he
Mr. Dexter was on
plans,
the left, on the
and
station.
then when the right levers are pulled, you take him out.
Correct.
Take him out. That sounded way worse than it needed to be.
You ask an awful lot of me. I don't associate with him or his fleet for a reason, as I think you know.
Also, can we just appreciate Anthony's fucking performance here? I'm getting chills, bro. Anthony is one of the best, like, there are people I work with when it comes to voice acting. Anthony is one of the best when it comes to helping write the character, telling me off when I fuck up writing the character, and correcting it. And if there's something I'm written that he doesn't like, he'll say, hey Chris, this bit and this bit, can we change it up with this bit and this bit? And I'll say, perfect, send it. Anthony, Callum, Tom, Andy, Reese, those guys are veterans and they know what to do. I'm still teaching Joel, Ben is still fun to do because I get insulted every time he misses a line. Riley's probably still working at Mackey's. No, he isn't. Yeah, no, I work with some really talented people, and I'm very, very, very blessed to call them my friends.
Yes, I am aware that you have a more personal stake in this than the rest, and I understand it may be difficult for you. But as I said, so long as you do as I ask, you will be rewarded handsomely for your efforts.
So you'll give me something a bit more meaningful to do around here then?
Any job you want, and it's yours. Just
Maybe,
remember-
but... So here's the thing. Why isn't Dickinson meeting Anthony at the other occasions? Because I wanted to set Anthony and Knox together as butting heads. And the reason why is because Dickinson is a busy man, therefore he's given the job to Knox, which I think makes sense. Dickinson could have done it, but like, you expect an old man from a board of directors to come out and do dirty work? No, he's gonna send his fucking lackey.
Remain inconspicuous. Once you have made progress, get in Bradford and his
Oh,
agent's
he's
trust.
still on the BR
Inform
side,
me or the
Alex.
people working for me what you discover. They'll be making themselves known to you in due course, so you'll know who they are. And make sure you don't attract any attention while doing it. We need to make him desperate for this to work, and I'm relying on you to make that happen.
You have my word. It won't be easy, but if it's what it takes to finally end that pathetic man's power trip once and for all...
That would be spoilers,
then
and I'm
so
not going
be
to spoil
it.
what's happening in the future.
But just so we're clear here, I won't be doing this for you, the glory, or any of that rubbish. I'm certainly not parading around making a fool of myself for you like your little crusader Rube.
Yes, you've made that quite clear. Fortunately, that's precisely why I've chosen you for this task, 7801. You have restraint, and can conceal your true feelings. Exactly what I need on my side. And don't worry, so long as you don't betray me, I will hold up my end of the bargain. You have my word.
Bum, bum,
If you
bum.
say so. Are we done here?
Very well then. I'll expect to hear from you soon. And just so I'm clear,
Are we done here? Very well. Chris, come on, man. I'm so happy my writing is improved.
701, if you don't deliver what I'm after, then I will find someone who can. And there will be consequences.
Oh,
By all means.
there will be consequences, will there? Really? Perhaps the actions will lead to some consequences? Interesting food for thought.
If you think you can get somebody better, go right ahead. I'll reach out to you when I'm ready, and not before. Good night, sir.
Like that, Mr. Dickinson was scalded. Now, is this the old outro? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's just a shame that I completely changed it for season 3, isn't it, Andre? Okay. We're gonna let the credits play. This episode is aight. Good setup. Decent setup, I'll say. Not really a lot happening, though. You're right. I'm gonna wait until the what's it called? The Grange comes out, because then I have the most up-to-date models for everything, and then I'll try to retake it. Andy stole it from motivational help. That's absolutely amazing. What did I write here? It's true, he does that, especially when he's involved. That was 2022? Oh my... No, 2021. Oh my god, that song is 4 years old soon. fuck. Shit. Yep, no, Seb is indeed a fake Viking. He got a call out. He's not even in this episode. They do in fact eat cheese. This is such a 2022 Chris joke. Of course. And thanks to all you guys, returning and new subscribers. I put an extra space between and new, and that's pissing me off. Epic Manifel 2022. What is the end credits? This is what we were waiting for. Oh no! Oh no! Is this the one where I just mock Reese for like 2 minutes? Well, a minute. Yeah, I do indeed present without consent because Reese does not consent to this. Yeah. Oh god.
And the great thing about me doing these lines is I just pressed Control F on your script and then searched the word dick. And it gives me dick. So there might be something in that.
Yep.
But either way, here you go, Mr. Dickinson's. And this act against us that... John. I'm here because we have received multiple... Please press 1 for English.
I fucking love Reese, man.
But seeing as we have very little in the proof against... fucking bollocks, that. Oh, fucking hell, that's a long paragraph. The engines looked at each other with mixed emotions. Well, that wasn't my line, so I'll move on. Oh, fucking hell, Chris, what is it with these big paragraphs? I'm English, not Welsh. This is really difficult for me to read. Ooh, I like it. Mr. Dickinson is a dick. I do have the Andy Stovall. Fucking hell, this is 6 minutes long. Sorry, Chris, you've got a lot of editing to do. My god, I'm dribbling as I'm reading these lines out. This is disgusting. Impatient lines. Well, Chris, that is 9 minutes of audio lines from me. Have fun editing this. If you need me to re-record anything, please let me know, and I'll probably spend the next 3 weeks...
Andy isn't a fake Viking, Seb is a fake Viking because he's Danish. Okay! So this is why I always say, watch the end. Always watch the end. Not always. I don't always include end credit scenes. It's only when applicable. But it's so fucking funny sometimes. Shall we get on with the Redwick Flyer? How are people feeling about episode 1 before we move on? Anything like they want to ask about episode 1 before I start with episode 2? If not, we'll just get straight into it. Because Episode 2 is a bit more of a fun one. Because I think I got Andy to film this because I was too shy to ask for the Paddington diorama. Fucking hell. Yeah, there's gonna be a few of those. Alright, let's just go. Oh, Mark 1s. This is when I started using Mark 1s.
Over the next couple of days.
Oh, this is when I had COVID. Yeah, this is when I had COVID. You could tell by my voice.
Mr. Started worked tirelessly to ensure everything was prepared for his new express services test run that was soon to be put through the ringer by the board. He had acquired a rake of 10 brand new Mark 1 coaches for the consist, which he had requested be painted in a beautiful chocolate and cream livery to homage the old GWR coaching livery.
Shut the fuck up, Andre.
The day before the first test run,
Oh,
Ramsay had been taken to the works for a full look over to ensure that he was in full working.
I want you guys to look at the Dexby locomotive on the left. That's the first Dexby locomotive I ever received. I believe it's the Hammond class, as I just call it. Now, the coaches in the background, they are bird cages. And they are a set of 3 and 3. I put them as a set of 4 and 4, and Ben fucking hated me for that. And I did it intentionally because I knew he'd hate me for that. Afternoon, Jordan.
Order. When he emerged from the works early the next morning, any issues, small or big alike, had been rectified.
Is that Buck at the back of the works? I think it is.
Ramsay felt a new engine as he set up the line towards Redwick, pleased as always with the work that had been done to him by the skilled workmen of the works.
Who's that coming against us?
This would
That sounds like a
change, however,
pioneer.
When he stopped at Culford to lend him a fresh
Hey, it's
path,
Virgil.
Ramsay felt as if he had been working harder than he usually did to make it up the hills, even though he was running light.
Is this
Driver,
Logan?
how's my pressure looking? I feel like I had to work
on,
harder than
Logan.
usual up that hill.
It looks like you did as well.
There's Logan.
15 psi less than usual. Are you feeling okay?
I don't know, it kind of felt like the brakes were hanging on.
We'll have to look at it before we depart. No time now. I know they did some work on your brakes. Could be a simple lubrication job.
Makes sense. Guess we'll see when we get there.
Just then, Hardhall thundered by with his train. And not long after, Ramsay got the all-clear to proceed up to Redwick, being gentle as to not ruin his brakes in case there was indeed something wrong with them.
For those of you who don't know, Ramsey was sabotaged. If you didn't pay attention in Season 3, Ramsey got sabotaged. That's the whole point here. Oh, yes! I love this scene.
While Ramsay was making his way up to Redwick, Riley was shunting his
Logan
coaches
didn't
into
die.
the platform so the people could get on in preparations for the long journey ahead. As he came to a halt on the platform, he saw Mr. Stark walking in his direction.
Please don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me.
Good morning, Riley.
Shit!
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing, sir. How are you today?
Riley,
Stress-
as well, is so good with his lines. Because he just... he's just so fucking crazy with it. He'll look at a line and go, I can make that more autistic. And he just does it. I really need to give Riley some more lines to do.
Best ass fuck.
Because of the new service.
No, of course not. I'm worried about if the Cold War's gonna go hot at some point soon.
Really? Well, to be fair, with the development of the hydrogen bomb, the devastation of the war going hot would be quite fatal. Like if we compare the destructive effect of a hydrogen bomb compared to the sun they dropped in Japan, I think it's fair to assume...
Riley, you blithering idiot, I was being sarcastic due to your stupid fucking question.
Oh, my bad.
Moron.
Don't call me a moron, you bastard.
And-
That is also an ad-lib from Riley. No, the Cold War, like, oh, the sun thing, that was me. The don't call me a moron, you bastard. That was 100% Riley.
Anyways, I'm stressed because this project is already on thin ice. Not many people on the board support this escapade of mine. They're trying to convince me to make this train a double header just to keep on time. But I think Ramsay will be plenty capable of hauling it on time alone.
Okay, saying it again. Redwick Flyer was a stupid fucking idea. It should have been a suburban service. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. I was a kid. Have mercy. One thing I will say, though, is the reason for doubleheader that I've added is just acceleration. Yeah, that's it. They accelerated faster so they could get up the main line faster. That's it.
He better be. He's like the second most modern design we've had from this region. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I hope so for his sake, because if he screws this up, it's my ass on the line. Anyways, I got a dash, and you have work to do, you lazy bastard. So go shunt some wagons or something.
Alright, needs to be a dick about it.
By the time Ramsay had pulled up to the refueling point at the sheds, he was quite out of breath. His driver and fireman quickly looked him over, finding only slight signs of brake hanging. They lubricated all over his brake rigging, hoping it would solve the problem before getting him ready for his long journey. Not long after, Ramsay reversed onto his
I
new set
zoomed
of
way too
coaches.
far in on the shot, I
There,
could tell by the
Mr. Stark
FOV.
stood waiting for him.
God, he's standing so far to the side. Okay, you can stop now, Chris. You can cut now.
Good day, Ramsay.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Ready for your big day?
Of course, sir. Never better.
I sure hope so. I'm sure I don't have to remind you how important this is. If we don't give these men a good performance, we might not get another chance.
Understood, sir. You can count on me.
Mrs. Starr nodded and gave a small smile before walking back to his coach, clearly nervous. Ramsay felt he should have told Mr. Starr about how his
Another
brakes
Dexby mention. He is right there, where my cursor is currently circling. Basically, Dexby's always there.
for acting up, but neglected to do so due to him having faith in his crew rectifying the error. While he was sat there thinking, Riley, who had been bunking off work in the sheds rather than going back to work, pulled up next.
They sabotage it by misaligning the brakes in a way that when he's running, they're slightly, like, how do you say? They misaligned and made him a little loose. So when you're not running, it's not obvious. But when you're running, the motion makes it so like it rubs against his wheels. So like it'll slightly slow him down. That's the thing I went with, anyways. And the only way to fix it is with cooling down the engine, which kind of difficult to do.
Next to him.
Hello, mate. How are those nerves doing?
I'd be lying to you if I said they weren't there, but I think I'll be alright. It's not like I haven't pulled a train before.
Too true, mate. You'll be good. Just do what you always do, and there's no way in hell it won't work out.
I've also just noticed that the platforms turn modern when they're full of snow, but when there's no snow, they are asphalt. Well, that's my immersion ruined.
That's the idea. Just hope my brake issue won't get in the way.
Brake issue? Didn't you legit just come out of the works?
Oh, I came out alright, but my brakes were hanging
The joke there being he came out of the closet.
on all the way up here. But my crew lubed me up all ready for the journey ahead.
Oh.
Oh.
Fuck,
Well
I
then.
forgot about that.
Just then, the guard blew his whistle and waved his flag, signaling to Ramsay that it was time to embark on his biggest challenge yet.
Well, off I go. I'll see you tonight, Riley. Don't do anything Buck would do while I'm gone.
No promises, mate. Have a good run.
Ramsay gave a cheerful whistle as he set off down the line.
He's
towards
already
Paddington.
whistled, mate.
Though he had high hopes for his trial run, the thought of his break still lingered in the back of his mind, making him a little nervous. What he didn't know at the time was how much of a problem it would actually turn out to be.
Alright, now stop panning. You can stop panning. A little late, but that's fine. We learn from this. Oh, this fucking rip. Right. I have a hate-hate relationship with Glorious Devon. Glorious Devon? Glorious Devon? No, not Glorious Devon, sorry. I'm mixing up root names. Wickham Joint. This is Wickham Joint. I have a hate-hate relationship with this route. I hate it because it crashes every time you make a scenario on it. And I also hate it because I spent so many fucking hours on it filming Season 3, Episode 5. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Though he gave it all he had, Ramsay was struggling a lot to keep to the time frame he had been given. His brakes had been acting up every now and then during his run. Sometimes they were fine, but other times they would hang on and hold him back, forcing his crew to ease off to minimize the damage. Ramsay knew if this kept happening, he'd be late for sure, but every time he tried to make up for lost time, his brakes would act up again.
You can tell this is Andy's filming because it immediately just looks better. I think there's some Easter eggs near here as well.
By the time he pulled into Paddington Station, he was out of breath after trying to make up for lost time, but to little luck. Mr. Starr walked towards him, and he did not look happy. What the hell happened, Ramsay?
Yep, there he is. Look at that. There's Lord Stell, right there. Sneaky bastard.
You arrived 5 minutes late on the easy part of the journey.
Sorry, sir. My brakes. Something wrong.
Damn right something's wrong. This timetable was designed with you in mind. There is no reason why you shouldn't be able to keep to it.
I know, sir. But my brakes, they were hanging on.
Look, you had a
Yeah, but those
voiceover
are
yesterday.
2D
If
assets.
something was wrong with your brakes, they would have fixed it. I'll get your crew to have a look at you before the return journey, but I need you to do better on the run back. I spoke highly of you to the board. Do not make me regret that.
Uh-oh.
I understand, sir. And I'm sorry I was late. I will try harder on the return journey. I promise.
I should certainly hope so, for both our sakes. Now get yourself down to Rainlaw Bridge.
We'll talk about that when we
You're
get to
gonna
that
need all the time
episode.
you can get checked over. I have to go to lunch with the rest of the board and discuss some business, but I'll come by later and check on you and your crew. Just try to rest up and prepare for the return, okay? It's gonna be harder than this leg of the journey.
Alright, sir. Good luck with the board. I'll do my best not to let you down again.
There's a good engine. I shall see you later.
And also, why is it the easy part of the journey? Because it's basically all downhill. Now he has to go uphill. He's fucked.
Safe travels, sir.
Mr. Starr walked away as the station pilot came to take Ramsey's coaches, allowing him to slowly make his way into Rainlaw.
So I hate that Andy snuck in the fact that there's a coach in the back right here that is mixed rake. I get it. The GWR, well, British Railways, anything, really mix the rakes. My OCD cannot fucking handle a mixed rake of coaches. And he's a bastard for that.
Soon enough, Ramsey had made his way down to Rainlaw and had gotten himself into an empty spot.
Also, I figured out that is Ranley Bridge, I think, not Rainlaw. I don't know why. I think it's because Andy told me, and he was like, "Why the fuck did I say that?" Also,
As soon as he came
Look
to a
up-
stop,
look
his
up- look
crew
on the-
went down to look him over.
look on the right. You see who that is, guys? Who's that? It's Alfredo.
Ramsey sighed, feeling like a bit of a letdown, even if it wasn't his fault. He was lost deep in his own mind when a voice broke him out of his thoughts. "Hello there. Having issues, are we?"
Oh god, I forgot about Arnold. I love the cathedral. So this is a little bit foreshadowing as well, because here's Ramsey trying it out. Yeah, exactly. Subtle foreshadowing. Let's see some Arnold.
Ramsey looked over to the road next to him.
2222,
Colin
satisfying
Goods
number.
was sitting in light steam, most likely getting prepared for work. He gave the engine a slight smile while trying to pull a brave face.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. My brakes have been hanging on all day, which made me late arriving at the station.
Your brakes are hanging on and you still managed to get all the way to the end of your journey. Not bad. Where'd you come from anyways? I don't recall seeing you around here before.
I reside on a line called the Redwick and Chiltern Hills. It's a 20-odd mile line up near...
Oh, up there. I know the place. I didn't know you guys had a service that went all the way to Paddington.
Today was the first test run to see how well it performs. Safe to say, my delay hasn't been a gold star in the overall first impression.
Yeesh. That
No,
throws a
not
spanner in the
long.
works, doesn't it? But it isn't your fault your brakes are being twats. Unless, of course, you're doing it on purpose, in which case, dick move, man. Dick move.
No, of course not. That wouldn't be very gentlemanlike now, will it?
I suppose not, no. Their conversation went on for a while, and before long, the two engines were chatting along like old friends. Soon, the Colin Goods, whose name was Arnold, had to head out to take a local train. Ramsey decided to simmer
The
down
irony being
and
that
nap while
Arnold
his
would
crew
not be
swore
back.
like sailors,
He
trying
would not
to
be
sort
back.
out his brake rigging.
But we move. No,
Later on,
Stavi did
Mr.
not do the
Stark made his way
sabotage.
down
Can't
to see
confirm.
how Ramsey's checkup was getting on. When he got there, he found Ramsey's crew and a few other workmen still working on his brakes. After a lengthy conversation with the men, they deemed it to be an error from the works that would require Ramsey to completely cool down before it could be fixed. He cursed as he walked over to the front of the engine, finding him to still be asleep. Wake up, fucktard!
What the fuck, sir? Could you be a bit more delicate when you're waking up your engines?
Just shut up and listen. They found what's wrong with your brakes.
Oh, brilliant. What seems to be the issue then?
Your entire brake rigging is hanging loose. It's causing your brakes to hang on and rub against your wheels.
Yep,
That's probably
that's
why
what
you
the
couldn't
explanation
keep to the
was.
schedule.
See? I told you my brakes were acting up. So what now? Quick fix and then ready for action?
If only it were so simple. They need to cool you down in order to fix you. So we're just going to have to deal with it on the return.
Damn it!
You sure that's a good idea? The brakes hanging on will cause unnecessary wear on his wheels and probably leading to... Oh man! That's
Fuck off, Crane.
really cool. But I didn't fucking ask. Oh lovely, another rude asshole. What's your stick then? Train spotter? Enthusiast?
He's my controller, actually.
A controller and an asshole. Wow,
Oh
you
my
have a lot
god!
going on for you
Has...
right now, haven't you?
Nah,
Give me
Andy,
one
bro.
good
You
reason
fucked up,
why
bro.
I shouldn't have you sent for scrap as soon as possible. Because you're not my manager? And because you use empty threats to intimidate engines to get your way? Oh shit, I do that, don't I? Huh. Fair enough. I like your spunk, kid. Oh wow, a compliment. That's a new one. Riveting. Anyways,
I need to
Ramsey,
get Arnold back.
you need to go get ready for your return journey. I know your brakes are fucked, but you've got to do your best to mitigate the damage. Okay?
I'll try, sir.
That's a good engine. I'll go to the station and try to inform the rest of the board of the issues that are plaguing you. Let's hope they're as understanding as I am. Mr. Starr walked away towards the platform, leaving the two engines to pick up their conversation where they'd left it earlier.
Lol.
Man, that guy's a handful.
Who? Mr. Start? Ah, he's not all that bad. You get used to him after a few years.
If you say so. Seems like a right cunt to me.
Yeah, fair enough. So how was your run?
It was quite good, actually. Probably better than what you're going to have to deal with on your return. Are you sure you're going to be okay with your brake rigging in that state?
I'm not sure, mate, but I'm going to give it a go regardless. We can't get a replacement here in time, so I'm all we've got, I'm afraid.
Just then, his crew entered his cab, having done all they could to ensure that he ran the best he could considering the circumstances.
Should have
They
just
were
zip-tied the
finally
brakes
ready
up.
to depart.
Would have been pretty shit when trying
I
to stop,
understand.
but, you know.
Well, in that case, I wish you safe travels, Ramsey.
Shit happens.
And I hope to see you again soon.
You too, Arnold. Stay safe.
And so, Ramsey went to get prepared for his awaiting train. He was hoping this leg of the journey could be salvaged unlike his morning run, but knowing his luck, that wasn't going to happen.
Bold of you to assume the tender brakes work. Chris, you can cut now. Or fade. That works too. Hello.
Though Ramsey gave it his all, he couldn't keep to the time frame due to the constant friction between his wheels and brake blocks. The biggest issue was the banks from Manifel up to Redwick, the one after Culprit in particular causing him to nearly stall due to him not getting a good enough run-up. He arrived 15 minutes late, beaten
Turn
and
your camera,
exhausted.
Chris.
He could tell
Thank
by
you.
the looks of Mr. Stark and the board members.
Fucking hate
that
my
they
old
weren't
filming, man.
happy. But he
The
was too
the
tired to pay
upgrade
much
to a
attention what
PS5
they said.
controller, fucking the best decision I've ever made. It's so much more responsive.
Soon enough, Ramsey had slumped his way over to the sheds, where the other engines looked up confused due to the strange noise emanating from Ramsey's brakes. Fuck me, Ramsey. Are you trying to wake up the entire town?
Shut it, Buck. I'm not in the mood.
Yikes, what happened to you, man? Did someone shit in your tender or something?
Oh, no, but my damn brakes have been acting up all damn day. Meaning I couldn't get the train to Paddington on time no matter how hard I tried. So safe to say, I'm a bit on edge.
That's rough, buddy.
Couldn't they just fix it while between runs? Surely they had enough time to do that.
It took them too long to isolate the fault, and besides,
I prefer
they have to cool me
PS5
down
personally.
before they can fully fix it.
King Richard and Hard Hall were both sat in the sheds giving each other a smug look, seeing a good opportunity
I don't even
to
have a
rub
PS5,
some
I just have
salt
the
in
controller.
wound of the failed engine. So you failed on what could possibly be our most important new service? How shameful.
How shameful indeed. Honestly, why did they put you on the service to begin with? Surely they realise that one engine alone can't handle that journey on time, let alone
Yes, it can,
6
Hart.
MT.
I'm just
Ramsey's
dumb.
smoke box twisted into a scowl.
And just what is that supposed to mean? I'm just as capable as the two of you at hauling express services. I've proven that time and time again since I've arrived here.
Huh. Barely. You haul more freight than you do passenger
Yeah,
services.
I have the PLD hauls. I
What
tested
kind
them
of
for.
express engine would get
Like, I'm
caught
a tester for
hauling
PLD,
those?
so.
Indeed,
I have
I
them, yeah.
myself have never taken
Of
a
course
single
I'm gonna be
good
using
strain in
them.
my life. That explains your pompous attitude. What was that, Buckleberry? Oh, I'm sorry. What I meant to say was, that explains your shitty attitude, you royal dickness. I'm sorry, what did you call me?
You really have no respect, do you, Buckleberry? He's a superior engine class. You should show him the respect he deserves.
I will show that asshole respect once he stops lashing out at my friends. Seriously, Richard, what happened to you so that you ended up being such a fucking... Enough! The engines looked up once more to see Banbury Castle reversing
Based
into the
Banbury
sheds.
appearance.
He had been gone for a few weeks, and he wasn't happy about the argument in the sheds being his welcome back home.
Oh, hello, Banbury. What brings you...
Shut...
Do you guys understand that reference? No, I don't have to ask. I have not been told not to. And people are using it in their videos. Why wouldn't I be able to? Yeah, Andre got it. Oh, hello, Hannah. What brings you boom? little callback.
Got it. I heard all of you arguing all the way from the station. Can't I be away for a short while without you being at each other's throats? Well...
For reference, you don't have to ask to use the models for your videos, simply because this isn't trains, and it's not cringe.
Sorry, Banbury. King Richard and Hardhole gave each other a smug look, but Banbury noticed. That goes for you two as well. I know you two love to start this shit to seem bigger and more important than the others when they have a sour day, so leave it. King Richard and Hardhole were in shock, but didn't retaliate. That's what I thought. Now, as much as I would love to catch up with you lot, it's late, and we have
that
work
lip smack.
tomorrow. Let's
Oof.
have a good night's rest and try to move on, shall we? There was a murmur of agreement from the
Yeah,
engines
no,
and
you're
sheds,
risking
but for
anything.
one
Like, you
after
add a
another,
pixel
the
and they
engines went
fucking
to
want to
sleep.
kill you. Fuck
Ramsey
trains.
was the last to fall asleep. He was worried about what the morning would have in store for him after his failure on the Redwick Flyer.
There's one more scene, right? Oh yeah, this scene.
The next morning, the engines had simmered down after the outburst from last night. Though there were still some hard feelings floating about, Banbury ensured that they were kept in line as they were prepared for work. Soon, much to the surprise of the engines, Mr. Stard arrived in Anthony Manor.
Literally, this scene, Anthony told me, he's like, I was just envisioning Anthony going, "You get out of my cab, you get out of my cab, you get out of my cab." It's so fucking funny.
He walked up to the turntable and greeted the engines. Good morning, engines. Now, I don't have a lot of time today, so I'll take this as quickly as I can. Ramsey, you'll be sent down to the works today to have your brakes repaired.
Thank you, sir. But what about the flyer? Any news there?
Mr. Stard sighed. Yes, there is. The board has agreed to give it another chance. We seem to be heading towards making a profit in the long run, so long as we don't have any more delays in the future.
I understand, sir. As soon as my brakes are fixed, I should be perfectly able to...
But Mr. Stard stopped.
Yeah, they are his taxis.
I'm sorry, Ramsey, but unfortunately, you have been taken off the Redwick Flyer until further notice.
Womp
What?
womp.
Why? It wasn't my fault I have faulty brakes.
I know, Ramsey, and I tried to explain this to the board, but they didn't agree with me. The only other way they would allow a second attempt at this run is if it is double-headed by two other engines. They specifically asked King Richard and Anthony Manor to take the train on its next trial.
Yeah,
And if
Stard has
successful,
the
on a
same type of
permanent basis.
warm-bloodedness
Oh,
as me.
you've gotta be shitting me. It would be my honor to take this responsibility, sir. I promise. I won't let you down.
Bullshit.
Some of the others creased at the way he spoke to Mr. Stard, but didn't say anything. I should hope so. We need this to keep the railway alive and up to speed with the rest of the network. You two will be heading out in an hour. I'd suggest getting ready now, as I don't want any delays. Yes, sir. Mr. Stard soon walked away to prepare for his second journey to London in 2 days.
Yeah, this is a
Not long after,
stupid fucking
King
sight.
Richard and Anthony Manor set off towards London for the second run of the Redwick Flyer. Even though the engines really wanted them to fail, they knew there was little chance of that happening. And sure enough, the two engines arrived early, going both ways, firmly solidifying their roles as the engines in charge of the Redwick Flyer for the foreseeable future.
Cringe. but also kind of funny.
Weeks went by, and the Redwick Flyer was soon integrated into the roster as the line's premier express service. Though it
I
seemed
set
to
the
be doing
fucking
well,
travel speed
the
way
cost
too
of
high
two
for this.
engines
Watch
running
the
the
watch
service
the
proved to be
motion
more costly
here.
than anticipated.
Look at
Not
the motion.
only to mention the fact of having two less engines on the line, causing the other engines to have to cover for their work. Mr. Starr knew he'd have to find a solution, but what could he come up with?
Crane. Think. London to Chelsea. Slightly reduced, like cut it in. Like slightly reduced, and then add another 20 miles. Roughly that. I have no fucking idea. I've never calculated it. Was there an end credit to this? I think there was. Yeah, maybe 50 miles, yeah. Let's see what we wrote in this one. I don't think it's 70 miles. Another Andy from Motivational Help. Nice. Is Anthony going to pick this one as well? Yep. What's next? Soldier of Heaven, bass song. I've just remembered what the end credit is. There it is. Let's see. Yep, there it is. It says in the credits, so, nice. Yeah, new song soon. I can't wait for Templars. Thank you for that message. I fixed the space on this one between returning and new. That's good. Alright, and now we get to see another Logan cancelled moment.
Is it more economical to fire a steam locomotive on dead people or living ones? I'm Logan Kinnaird, and I'm here to ask the questions you don't have the balls to.
Yeah, that's a Logan moment. That's a certified fucking Logan moment. Okay. Episode 2. I don't really like it that much. I feel like I could have done better. Especially with the whole Redwick Flyer. It just seems unrealistic to me. But, you know, people, it's fair enough. I enjoyed some of the bits, like the interactions between Arnold and Ramsey. Damn good. The setup with what's it called? The setup with like the future of everything and Anthony with Richard and all the fun stuff. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah, the Riley and Start is always good. Now comes the what I can only describe as the most viewed episode on, like, the most viewed video on my YouTube channel. Pretty much everyone's favorite Rails to Refuge episode, as far as I'm aware, being Old Wounds. Old Wounds was supposed to just be a little like, yeah, this is funny, and it became something so much more, and I love it. Now, before we get into this, I'm just gonna mute for one moment because I've got a Snapchat video from my fiance and she's doing things for wedding stuff. So I just need to look at that real quick, but after that we'll get right into this. And we're back. Hello. So let's do it. I hit mute again. Nice. Old wounds. Fuck this
Spring had come and passed quickly on the Redwick
fucking set. I'm so glad I rebuilt this.
Right around the corner. The engines have been very busy over the past few months, working day and night to ensure the railway ran like clockwork.
Wait, hang on. Did you guys see that?
Working day and night to ensure the railway ran like...
Riley, go finish Dexby. And fun fact, I'm now the rebuilder of Dexby because Riley just didn't. So that's fun.
Like clockwork. Well, most of the time. Though they were managing the increasing workload.
This is so fucking funny. Like, come on, Buck. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? How did you? This place doesn't even exist on the railway anymore because I got rid of it. How did you? Buck pulled a 75% effort, Gregory. If he'd gone 100, we'll see what could have happened.
The engines felt hard-pressed to keep up with their very tight timetable. Things were getting almost as bad as when Mr. Johnson...
Is that Seb on the passenger?
Only now, all engines were...
Yes, it is.
They knew they'd have to talk to Mr. Start about it, but with how hard they were working, it was hard to find the time.
Oh, this is when my skybox was broken. Look at how bright the sky is. That was, yeah.
Buck, Seb, and Clark were sat in the sheds at Manifel, bunking off work. While the trio rarely put in half the effort as the others had, they still felt they had earned this unfair rest. Soon, however, Mr. Start caught wind of their bullshit and decided to give them a right bollocking.
I don't like the bright sky.
Care to explain why you three are slagging off work?
But we aren't, though.
Seb, you literally had a local 15 minutes ago that Hart had to take. Haha, sucks to suck. And Buck, you had a goods train from the mainland 30 minutes ago that you, Clark, haven't even shunted yet.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
What? Yeah, sir. We're not even here. This is a drug-laced hallucination brought on by the coke you snorted off the ass of that hooker you had in your office yesterday. What the fuck are you on about? I can literally see you. And that was last week. I mean, that never happened.
Fuck. He's smarter than we thought. Quick, Buck. Jam the turntable.
Main line, not main line.
Kamikaze! No, we're not doing that. I just want to know why...
I forgot about the kamikaze. We're watching that again. I love that bit.
Oh.
Fuck it. Kamikaze! No, we're not doing that. I just wanted to know why you haven't begun your work today. Like, if there's a serious reason, or if you're just being lazy cunts.
Definitely lazy cunts.
Fuck's sake. I have a railway to run here, not a retirement home for old kettles and an oversized radiator.
Watch it!
Like, seriously guys, the other engines are out there busting their pistons just to keep us running. How's it fair that you guys are sat here doing sweet FA?
Simply, sir, it isn't. And simply, sir, we don't care.
Yeah, man. Why bother with work when we can sit here getting pissed and yell abuse at the others?
Because you care about the survival of the line? Oh, that's a good one, sir. Give me the guy who writes your material. He deserves a job. Fuck you, Buck. I swear, this shit was easier when I had more competent engines.
Oh, look at that. It's a fucking HST on the Redwick Flyer set. And it's only one power car. Speaking of Andy getting pissed off at my antics.
Working for me. Ever since we had the roster change, shit has just been getting tougher and tougher. I got Seb back, but Levi is really what I need right now. Leviathan, where are you now?
That's a Volbeat reference. Leviathan, where are you now? My secret friend from the underground. And here comes the introduction of a lifetime.
I'm right here, sir.
Now, what the fuck? Levi? Where'd you come from?
Got bored at Banbury and wanted a change of pace, so I got my crew to bribe the shed master.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Do not bring up the steam pipes. Do not bring up the steam pipes. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Do not bring up the fucking steam pipes. Fuck all of you. I hope you all burn in hell. I fucking suck at this. Okay. So you guys want the... so... Someone want the canonical explanation, or are we just gonna fucking gloss over it?
So I got my crew to bribe the shed master and relocate us here. We barely got used anyways.
And I'm here too, sir.
Hey, Axel.
Fuck me, I haven't seen you two in a while. Glad to have you back.
Seb! So this is where you ended up, you sadistic fuck.
When we got back to the sheds, you weren't there, so we thought you'd been yeeted to the scrap heap or something.
No. Mr. Studd kidnapped me from the sheds and brought me on some crazy trip to Scotland. Before bringing me back here to help on the Eastwood branch. At least here I have a job every day.
Yeah, we've been used less and less since you left, due to the new BR designs. Hence why we went here.
I hope it's not a bother, sir, but we really didn't have anywhere else to go.
No, of course not. You're the missing piece of the puzzle. With Anthony Manor and King Richard being put on the Redwick Flyer every day, we've been struggling to get by with what we have, especially now that Endon Industrial is booming more than ever.
Oh, brilliant. Work is exactly what we need.
So then, sir, what do you need us to do first?
Well, if Clark here can get a move on, there will be a goods train ready for you two to double head up to Redwick that Buck here was supposed to take. Buck remained unusually quiet, trying to avoid eye contact.
Oh, yes. This old chestnut. Ah, I love this bit. Fun fact. Nope, it has nothing to do with Newton Abbot, Andre, and unfortunately you are wrong. Newton Abbot is a whole different can of worms. This is something that was not on the cards. It was not planned. I had no intentions of making this happen. But then I had a thought. And it's dangerous for me to think. Because I come up with shit like this that hits too close to fucking home. So yeah. There's some history there. That wasn't supposed to happen. Let's see how it turns out.
Okay. Well, after that, you, Levi, can go to the estate and take a large coal shipment that needs to go to Hinksey Yard. And you, Axel, can take the next local so Darius, our mogul, can have a rest. He's earned one after the work he's been putting in lately. Unlike these three, Mr. Starr glanced back to see Seb and Clark roll their eyes. But once again, Buck remained uncharacteristically quiet.
Sounds good to me, sir, and don't worry about the shunter. We'll sort the train in no time.
Indeed. Well, I guess we should go refuel and get ready then. Nice to see you again, Seb. And nice to meet you two, Clark and Buck, was it?
Buck seemed a little tense, but didn't speak up.
Quiet type, eh? That's alright. I'm sure you'll warm up to us soon enough. Come on, Axel. Let's go and get this train sorted.
And there, the skybox is suddenly fixed.
The two engines set off towards the signings.
I think. Or maybe not yet. It's maybe the next shot.
And once they were out of earshot, Mr. Starr turned to Buck. What's up, Buck? It's not like you to be this quiet, and kind of rude of you to at least not greet them. Sorry, sir, but I'd rather not talk about it. Come on now, Buck. You know keeping things bottled up is just gonna blow up later down the line. Seriously, sir. Leave it. Oh, don't be so modest, Buck. We're all friends here. I'm sure. I said drop it, Bradford!
Whew! Yeah, Buck totally derailed here, by the way.
Buck steamed
yeah, there's the
angrily
sky
up
fixed.
Line, leaving a bewildered shed behind.
The hell is wrong with him?
I don't know. He was fine earlier.
Well, something's clearly bugging him. I don't know what it is, but it seems to be pretty severe. I'll have to keep an eye on him.
Any more than usual?
This is different, Clark. We'll have to just wait and see. Now you two get your tenders back to work. I have to go tend to business.
But sir, I don't have a...
You know what I meant, Clark! Mr. Starr walked off. Though he was worried about Buck's outburst, he figured the Grange would open up to him when he felt ready. He decided not to dwell on it any further as he walked towards his office.
Yeah, about that.
Soon enough, Axel and Levi were charging up the line with minimal effort. Though it was a bit overkill to have
Fucking
the two
zooming.
strongest 280s on the Great Western Railway double-heading a train meant for a 5MT.
Why did Buck snap in front of Mr. Stard? Not Stark. Stard. S-T-A-R-D. Because of story reasons.
The two were just happy to be able to stretch their wheels again.
Was that Tom going nyum?
A train meant for a 5MT. The two were just happy to be able to stretch their wheels again. They charged through Colford in preparation
I
for the
forgot
climb
about that.
ahead, gliding up it effortlessly.
Oh, my filming is so shit on this. Oh, this is where I redid the line as well. It looks... Oh, God. No, they wouldn't. They would not go this fast, realistically.
And before long, the two engines arrived at the goods yard of Redwick. The two then went their separate ways, with Levi heading down to the industrial estate to pick up his coal wagons, while Axel went to the sheds to refuel and inform Darius about the roster change.
All the
engines
lag.
spent the rest of their day working hard. Levi had a long journey ahead of him, while Axel spent most of the day on local passenger and freight runs, even taking the night express from Manifel to Redwick. It was nighttime before the two engines reunited.
I'll answer those
where the
questions at
other
a
engines
different
in the
time,
sheds filled the men
Alex,
on all
because
they had
this
missed
is
while
about
they were
season
gone.
2, not
So they really
general
tried
stuff.
to pull
We're,
the
we're,
plug on
we're
the
focusing
Easter
on season
branch
2
and
today.
Virgil, huh?
Sure did. Thankfully Mr. Star bought it before they could rip it up. I tell you, that line was in disrepair. BR didn't look after it at all.
Yes, that seems to be their MO at the moment. I see he finally went through with the
Hey,
plan.
look! No steam pipes. And this is how it should be.
For the Redwick Flyer, but two engines on that service seems a bit much.
That's for sure. It was supposed to only be Ramsey, but due to some...
In canon, they put the steam pipes on to disguise Levi because they knew he didn't have steam pipes. It sounds stupid. That's because it is.
unforeseen
That's it.
complications, he was unjustly taken off the service.
I see. Well, other than that, and the tension that's constantly hanging around, not much has changed then.
What's up with that, anyways? You can literally cut the air with a knife.
Double number? There's nothing different. 2858. He was always 2858, weren't he? Did I fuck up?
Serve it on a plate when some of you are together.
Oh. Yeah, about that. You see, there was an incident a while back where...
But Riley was interrupted by the sound of
Oh,
a deep,
shit.
unfamiliar whistle. Looking ahead, the engine saw the shape of a small 060 tank engine reversing into the sheds.
Bring on the
Red and white
bagpipes.
lining covering its tanks and cab, with the logo of the long-disbanded Caledonian Railway perfectly fitted in the center of his tanks. The engine came to a stop in one of the shed roads and looked at all the staring faces.
The hell are you looking at? Is this what counts as a hello these days?
Oh, no, sorry. Hello. I'm Darius. And what might your name be?
My name's Rab. Don't forget it. I won't be telling you again, funny boys.
Okay... Well, welcome to Redwick, Rab. What brings you to these parts?
Your wee fun of a manager bought me to take on shunting duties here, as well as helping with the construction of a line at the end of a triangle.
Wait, he's actually going through with the dock branch?
That's madness. BR themselves shut the project down before we left. And besides, he's not made of money. How could he afford something
well, Callum
like that?
grew up in Stranraer, so it's
Apparently,
not weird.
they found investors on a trip to my old home turf. Something about over-the-top promises while drunk, if I recall correctly.
Figures.
Ah, Rab, there you are. Glad to see you made it in one piece.
Who the fuck are you?
That's Mr. Hoff. He's Mr. Stodd's right-hand man.
Oh, right, another fud.
I saw you while you were being overhauled, though you were under when I was down there, so no wonder you don't remember me. Anyways, I'll be the one in charge of the construction of the dock line in place of Mr. Stard, as he's very busy these days. In between working with Riley here to get the hang of how this yard is operated, you and I will be working together on the construction process for the foreseeable future. Sound good?
The fuck have I got myself into?
Axel and Levi exchanged a look. They both knew that something was going on, and while they didn't know
yeah, he was overruled
it
somewhere.
made them a little miffed. No one had taken the time to explain to them what was happening, something that made them feel like outsiders once again, just like when they'd been at Banbury. It was a mutual feeling they had shared along with Seb while Alec,
I believe that was Swansea
making
Cathedral.
the departure of the Saint that much more impactful. Though they hadn't said a word to one another,
A
they
dub
both
D
knew they needed to inquire more information
and a
from them at a later
Grange.
time.
6025. Yeah, 6825. Nice.
As time
Doing
went
pretty
on,
good.
Mr.
Just
Huff
watching
departed
shit.
as more engines filled up the sheds to
Oh,
rest
there's
up
Pat.
after a long day of hard work. Many were happy to see the two returnees, whom were old friends of many of the engines, while those unfamiliar with the Westerners were more than happy to get to know them. Rab, on the other hand, remained quiet, not very interested in making friends with the others. But before long, the engines started falling asleep, and soon enough, the sheds went silent for the evening, the engines getting a well-earned rest before the next day of work ahead of them.
Right, what's next? Yes! Okay, here we go.
The next morning, Riley took Rab under his wing and showed him the ropes of the yard. The engines worked as a single unit in the morning. From taking the Redwick Flyer to the platform, to marshalling a train for local goods, the two worked together flawlessly.
Yes, Chris, the shot has lingered for 10 years. Thank you.
Soon enough, Riley sent Rab on a run with some empties to the industrial estate. Usually he would do this, but seeing as Rab wasn't perfectly familiar with the layout of the yard yet, he opted to let the Cali engine handle it.
Oh, here it comes.
As he was preparing to marshal another
Yeah,
train,
it has the same
something
charm
caught
as
his eye
a
in
dog
the
turd on the
distance.
side of the road.
Hey, yep. What's this now?
And as the things got closer, Riley realized exactly what he was looking at.
Oh, fuck.
Mr. Stard walked out
Here
of
it
his office
comes.
at Redwick. He was heading towards the car park when someone called out from behind him.
Sir? If it's not too much of a bother, I could use your help.
I'm a little busy right now, Riley. What do you need? What the fuck? Mr. Stard turned around to see Riley trapped between two very strange locomotives. They were both a bluish-purple livery with yellow lettering on the side tags. Upon closer inspection, he was able to make out what the lettering said. Dexby and West Bexford Joint Railway. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. That means...
Hello, Bradford.
Hello, Henry. What's the meaning of this, then? Why are you keeping my engine hostage? Better yet, why have you invaded my line as if it's the Dark Railway?
It's quite simple, really. You have something on this line that belongs to me.
Look, if it's about the extra ballast truck I pinched, you could have just invoiced me.
Whoops.
No, you moron. I'm not talking about... Wait, you did what?
Look, it was one truck. No need to threaten Riley over this.
Yeah, seems like a little overkill.
Shut it, you. My ballast is the best in the country.
More like the most overpriced.
And yet you still buy it.
Touché.
Enough. That is not why I am here.
It's not?
No, though I will be invoicing you after I've increased security at my plant.
Shit. Well then, why are you here if not for your ballast?
You see, Bradford, long ago, back when my father ran the Dexby Railway, he was in need of a small shunter. Since this was during the time right before the Great Depression, money was hard to come by, so we...
I'm so glad I got Ben a new microphone. No offense to Ben, but he needed that new microphone.
couldn't just build a new one. He searched long and hard until one day...
Yeah. Father, depressed, needed engine. Look, Henry, I'm kind of pressed for time here. Can you speed this up a little?
Impatient git. Fine. My father brought an engine, said engine ran away and dropped off the grid. I've tracked them down to this railway and now I've come to get them back.
See? That wasn't so hard now, was it? A runaway engine, you say? Sounds familiar.
Sir, I think he means...
Shut up, Riley, I'm thinking.
If it helps your small brain, I have the deed here.
Let's see. We're here at the London Brighton, yada yada yada, using payment in cash. Jesus, lots a lot of money back then. Get scammed. Of 3 Stroudley coaches and a locomotive number 63, A1X, Preston. Oh my.
Well, ring any bells?
Unfortunately, the engine's name is Glattis now, by the way. She's been hiding on this line since 1925. She told my grandfather she ran away here after being withdrawn from service. She ran all the way from wherever it was to hide out here.
I see. So where is she then?
I'll tell you, but on one condition.
You are in no position to bargain, but I'll humor it.
Tell me what's gonna happen to her. Will she be scrapped?
Oh, good heavens, no. She'll be taken back to my railway, sent into the works for mending, and then used on jobs around the railway.
Oh, good then. I'll go get her later then. Now just let Riley get back to his work and we can...
Oh, no. He'll be staying with me until I have my engine in front of me. I have been tricked before, Bradford.
Here it comes.
And I do not intend for it to happen again.
I'm sorry, what?
Should you fail to deliver by the end of today, I'll have no choice but to take this pannier as compensation for my terrier.
The irony here being that if Dexby had taken Riley, he would not have endured the crash. It would have been better for Riley to be taken by Dexby because he wouldn't have gone through his traumatic experience. Food for thought, eh?
Are we clear?
Mr. Stoddard, please don't let
here
the
it
weird purple-eyed sex offender take me.
Quiet, you. My eyes aren't weird.
Really? That's what you choose to defend? Bruh. This guy's nonce. Please, help.
Don't worry, Riley.
Oh, Riley, man. Oh. Oh. So, let's just be clear here. Everything after that's what you choose to defend is ad-libbed.
Defend? Bruh.
Everything was done by this guy. This guy right here. He just does this. He's crazy sometimes, and it just works. He's such a fucking gremlin, man. Anyways, let's move on from this ugly mug before everyone leaves.
Bruh, this guy's nonce.
Chris Hansen appearing, ready to come on full attack. You know. Just as the founding fathers intended.
Please.
And Clarkson as the police.
Please, help.
Don't worry, Riley. I'll get Glattis after I've been to my Red Lobster dinner. And had a wank. Or 2.
Gross.
We'll see.
Gross.
How about we meet at Eastwood Junction at 6 p.m.? I'll have Glattis and her crew meet you there.
Excellent. I look forward to seeing you then.
Wait. 8 hours? Sir, what about the yard?
Rab can handle it. He's seen the layout.
Are you sure, sir?
HIV positive. Now if you'll excuse me, I have dinner plans. And so, Mr. Stoddard walked away towards his car. Mr. Dexby turned to Riley.
Not to worry. You and I will get along just fine.
While Lord Dexby was confronting Mr. Stoddard, Axel and Levi had found a gap in their schedule to get some rest at Colford along with Darius and, to their surprise, Clint, who was waiting for a delayed shipment for the Eastwood branch. The engines were reminiscing about old times and sharing new stories from their latest adventures. And then, somehow, my parts appeared in a wagon Virgil found. I tell you, it was lucky they found those, or the reopening would have been a failure.
How so?
Well, Virgil's vacuum pump failed, so he couldn't keep the brakes off. The only way to get the brakes off was to bypass the pump, but that would have been a rough ride. But thanks to the workmen, I was put together just in time to essentially become the brakes of the train. I can still hear the crowd's cheers as I backed onto the train. I tell you, it's one of my prouder moments.
Wow, so you've had quite the adventure since we left then. I'm glad Mr. Starr's father saved you from the torch. It'd be a waste of an experienced engine, I tell you.
Ah, shucks. You make this old engine's safety valves lift. No need for
That's
the flattery.
gay.
The engines laughed for a bit before
In
going
a nice
quiet.
way.
Axel decided to take this moment to ask about the thing that had been bugging him and Levi.
So we've been meaning to ask you guys, what the hell is going on at this railway?
This made Darius and Clint perk up. What do you mean?
Well, when we arrived, things seemed mostly normal, except Grange acting a bit weird, though we put that down to him being shy. But after that, I just kinda seemed to feel more and more unfamiliar.
Like when I went to inform you about the roster change earlier, Darius. When I pulled into the sheds, it sounded like you and Hart were arguing. And you all seemed tense as hell
Nothing
when
new
I
there.
pointed out the tension here.
Darius and Clint exchanged a look, and were about to reply, but it was Levi who spoke first.
Look, I get we haven't been here for a while, but this is our home too. We at least deserve to know what's going on, no?
Yeah, up at Banbury we were treated like outsiders most of the time, so we don't want that here. Please, guys.
Clint sighed, then looked to Darius. Well, we might as well. Clint, are you sure? What if... Look, Darius, half the railway's against us already. It's better to be honest and gain a friend, rather than ignore and lie and gain an enemy. Yeah, you've got a
Factual.
point. Go for it then. And so, Clint began to fill the two engines in on what had really been going on, with Darius filling in the parts Clint had missed out on. Everything from that first get-together in the sheds to when Buck gave chase after Hard all a few months ago. The two engines listened intently along the way,
Hello,
quite
Thor.
surprised on what they were hearing. By the time Clint finished telling the story, the two engines looked to be deep in thought. So, there you have it. That's what's been really going on while you were away.
I see.
Indeed, it seems that you have stirred quite the large hornet's nest.
That we have, Levi. So what now?
What do you mean?
I think what he's saying is, now that you know what's been going on, what will you do with the information?
I'm going to be honest with you, mate. Nothing.
I'm inclined to agree with Axel.
What do you mean?
Look,
It does.
I think both me and Levi appreciate what you guys are trying to accomplish, but honestly, it's just not something we can take part in.
Both me and Axel have friends on both sides, if you will, and we don't want to lose those friendships. I won't tell any of the others what you've told us tonight, and I'm sure Axel won't either. But now that we know, please keep us clear of it, yeah? We came here because we wanted to work again.
Yeah, we're not quite wanting to wage a war. We're old enough as it is.
I understand. And I respect you for being honest with us about how you feel.
Oh, please! You two put your trust in our buffers, it's the least we can do. Now then, I have a coal shipment to take out to Acton Yard, and I believe you have a lot of work to do as well.
The engines murmured in agreement as they said their goodbyes and went their separate ways, Levi and Axel feeling more at rest about their place in the fleet.
Honesty helps, people.
One engine that was not feeling at rest,
Oh, yeah,
however,
this.
was Rab. When he had gotten back and found no trace of Riley anywhere, he had inquired with the station master about where the
The
panic
station
had come.
master.
After some explaining,
English, Chris,
convincing,
the fucking
and a lot of
speaker.
swearing, Rab gave in and accepted his job as station pilot for the day. He bustled about the place like a hornet, trying to ensure that all the trains ran on time. Due to his quick acceleration and versatility, most of the trains going out that day ran on time.
Yep, pretty much.
Of course, there was a few delays here and there, but most of the other engines understood that it was not the newcomers' fault. While others, well...
Midlander, where are my coaches?
Are you talking to me, funny boys?
No, of course not. The other Midland shunter. Of course you! Where are my coaches?
They'll be on the platform after I've finished marshalling the freight train that leaves before you.
Not good enough. I am a premier locomotive. I should not have to wait in line after filth like that Grange over there.
Buck was about to retort, but Rab spoke first.
Now you listen here, you walloper. You'll shut up and wait your turn. I didn't care what standing you hold yourself in. If you ever speak to me like that again, I'll fill your boiler with some mint and turn you to a statue for the inside out. Now, if
If you're in that much of a hurry, you'll get your ass to the carriage sidings and get 'em yourself. Do I make myself clear?
Hart just stared at the little shunter with a shocked expression.
Absolutely
Moving back into
based.
the sheds. Safe to say, he wasn't going to speak like that to Rab ever again. Later that day, Mr. Start had made his way up to the abandoned branch to speak to Glattis.
Oh, here it is.
Her crew had been informed about what had occurred to Redwick earlier that day, though he had told them not to tell Glattis or Jeremy about what had happened, so that he could inform them himself. When he arrived,
Yeah, Rab don't give a
Glattis
fuck.
was in
He was
full
already faced
steam
with the
and
cover
outside
storage.
next to where Jeremy was shedded. When he looked at Jeremy, it was clear that some progress had been made on his restoration. The few men that knew of him had been working on him and had cleaned his tender up and replaced his bad parts with new ones, but there was still plenty to do. He greeted them both with a warm smile as he stopped between the two. "Hello, you two. How are you today?"
Just fine now that you're here, young Bradford.
My sanity is
God.
slowly draining with every word she speaks. Other than that, I'm fine.
I don't blame you. I'm glad to see your restoration is coming along very nicely though, Jeremy. Feeling any better?
Each part replaced is a huge relief. I'm still not fully there with the whole trust thing. That will take time. But I appreciate what you're doing for me, Stard. Really.
I'm glad to hear it. And don't worry. Take all the time you need. But I'm going to have to cut this chat short as I'm a little pressed for time. Glattis, we need to head up to Eastwood.
Glattis looked surprised, actually snapping to reality for a moment.
But, Bradford, if we travel now, I'll be seen for sure.
I thought you said you were going to protect her. That's basically asking for her to be taken away.
Whoa, hold up. Let me explain.
This better be good.
Mr. Start went on to explain everything that had happened that day. Riley's predicament, the deed, and most importantly, what had happened all those years ago. By the time he had finished,
Time will
Glattis
tell.
had a blank expression on her smokebox. So that's it, really. What I'm trying to say, Glattis, is you don't
this
have to
game
run
moment.
and hide anymore. You're safe, and you're going to a good home. Glattis couldn't contain her emotions anymore, as tears began rolling down her smokebox.
This is
After
one part
30
where
years
I'm
of living
happy
on the
to
run,
do
she
narration
was
because I did
finally
not
free.
want to listen to Callum,
No more running.
old
No
woman
more hiding.
crying.
She said no more, continuing to cry tears of joy.
But the look in her eyes told Mr. Stard everything he needed to know.
It's quite alright, old gal. Now come on. Let's go get you to your new owner. He climbed into her cab and patted her cab side gently as they set off down the line. Jeremy looked on from his sheds. True enough, he had never trusted a manager in his life after all the abuse he had received. But maybe, just maybe, this one was different. At Colford, King Richard, Thor, and Axel were talking away when a plume of smoke caught Thor's attention. "What's that over there?"
That's a bush, Thor.
No, not that. The other thing. The signal? No, the smoke. Is that? Soon, the shape of a small black tank engine making its way down from the abandoned branch became apparent. It rolled slowly over the points leading up to it and came to a gentle standstill. The engines were shocked, especially Axel. That's a terrier! What on earth is a Southern design doing here? In Southern livery, nonetheless? And what's
I'm
it
so
doing
glad we
up
got
there?
the texture patch.
I know I nearly went up
for
that
the
line
manners.
once, but I swear that place was abandoned.
It is a reskin of the
But
EK King.
Axel had a different reaction.
What the hell is he playing at?
Who? Axel, do you know this engine?
I do, but that's not who I'm on about.
Then what do you mean by... At that moment, someone climbed out of the engine's cab
I should have
and walked
zoomed
over
in
to
here.
the switch. The engines would have recognized his brown suit from anywhere. Is that... Mr. Stodd? What on earth is he up to?
That's what I'm wondering. She's not supposed to be in such a public area. Has he gone mad?
Whoa, hold up. What are you talking about?
That right there is Glattis. She escaped here due to being withdrawn before I was even built.
True.
Mr. Sard's grandfather, his father, and himself have been keeping her hidden ever since. I've not seen her much, but I do know of her. But what's confusing me is why he's brought her out in broad daylight.
So you mean to tell me he and his family have basically kept a refugee hidden here all this time? Well, now I see that his soft side has passed down from his grandfather, at least.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means he had to get his soft spot for saving engines deemed useless from somewhere. Him and that pannier on the eastward branch. His father in the Aberdare, and now we come to find out his grandfather saved an oversized steam generator on wheels.
Oh, come on now,
Ouch.
Richard. That's hardly fair. Those two engines on the eastward line have proven themselves worthy of being in service time and time again. I'm sure this terrier is the same.
At this point, Mr. Start climbed back into Glattis' cab, and the little terrier barked its way up towards Eastwood Junction. King Richard stared after them. We shall see. I wonder what British Railways will say when they find out about this.
They'll be angry.
A few minutes later, Glattis and Mr. Start pulled into the branch platform at Eastwood, where an army of Dexby
Eastwood looks
locomotives,
so different.
Riley, and the man himself, Lord Dexby, stood waiting. Mr. Start disembarked from the cab and walked up to Lord Dexby. Well, Henry, I kept up my part of the deal. Are you going to keep up yours? Mr. Dexby looked closely at the engine in front of him, before turning to one of his little shunting engines.
Very well. Hammond,
Release him.
As you require, sir.
The engine pulled forward, clearing the point so Riley could get free. That's better. Now then, Riley, how are you? Wait, Riley? Where are you?
I'm not hanging about with this fucking lot around. Save yourselves.
Right.
Because Ben voiced him that way.
Anyways, Henry, this is Glattis, formerly Preston. Now, if you'd kindly get the fuck off my railway, that would be much appreciated.
No, I don't think I will. The ballast company won't run itself now, will it?
Damn and blast!
Now then, Gladys, was it? I think it's time to head back to your
Ben
new home.
voiced it differently. I don't know what else
Seeing as
to
you're
say.
facing the right way. Why
Here
don't
it
you
comes.
ride in front?
Oh no.
Gladys eyed the man up. A spark lit faintly in her eyes, one that Mr. Start was all too familiar with.
Oh, young man, all this talk of riding makes me yacht you in my cab for a right old stoking right in the fireworks.
Oh, God.
Oh, you look like just the type of strapping young man who can make my wheels wobble and make my lubricators empty.
It is the most replayed.
You take this and keep her the fuck away from me.
And what if I refuse?
You'll have one Dexby favor if you let her in 100 meters of me again.
Deal. Lord Dexby ran over to his engines, who were all too eager to leave before Gladys set their eyes on them.
Dexby away.
Fucking Ben, man.
Mr. Start stared blankly as Dexby faded away, before turning his gaze back to Gladys, who was steaming innocently as ever. You did that on purpose, didn't you?
I have no idea what you're on about, young man.
Right. Well then, I guess I own you now.
Oh,
No, not like that. Anyways, what I was going to say is that you're long overdue for a once-over. Stop it! So I'm sending you down to the works to be repaired and repainted, should you so desire. Why don't you go up to the quarry first and get your coaches from the shed, so that you can get those looked at as well. I have an idea.
oh, gladly, sir. I can't wait to have those strapping young men down at the works look me all over.
She's a psychopath, man.
Some things never change, do they?
What's next?
Mr. Stark was true to
yeah.
his word, and Gladys arrived at the works and proceeded to scar the workers for life with her suspect comments. The men, who wanted her out of there as soon as possible, refurbished and repainted her in record time, because only a week later, Gladys emerged in a beautiful marsh umber and was sent straight to work on the Eastwood branch. Mostly helping out with the small freight runs to the junction, but she could also be seen working all over the line. She was a very skilled shunter, marshalling wagons and
That'll
coaches
tend to
timely
never
and
disappear.
efficiently for the others to haul to their destination. At first, the other engines resented her due to her antics, but as time went on and as Gladys mellowed out, they grew to accept her.
She mellowed out a
as their own.
little. Mellowed
All
out a
except
little.
the engines now firmly under the hold of British Railways.
That is a clean draft.
King Richard
That
had gone straight
is
to the
a
man from British Railways.
Continuity error and a half. What the fuck? Why have I never noticed that? That sucks.
Under the hold of British Railways. King Richard had gone straight to the man from British Railways to inform them of what he had seen when he first spotted Glattis. This news came as a shock to the man, now knowing Mr. Stark for sure knew about their construction site up at the abandoned line.
Clean Levi when?
He knew
Probably
they would
never.
have to get rid of him soon, but the opportune moment had yet to present itself, and if it didn't show itself soon, they would have to take action.
This is before Mr. Knox had a name. He was just the man. Alright, episode 3! Everyone's favorite episode from the season, considering it has nearly 30,000 views. Does it still hold up? What do people say? You know what, Andre? I respect you for that, because it's my favorite as well. Hunger for Disaster is a good end credit theme, but I've fallen in love with Lord of the Rifts. Andy stole for the look. I cannot elaborate, but I have been stared down by Andy. He gives you a certain look when when you do something not clever. Dreadnought, based song. Even if people keep fucking overusing it on the Cathedral. Messiah for the King reskin. Yeah, he did that. Ben for doing about 5 takes for lines. Yeah, that's true. Whoops, nearly called my mother that. Oh, that was the 200th video. Matt. Absolutely mad. What's the end credit?
Chris, I swear to God, if you forget another line, I will make sure you become one with the fucking Dexby ballast I will built you away from. I will punt you to the sun and back.
Yeah, this is the kind of relationship me and Ben have. It's just constant threats and sexual energy. Okay, New Wessex Blues, ladies and gentlemen. Now, do you guys want to hear something funny about New Wessex Blues? It wasn't originally called New Wessex Blues. I had a name for it. And thankfully, Andy stopped me from that. So, the original name for New Wessex Blues was Sound the Cathedrals. Now, if you're a bit more innocent-minded like I was back in the day, nothing wrong there. But if you have a vague idea of the concept of sounding, and I beg for the love of God, do not Google what sounding is, because you will get scarred for life. I'm so happy that Andy got me to change the fucking name. Because that would have been awkward. We continue.
The Redwick Flyer had been running successful runs between London and Redwick.
Fucking zoom in, lads!
And the residents of the line praised Mr. Stark highly for his genius idea of running a service directly to London. The service had become a staple of the line's reputation, always on time and always a comfortable ride. However, even with all the positives that came with the service, there was a huge, glaring issue that had cost Mr. Stark a great deal of trouble. One morning, he was sat at Redwick Station along with Mr. Hoff.
You don't need to say
there,
it in the
he presented his concerns to his colleague. quite stumped at how to resolve the issue. I tell you, Jack, it's not looking good. Not good at all.
What do you
Yep.
mean?
That's everyone in the
service
chat's card.
is
Well done.
Super popular with anyone who uses it. I haven't seen that many people on the platform in my life.
Yes, this is true. But that's not where the problem lies, Jack. It's the fact that the train is being double-headed, which is causing the service to run at a loss.
Wait, what? At a loss? That's impossible!
The cathedral's
Have a
names
look
are
for
not
yourself,
freaky like
Jack.
that.
He handed over a small stack of papers. Mr. Hoff quickly skimmed through them. A look of shock grew slowly on his face as he read through the financial report.
Jesus Christ, I had no idea it was that bad. Ugh.
I
love
fear
Ian's
if
noises.
the numbers don't improve soon, I'll have no choice but to cancel the service.
What? But, Bradford, the backlash of that would be terrible!
I'm well aware of this, Jack, and I do have a solution in mind, but I don't think the board will be very agreeable to it.
Why do you say that?
Because it would solve the issue for us, as well as another for you and me.
Andre,
Go on.
read a little bit up
Well,
in chat.
I'm sure you've seen the cathedrals run past Manifel from time to time.
I have?
Well, what if we could get one reallocated here, while sending one of the engines we have here to where that cathedral is allocated? Basically, an overcomplicated swap.
That could work, you know. But why wouldn't they agree to it?
Because of who I want to replace it with.
And that is?
The ringleader of those who oppose me. King Dick himself.
And you can tell by this, by the way I filmed it, I have not zoomed in twice. I have not zoomed in twice, and it pisses me off because the FOV is off. It looks too flat.
Yeesh! Yeah.
God damn it, Ian.
That might prove difficult.
Indeed. But you know what they say. Nothing ventured.
Nothing gained.
It was at that moment that Thor backed down onto the coaches that Rabbit shunted into the platform earlier. Well, no time like the present. Come on, Jack.
What? Where are we going?
To the meeting at Manifel in a few hours.
But I've never been invited to one of those before.
Oh, you'll hate it. Boring as fuck. Besides, I need you by my side on this one. Can I count on you to back my corner with the roster change?
Of course you can.
Good man. The two boarded Thor's train to Manifel, and not long after, Thor set off down the line. Mr. Stard would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous about this meeting. A lot rode on it, especially his public image. Deep down, he had a feeling this all would be for nothing, but he hoped that for once, his instincts were wrong.
Well, I got some bad news for you, Bradford. At this point, I didn't know anything about lamp codes. I just went with whatever the fuck their generator put down for me. I still don't really know.
Unfortunately for Mr. Stard, the meeting didn't go his way in the slightest. The board members all unanimously agreed that the reallocation of their most popular loco, as well as removing one of the 21 cathedrals currently placed in integral points of the network from their sheds, would do more harm than good. Mr. Stard took it all in stride on the outside. But
You
on the
are,
inside,
Andre, but you don't
the
need.
man was screaming
You didn't
his
need to
lungs
add
out
that
at
when
the
it comes to head
stupidity of
codes.
the men he had to call.
The point was
colleagues.
understood already.
After the meeting, Mr. Stard and Mr. Hoff were about to board the train up to Redwick. However, Mr. Stard staggered behind.
Are you coming, sir?
Go on ahead, Jack. I have some things to think about. Cover me for a few hours, yeah?
Understood, sir. See you later.
Mr. Stard waved the young man off as he walked over to the middle platform and sat down. He found watching unknown engines passing
Grange.
by quite therapeutic.
Which
and
Grange
helped
was
him.
that, actually?
Sat down. He found watching unknown engines
6808.
passing by
Nice.
quite therapeutic. And
Which
helped
one is
him
that?
face
Now I'm
the
curious.
thing. He found watching unknown engines passing
It's the Bean. It's Beanham Grange.
by quite therapeutic and helped him to think. Though he half expected things to turn out this way, it was still less than favorable.
Oh, I know about
A
those keys, I'm
cathedral
just
was
lazy.
just what he needed to ensure the flyer would continue existing more than a few months before being declared a failure and non-profitable. He knew he would have to take action, and soon. But what could he do?
Here it comes. The irony being that there's supposed to be a red signal there, but it's green. Here it comes. Ding! By the way, if you listen very carefully, and this is why I don't use those keys, listen very carefully to the noise the door makes when it shuts. That is the SCP door opening and closing. Because we were playing SCP Secret Lab so much at this point. Also, I'm so glad I turned this into a 4-track mainline, man. You know, as it should be. Of course he doesn't. He works for British Railways. I don't know what Riley was going for here with the trumpets,
The
but
journey was longer
it
than
works.
Mr. Stark expected, but after a while, the train rocketed over a bridge past some sheds. Before slowing its pace to come to a halt at a large station. Mr. Stark had never been to this island before, but a station sign reading New Harlot let him know that he had arrived. He exited his compartment and trundled over to the platform as the wyvern departed further into the island. Mr. Stark got a hold of a member of staff on the
There's
platform
Bixby on the
to
bridge.
figure out how to get in contact with the manager of the line, a man the young lad working there referred to as Lord Stell. They quickly got given some directions and pointers on where to go, before being hurried to the other platform where a local
Hardwick!
train was preparing to depart.
Get some wheel slip going, my guy.
Mr. Stark dashed over and made it just in time as the train departed down the line.
Base Hardwick wheel slip. I will miss it too. No, this is where Hardwick usually works. It's completely within the timeline. Ah, yes.
Meanwhile, back on the Redwick and Chiltern Hills, the absence of Mr. Stark.
Oh,
had
I've
not
just
gone
remembered what
unnoticed.
happens.
Everyone had looked for him in all the places they could think of. His office, his home, the brothel, everywhere. Mr. Hoff once again took control of the line until Mr. Stark could be located. However, due to the short notice, he didn't get the time to keep all the engines on the line in check.
No, he was still doing it, but it wasn't as often.
So, gentlemen,
I think.
you may be wondering why I've gathered you all here today.
To kill us?
To kill you.
You're not getting married, are you?
You're 2
No,
hours
you
late.
twats. Mr. Stark is missing, and Mr. Hoff is too busy to notice off working of work. So...
That was a horrible line from me.
And Mr. Hoff is too busy to notice off working of work.
Is too busy to notice us bunking off work. What the fuck was that line, Chris?
So... I figured we could have a little fun.
I hope you don't mean the same way as the jockstrap incident I heard about.
Don't remind me.
I hope not. Still haven't recovered mentally.
Well, no, I was thinking something more... house party-like.
And just how do you propose we do all that?
I would be down, but there's a slight problem.
And that is...
There's no alcohol.
Oh, come on! You act like you don't know me!
Here is Logan's only contribution to Rail to Refuge so far. Choosing what engine. He chose a pug.
Yeah, I got a delivery for Clark.
But I didn't order any alcohol.
Look, mate, I don't give a fuck. Just sign here and let me fuck off.
That's him here, the shunter.
Brilliant. Have a nice day.
I love Logan.
What was that about?
I put your name on the order in case something goes wrong, so you get blamed.
Bastard!
Well, there's your alcohol. So then, who wants first servings?
Dips!
This is not gonna end well.
And yet he partakes. look.
Mr.
Old
Stark
Refuge
soon
Junction.
arrived at Refuge Junction, a connecting station where he had been informed he would most likely find Lord Stell at this time of day.
Everyone,
He
rest in
disembarked
peace, the
from his train
Roundhouse.
and looked around. He could hear the sounds of the nearby harbor, the seagulls, and the wind blowing through the trees. In the distance, huge mountain towered over the town, but most predominantly, he heard the sounds of conversations from the sheds nearby. He looked over and saw 3 engines, a well-spoken saint, a pannier tank, and a manor, seemingly from the same batch as Thor, were talking away. He figured that if anyone were to know where Lord Stell was, it would be one of these 3. He made his way over, listening in on their conversation as he got closer.
Absolutely not. I could never bring myself to do such dirty work.
It was only a question, Bride. No need to get defensive. Besides, I work around goods trains all the time, and look at me.
You're filthy rook.
Alright, no need for that. Look, I pull freight trains from time to time. It's not that bad, Bride.
And your work is very much appreciated, young Rodley. But an engine in my class with a reputation to uphold would never be caught dead hauling a goods train.
I don't know, my saint helps me out with goods sometimes. I think he does a smashing job. The engines looked confused at the unfamiliar man standing in front of their sheds.
Can we help you, a weird person standing in our shed? You do know this is railway property, right? You might get hurt if you aren't careful.
And it's not very gentlemanly to eavesdrop.
My apologies for the intrusion. I meant no disrespect to any of you. I'm on a business trip from the mainland.
I take it you were looking for old Stovey then?
I believe so? I was under the impression his name was Lord Stell. Bride was about to speak, but Rook cut her off.
Common mistake, sir, but yes, it's Lord Stovey.
The 2 other engines shot Rook a look, but didn't say
Rook a
anything.
look. I took so many takes saying
I'll remember that. Thank you, sorry, I didn't get your name.
Yes, sorry, my name's Rook, sir. These are my colleagues and friends. That's Bride of Lammermoor, or Bride...
What did that say? Can we find the bit?
Sorry, my name's Rook, sir. These are my colleagues and friends. That's Bride...
Yep, it just says RIP. Oh, this was after Andy's finale. Oh, it was so fun to get to have Bride show up in the show before, end of the line fuckface.
Bride of Lammermoor, or Bride for short, if you're lucky. She's one of the last remaining saints in service. And this is Rodley, or Rod, from the latest batch of manors, pretty much fresh out of Swindon.
Yes, I figured as much. I know your younger brother, Thornton, quite well. Rodley perked up at this.
Wait, you know Thor? I haven't heard from him in ages. How is he?
He's doing quite well, working hard and making me proud every day. Quite a dedicated worker. He mentioned this place a few times when talking about his past. He misses his brothers a lot. I gathered you were all close?
Indeed we were. All of my batch were here at one point. I do miss those days.
That's mad.
You mentioned something about your saint. Do you privately own them, or are you here to find somewhere for it to run?
Not quite. My name is Mr. Stard. I manage a line closer to London. Seb just happens to be allocated there at the moment. Bryden looked over and narrowed her eyes.
When you say Seb, do you mean that insane scoundrel Saint Sebastian?
Yeah, that's Seb, all right.
In that case, you can keep him right where he is. We don't need him and his crazy antics disturbing the peace on our island. Not after less time.
Yeah, that's a deal. I need him where he is anyways for my future plans. Anyways, as pleasant as his talk has been, I really need to get in contact with your manager. Would any of you happen to know where he is at the moment?
Closer than you think.
Mr. Stark turned around to see a smartly dressed gentleman making his way over to him. His appearance made it quite clear that this was the man he was looking for.
So then, my good
comes
sir,
later on,
what brings you to our humble island?
Nice to meet you. My name is Bradford Aaron Stard, manager of the Redwick and Chiltern Hills Railway. You must be Lord Stovey? Lord Stell looked confused until Rook cracked up a little, with both Rod and Bride rolling their eyes.
You told him to call me that, didn't you, Rook? Worth it. Apologies for the behaviour of my pannier. The name is Lord Montague Stell, not Stovey, like some of these lot tend to call me behind my back.
Ah, my apologies. Excuse me for one moment, please. Mr. Stard turned around and flipped Rook off, before turning back again.
Rude. Anyways, yes. I know of you and your railway. Our express service to London passes through Manifel sometimes. I've been there a few times myself.
I see. And yes, your express is how I managed to get over here on such short notice.
Interesting. I don't recall our express stopping at that station, though.
Red signals, mate.
Oh, that figures.
Anywho, I came over to discuss some
Sea
business
turtles,
with
mate.
you if you have the time. I know it's very short notice, so I hope I'm not intruding on any plans.
Not at all, sir. The rest of my day is clear. Tell you what, why don't we catch the next train down to Stomouth and discuss it there? I know just the place where the food is amazing.
Sounds good to me. And Bradford is fine. Lead the way.
As you wish, Bradford, right this way.
The two men made their way over to the platform. There, another engine was waiting to depart down the line that was unofficially called the Stouffville Valley Railway.
The good old days. We don't talk about Wyvern Vale. Also, why is Dexby and Edgar looking there?
Mr. Start and Lord Stell talked in great depth over the course of their meal, with Mr. Start going into great detail on his current situation. Everything from Ramsay's failed trial to the current...
The narrow gauge... American narrow gauge trains is technically realistic, because they have American narrow gauge trains in England. Just figured you should know that.
Economic issue with the Redwick Flyer, and
look
finally,
up Brecon.
His failed request for a cathedral at the board meeting that very morning. By the time he was done, Lord Stell was
when I can
thought.
Get my finger out of my ass and
So as you
write
can
it,
see,
yeah.
I'm kind of running out of options here.
Yes, I can see that. So why come here? I'd love to help, but Alfriston is needed here on the Wessex Wyvern. I can't really spare him.
Oh no, don't worry, that's not why I'm here. But yes, it does have something to do with your cathedral. Kinda.
How so?
Well, if I recall correctly, the cathedrals built by Swindon only went up to 89.
It's not Knox,
with
it's
F.W.
Edgar
Hawksford
from...
CME. And
well,
Alfredston,
Tales in
as well as
Wessex.
another cathedral, was built later on this island, no?
That is correct. Not forgetting 8022 as well, I might add. I bought the plans from Swindon once I'd tried a few of the original locos on the Wyvern.
So you can...
That sounds like way too many steps to care about for realism, so I'm just gonna elect to ignore the American realism because haha funny yank.
See why I want my hands on one then.
Other than wanting a huge unit of a loco?
Well, yes, other than that.
So what...
8022 is based. That was supposed to be Redwick's number. But after the whole Manchester bombing disaster where 22 people lost their lives, I pitched the idea to Anthony to have Manchester be 8022 to commemorate the 22 lost lives that day. And he figured it was a really good idea as well. So, yeah, that's why Manchester is numbered 8022.
What are you proposing here, Bradford?
Well, to be quite honest with you, I want to pay you to build me a new cathedral.
Yes, that is possible, of course. Wait, what? A new one? Do you know how expensive that's going to be? Especially with the works winding down to close and the material being quite scarce at the moment. The Wessex steel mill is struggling right now.
I can cover the cost, so don't you worry about that. And as for material, I have some contacts I can set you up with that can sort that as well.
I don't know. Are you sure about this?
Please, I'm running out of options here. I just want to bring the best service I can to the people in my home area.
Alright, Bradford. I'll make the arrangements. We'll be happy to build this cathedral for you. You'll have the honour of receiving the final locomotive built at Alfriston Works.
You mean it?
The final
locomotive.
locomotive.
Me into the
Yeah,
Bristol
bullshit.
Channel for even asking.
No, that's only if you don't pay me. The bailiffs around here are rather scrupulous.
Oh.
Anyway, if you give me the people to contact, I will get the material ordered and the details of the work sorted in the morning. You should probably find somewhere to stay before it gets too late.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll be heading back home once we're done here.
Are you sure? There's going to be a lot of changing trains and waiting about.
Amazing. But yeah, I need to get back. I kinda didn't tell anyone I was leaving, and I don't trust my Grange not to ruin something in my absence.
Checks out.
Anyways, it's been a pleasure. And thank you again for helping me, Lord Stell.
Glad to be doing business with you, Bradford. Call me Montague. I foresee a good business partnership on the horizon for us.
Not
Indeed.
wrong.
Well, it has been fun, Montague. But I should get going.
Of course.
Mr. Starr was about to depart, but Lord Stell spoke up again.
Oh, Bradford, before I forget, did you have a name in mind for this engine?
Mr. Starr stopped and thought for a moment, before cracking a small smile. How about Redwick Cathedral? It's only fitting, no? Lord
Here
Stell
it comes.
smiled back.
Consider it done.
The two men said their goodbyes as Mr. Starr made his way over to the platform at Stoma. This spontaneous journey of his had proven quite eventful, and though it was turning out to be a bit more expensive than he had hoped, he had a good feeling that it would all balance itself out in the near future.
Dexby's doing everything he can to make sure the system does not implode on itself. Oh, here it
Mr.
is.
Starr departed his train at Manifel early the next morning, He was absolutely exhausted, having slept very little on his journey back. He walked like a zombie towards the back of the locomotive shed where his car was parked, but froze as he got closer to the sheds.
Here it comes.
What the actual fuck is going on here? Ugh.
Hello, Anthony.
Wild.
I can't feel my wheels, or my funnel, or my anything.
How did I get up here?
Burn, baby, burn.
Are you fucking kidding me? I leave for less than a day and you fuck everything up this bad? I can't trust you to do anything right. Where's Jack? What have you done to the goods sheds? I can't believe you lot. Like seriously, I just was gone for fucking 12 hours. This is impossible.
Mr. Stark was not happy. Yeah, that was fun episode. I love the new Wessex crossovers. Me and Andy just work so well together on these things. Hello, my name is Major Cast. Logan Kinnaird as Ellen White Pug. Nah, that was an insurance company to cover that. Yep, that's true. And it did make the story possible. And funnily enough, Anthony, who was in the chat, nitpicking these episodes. As he always does. It's good though, it helped me improve. Lady After Dark, bass song. Very true. Yeah, that's true. Goyan did do that. Oh, where's my credit? Fuck off. Freddy does leave a smiling face a lot. Henry Dexby, always watching. Now, is the end credit thing what I think it is? Ojalero, Freddy Fazbear. God, let's not stop with the brain rot. Yeah, it's Rick Ramblings. Here it is.
Common mistake, sir, but yes, it's Lord Stovey. I don't think I've ever heard anyone else call him anything other than Stovey before. That's all I've ever heard him called. Definitely not anything to do with Lord Stell. I've never heard of this guy before, but our manager's called Stovey, and you call him Stovey, and he'll love you forever. Yes, sorry, my name's Rook, sir, and I shouldn't really be here at the moment, but I'm covering a freight train, so, you know, you're lucky to meet me.
Fuck you.
Closer than you think.
Ow, fuck! I forgot about that! My ears! Ow! Oh god, that's friendly fire! Ah, my ears! I just friendly fired myself. Ooh, dear lord. Right, we are episode 5. Anthony, this is your episode, boy. It's your episode, boy. So, before we get on to 5, what people think of 4? I personally loved it. It's always fun to muck about with, like, Andy's... How do you say? Andy's lore. Because it just melds so well together. Now here's the question, Anthony. Did you want to like pop in at any time today and give some explanations for stuff? Or am I riding solo through this one? Because if you want to pop in, I'll be more than happy to have you. Give us a few minutes. All right. That means, ladies and gentlemen, that we will have a little Anthony popping in to say hello. Let me just... Well, actually, I can go refill my water while Anthony gets booted. So I'm going to do that. Let me message him. There we go. Join that call. Now, while I wait for Anthony, I am... Well, there he is. Hello, Anthony.
Hello there, darling.
Hello, how are you, my friend?
I am very fabulous, darling. How are you, fabulous?
I'm doing great. Only 2.5 hours into this shit. Very much rip. So I'm gonna let you have some fun with this while I refill my water. Don't get me banned.
Okay, let's load up the video again to see where the progress is. Hello, darlings. For those who don't know, I am the person that Chris had the grave error of judgment to hand over writing duties partially on this episode for.
Oh no, it was nothing but fun. The stream latency shouldn't be too bad, Anthony. So do I need to check up a stream here, or can you see fine there? If
I've got it.
Okay.
Your stream is chopped up, like.
A stream is chopped up, so I'm gonna hit play, go over get some water, and then you can just have fun.
About a month had passed since Mr. Start had taken a spontaneous trip to New
Episode
West
5,
and construction of his
Becoming.
new engine
So
was
yes,
well
this
underway.
is the basically the
Back on his
Anthony
railway,
episode
however,
where we
progress on
get
the
Anthony
extension of
Manor
the
and
rail had
Pat
slowed
taking basically
significantly
all the
due to
spotlight
the
because
evidence Mr. Start's fuss that the new
fabulous.
engine had created. Because of this, he had decided to focus his efforts on smaller areas until funds could be reaccumulated. Therefore, Mr. Start had ordered Rab and the workmen to focus their efforts on the half-constructed platform situated between the higher levels of Redwick, ironically called Lower
Basically,
Redwick.
budget cuts, Redwick edition.
Meanwhile, tensions had been running hot between the two opposing sides of the railway's conflict. Though there hadn't been any major arguments breaking out like before, snide remarks and rude comments were still being thrown about the place from both parties whenever they were forced to interact. There was, however, one engine that did not take part in this. One that surprised most of the other engines.
How did I feel when I found out there was a manor called Anthony Manor?
I'm just surprised.
I thought very based.
What's come over you as of late?
And of course Chris decided, oh, let's make that a character. And it's like, okay.
I've just placed it down and I just saw, Anthony. Hey, I have a friend named Anthony. Let's make that a thing. It was funny. I mean, it's the same as how, like, what was the other one? There was another one I had a name for. I mean, Riley, obviously, but there was another one. Fuck, I can't remember. Oh well. So yeah, this is Anthony's episode.
Yeah, like I said, this is unfortunately the one that Chris sent, oh, can you write this one? And he made a horrible mistake and he's regretted it ever since.
Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't do that. A friend of mine did, but this was before I learned how to reskin. But yeah, let's see what Buck has. Oh, I remembered something. Hey guys, keep your eyes on the bottom left corner.
Nothing, I swear. Really? Nothing. You
After a
don't
while.
engage in conversations in the shed most nights. Sometimes you even sleep elsewhere. The others have begun to take notice and are coming up with these wild theories of you being up to mischief. So, let them. I don't care. While I can see that there's no getting through to you, I've known you for long enough to realize when I've hit the buffers trying to talk to you. Just, you can talk to me whenever you're ready. Don't forget that, alright? Buck hesitated for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't trust Banbury. It was quite the opposite, actually.
Can we take a moment to
Banbury had
appreciate
been
how
the
nice
only
Buck and Banbury's relationship is?
It's so nice. It's like, I love the fact that technically Banbury's taking an older brother role, but also he's just such a mature and good character, and I just love the fact that Buck has someone to connect to. It's a bitch move that he ran away. So and he had a chance to like speak up to Banbury in season 3, but he didn't. I assume he was scared. Well, he was. I wrote the fucking thing. I should know this. But just I cannot wait for the reunion between Banbury and Buck, man. It's gonna be so good.
Who had befriended him when he had first arrived on the railway. The castle had taken pity on the Grange, and had quickly come to find that once you got past this chaotic attitude, he was actually quite a mellow and complex.
Yeah, pretty much.
The only thing Buck had never talked to him about was his past, and that was the only thing he'd hoped would stay buried forever. However, now that he had arrived, that had proven to be impossible.
What could that mean?
Can I ask you something? Of course. What is it? After all that's happened since last autumn, why do you still talk to me? Banbury was taken aback by this question. Whatever do you mean?
Bambi's such a Chad.
Yeah,
I know
I've seen that.
Other engines
Do not
all
feel
know
about
what's
that.
going on between Mr. Stard and British Railways. And I know you talk to the engines on both sides, if you will. So you probably already know that I chased down Harthole and almost, well, Clint.
Remorse?
Yes, Buck, I do know what happened. And while I don't agree with what you did in the slightest, I do understand that you did what you thought was right. And by the sounds of it, you clearly regret it. Well, yeah, of course I do. But my biggest regret is causing all this to happen by telling Clark about... Never mind.
Jeremy.
He looked up into the sky for a moment.
Rest in boiler.
Then back to Banbury. Why haven't you joined us yet? I'm sorry. Joined us. Fighting for Mr. Stard's cause? We could really use your help. Banbury thought about this for a moment. I'm going to have to decline, Buck. I see. Can I ask why? To be honest, Buck,
absolutely
I'm
not.
willing to
Fuck off.
take sides and end up throwing away friends I've made over the few years I've been alive.
Factual.
If I end up picking a side, I know it would drastically affect the relationship I share between the engines I would end up opposing. You're not wrong. Ever since the cards were laid out on the table, Russell and Gregory completely changed their attitude towards me.
Gee,
Yes,
I wonder
and
why.
that-
Why did Gregory and Russell's attitudes change? Yeah, it really does. I'm like looking back at this. I said it earlier, Anthony. We have a new king. We have a new hall. We have a new castle. We have new panniers. All we need is a new Grange, and the EK roster is just completely washed out. I'm so looking forward to that Grange.
That is why I'd rather follow Axel and Levi's lead and refrain from picking a side. Buck shuffled uncomfortably for a moment, but managed to force a smile to his friend. I can respect that. Regardless of what you decide,
Oh, here it
I've
comes.
always got your
Bottom
back,
left, people.
just like you've always done for me. I appreciate that, and know that even though I'm staying neutral, you can always confide in me when something is bothering you, be it related to Mr. Stodd's crusade or not. I promise you, I won't tell a soul. I'm glad. Do you mind if I vent for a bit then? The last year or so has done a number on me. Sure.
The
two engines.
stupidest fucking gag or little hidden thing. Just. There's even like a little vent noise there as well. Like some of the shit I hide around in every episode, really. It's
Settled in as Buck began telling Banbury about
funny.
everything that had transpired.
I mean,
a bit, James.
Yeah. Like, you guys... I'm saying this now because, like, I know people are going to skim through or season 3 now, but there are things in season 3 that no one has noticed yet, and the only people who know are the people who know where the story's going. It will make sense once we get to the point where it becomes obvious.
Since he found out about Mr. Start's plans. Though he could of course share with the others he was working
I don't know
with,
what you're on about, Andre.
there
That
was
never
something
happened.
relieving
Fake news.
about getting an outside view on everything that had happened.
Oh, here he comes. Hello, you.
Hello.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Yes, indeed.
Ah. I see the organ grinder sent the monkey this time, then.
I beg your pardon.
That's such a good line, Anthony.
Yeah, so basically, like, what I wanted to do with Anthony Manor is that sorry, I can hear myself twice. It's very like
It's all fine.
basically like the whole thing I wanted to do with him was that I wanted to show that whereas the other kind of BR loyalists are obviously very fanatically devoted, or at the very least you got Richard and Hart who are just slobbering all over Knox and Dickinson's
Dickinson.
yes. And then you got Ross and Gregory who are just along out of their own things and are scared to stand up to them. He actually talks back to them. Like, this is basically my way of showing that he doesn't actually necessarily have any particular love for British Railways. He's just working them because they know they're going to suit his kind of agenda.
Yeah. Contrary to the another engine deeply loyal to British Railways that I put in episode 2 of season 1, which
we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that. Decanonizing Beam, go. Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. He just wants Stard gone. He wants the place to be safe, and you know, he doesn't feel it safe in Stard's control. And I mean, we've got another 6 episodes to go to show why he says that, but you know, you know.
I said what I said. What do you want?
You are in no position to try and be funny with me, 7801. We are not happy with you.
I love as well like how Knox is just the one he has absolutely no respect for, even
Pray
before
tell.
everything
Your
that
task
happens
was very
at
simple.
the end of the season.
We told you to get close to Stard so
Very
you could
much
get the
agree.
information to deal with him once and for all. It's been months since we set you that task. And we even gave you the prestige of the Redwick Flyer
yes.
service to sweeten the deal.
We talked about this one. It's like, how is Anthony like supposed to get any information when he's running an express all the time, and the only person he interacts with, or the engine he interacts with, is Richard? And I'm like, fuck, I didn't think of that.
Now, to be fair, like this is basically like me brain, where it's just like, oh, must connect dots everywhere, and now must do.
Yeah, and I'm here like, fuck,
That's
I didn't
basically
think.
what this episode is in a nutshell. Like all of these scenes are basically trying to link back everything that we've seen with him before and trying to make it work in the context of what we were doing with this story.
Yes, because as we all know, the narrator isn't canon. Anything the narrator says is not canon, except for when it works for the story, then it is canon. Fucking love backtracking. But hey, it had to be done, and it worked.
And yet, you have nothing to show for yourself.
Also, the crashed TIE fighter in the field. It will never not be funny.
You were warned what would happen if this was the case.
With all due respect, for one thing, I never asked to be put on that flyer full time. I asked for something more meaningful, yes, but an express pilot day in and day out was not what I had in mind. Second, surely you can tell that doing an express run to London and back every day isn't going to give me much time to get close to him. I'm too exhausted to do anything once we get...
I love though how he said, like, in episode 1, oh, you'll give me anything I want to do, and now he's saying, oh, no, I don't want to do this, it's too much.
Oh, you did say something meaningful. And they're like, yes, we'll put you on the prestige. And he's like, how am I supposed to do my job now? Oh, no. I fucking... I just love how it all comes together in the end.
What do you suggest then? Because the board is very clear. No results, no more leniency.
Well, I do have one suggestion.
Then spit it out. I don't have all evening.
If you want better progress, I can't be on that flyer all the time. So, why not take me off it for a few days? You can pull strings, I'm sure. See if you can get mine and Fortin Manners duties swapped over. That
Makes
way,
sense.
I can get closer to Stard and make some actual progress.
Now, here's a
Let me-
question. Do we think he was actually being genuine when he was, like, giving Thor this opportunity, or did he just want to use him to his advantage?
I think it's a mix of both. I think he genuinely cares for Thor. He genuinely wants good things for Thor. But he also used Thor to get this done. Even if he sees it as a good thing to get Thor some, like, call it meaningful work or the higher prestige work. Even though it's a nice gesture, he's still doing it to get what he wants. It's a little like double-edged sword, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
So I personally just Anthony is such a fun and
Speak to
interesting
the board
character, man.
immediately. I hope you know what you're doing. Or else.
Trust me, I do.
The man turned away and disappeared into the darkness as Anthony Manor made his way back to the sheds.
This was just the thing he needed to properly get started on finding out what the ins and outs.
Yeah, make as much noise as possible to avoid detection, Andy. That's very clever.
Now remember, stealth is of the essence. Boom, 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 boom.
Right, you must not be seen.
I didn't even think of that.
For a while.
Oh dear.
The joys of a steam engine.
It didn't take long for the arrangements to be made. Mr. Starter was surprised the next morning when a request came down from the board for a temporary roster change. He obliged, however, and soon enough, Thor was prepared for his first run of the Redwick Flyer. Contrary to Anthony Manor's worries the previous night, he was very excited.
For goodness sake, Thor, calm yourself. You'll cause yourself an embarrassment.
I just can't believe it. Me? Piloting an actual express to London? I've never done it before, yet they actually chose me?
It's like I told you, Thornton. I just needed a little break from it for a while, so I told them that you would be the best engine for the job.
I can't thank you enough, Anthony.
Pleasure's all mine. You're a good lad, Thornton. You deserve the opportunity more than anyone.
Thor beamed with pride.
Plus, I've even spoken with the higher-ups about us doing this more often. You'd better enjoy yourself today, because it may well be just your first run of many.
That would be wonderful. Again, thank you so much. I will never forget this.
Anything for my little brother. You better hurry along and meet up with Richard. We don't want you being late on your first day, do we?
Why did that sound oddly creepy? Anything for my little brother. What were you plotting, Anthony?
I have no idea.
Indeed. I'll see you tonight,
It sounded
everyone.
like a good idea at
See
the
you later,
time.
then. Let me know how it goes.
I will. Goodbye.
It's I will say again, like watching Thor now be like this cheery, bubbly personality,
It's sad, isn't it?
and then just how he talks to Starn in that one episode. Like the like, no, I don't know where he is. Like complete and utter fucking disdain. I hate doing character development like that because I feel bad, but also it's so good. You guys are in for an absolute treat with what we have planned. Yeah, little known spoiler, but you're in for a treat, guys.
As Thor left the sheds, Hardhull turned to Anthony Manor.
I'm surprised with you, to be perfectly honest.
What do you mean?
Giving up such a prestigious opportunity? You've never complained about needing time off before. Why would you need it now?
I meant exactly what I said, Hart. Expresses to London and back every day are a little bit more challenging than pottering around here every day with locals, no?
Yeah,
a few
fair.
days off at a time will do the world of good for both me and Thorson.
I see.
A few minutes passed with the two engines sitting in silence.
See, I actually
Then-
really find that a fun quirk when writing for him. The way, like, when he's like talking to anyone that has like a formal name, he shortens it but uses the part of their name that's still like the formal side of it. So he calls, like, always refers to Thor as Thorson.
Yeah.
He calls who else? Obviously Ramsay Radnor.
Yeah. Buckle.
And then yeah.
Richard, naturally.
I don't even know why I chose to do that as a quirk. I just thought it was something like fun to set him apart from like
I like it. Like he's more for the formal titles than, you know, how do you say, the nicknames. He's way more formal with it.
Yeah.
I like
Hart
it.
spoke up again.
You know, Anthony, that's not the only thing I'm surprised about with you.
And now here's where we were talking. Comes to that
Everything
point that
that's
we were
going
talking
on
about,
around
where
here,
it's time for
what
connecting
with
dots
Mr.
time.
Starr's little
Because
mission,
basically, like this episode was
Stab
basically
British
about me
railways
trying to
in the
connect the
back,
points between the
and
fact
all
that
the
we've not
fools
really
that
seen
have
Anthony Manor doing anything
I'm
in
a bit
season 1,
surprised
and
that
how
you
he's going to now be
haven't
tied
stepped
in with
up.
everything that's gone on since.
We knew something
Pretty
was
much.
going on from the night Mr. Starr saved
Hart-
that pannier
no, Hart
and the
spoke to him
useless
about it.
branch. We finally got vindicated, and ever since then, myself and Russell here have actually stepped up
Convenient
to make
arrival.
sure that
Timing!
Bart
I'm
succeeds.
fucked.
Yet all this time later, you've remained quiet.
It has been a while since we found out what they were doing, you know. And you were definitely one of the first we told afterwards.
Who invited you,
So, why haven't you come to join us yet? It's only been the four of us against his entire group. We've needed all the help we can get in this fight. This little insider, be our promise, clearly hasn't pulled their weight because nothing has happened.
Can we just point out here that Hart just dropped a secret to Anthony that he was not supposed to tell anyone?
Thing is, I'm assuming that he thinks that because he knows Anthony's kind of on this side, thinks that he also knows about it.
Probably, and
that's what I was thinking. Anyway,
I also think that he's just like, at that moment, he's trying to flounder what they have to make, because he knows Anthony hates Stard, like everyone on the line knows he hates Stard, but he's also trying to flounder like the reach they have to get Anthony enticed, to get him to be like, you know what, fuck it, I will join you guys. That's the way I see it. And also, like, imagine this completely fucking backfiring. Imagine he did that to someone like, fuck, I don't know, Darius. If Darius didn't join immediately, bro would be fucked.
For months. At this point, we need to bolster our own ranks and make sure Mr. Stard knows there's as many of us opposed to his plans as there are those stupid enough to back him.
Also, can I just say, some of the lines I write, I hear them and I'm like, I could have written that better. I write shit way too wordy sometimes.
Look.
To be fair, I don't think it's actually your doing. I think this was my doing.
No, that one was mine. I remember writing that one.
My mind up on where I stand with all of this, okay? Yes, I did agree with you that night when we were talking at Colford. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to blindly throw myself into a power struggle without looking at all the facts first.
Are you serious? The
No, he's
facts have
Severus.
been out in the open for ages, Anthony. If you haven't made up your mind by now, you haven't been paying attention.
I, for one, still think there's more to this than any of us really know. Plus, I haven't exactly had much time to really see for myself, have I? If you want to look for others to bolster your cause, then you'll have to look elsewhere for now, I'm afraid. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to take Fulton's first train out. Good day.
And with that, Anthony Manor left the sheds. He would have been more than happy to tell Hart the truth right then and there, but he knew that the higher-ups at British Railways were keeping his involvement as secret as possible. Hart and Russell, meanwhile, were dumbfounded.
Well, that didn't go as well as you hoped, did it?
Indeed.
Oh my god, I
I'm
just remember
very
what's in this episode.
disappointed in him. I thought I knew him better than that.
So what's the plan now, then? Are you serious about wanting to get others involved with us?
Yes, Russell. I think the time has come to build up more support
Execute Order
before
66.
Mr. Stard sinks his claws into anyone else on this line.
So who did you have in mind? I know for a fact Levi and Axel are out of the question. Banbury's one we could ask. And Thor.
It wouldn't hurt to
I watched
ask,
episode 3.
but I'm not sure that we can rely on Thor too much. He seems to either be oblivious to what's going on, or he's purposefully ignoring it all.
Then that only leaves...
Of course. He'd be perfect.
I forgot about
We
this
have
part.
to find him as soon as possible.
Wait, dude, Russell's rods? What happened to Russell's rods?
Perfect. It all.
Oh my god, he's doubled.
Rip. James, I can actually tell you this now. He doesn't like Hart or Richard particularly, and I think Russell is just kind of...
Meh.
Yeah. Realistically, like, the only two engines that Anthony was close to at this point were Thor and Gregory. That's basically it.
That's what I can tell by, like... And I love it when you do this, Quirk. By the way, don't go back to the start of the episode, because I was totally sucking your dick. But...
Excellent.
Start of the stream, I should say. But... With the way things went...
Spoilers though, I did see that part from episode 1.
Shit!
Oh, darling. So wrecked. Sorry for ruining this, what should have been a very formal and civil video, chaps, but, you know, Chris made the decision, not me.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm here for this. Yeah, no, I lost my train of thought there. Ironic, because we're watching a train show.
We have to find him as soon as possible.
I just... The fact that... For all we know, he's lost the one closest to him, and the other one doesn't want anything to do with him. He's isolated. Anthony tried to protect the two people he cared about and lost both of them in one incident, and it's such a powerful thing, man. Speaking
It didn't
of
take
powerful,
long for her to make their move. That afternoon, Hart and Russell made their way down to Manifel, and there in the sheds sat the very engine they were looking for.
Here it is.
Midland, I mean, Pat! Just the engine we wanted to see.
Pat was taken a bit by surprise at the sudden...
Also, can we just point out the fucking popcorn smoke of the old 4F? Like, seriously. I'm so happy we have the new 4F. I cannot wait to show Pat in a CW, guys.
...interest towards him by Hart Hall. Though he had been accepted as a member of the fleet by most of his co-workers, there were still some who seemed to hold resentment towards him due to the rivalry their companies once had. Hart Hall had been one of those engines, which made this interaction all the more strange.
Chris, your shot's lingering
Is
too
that
long.
right? Whatever for?
Well, you see, you have probably noticed the ongoing struggle that has befallen our quaint little
here it
railway
is.
as of late. How we have shown some animosity towards a certain group of engines since the end of last year.
The fact of the matter is that those
Oh, I love
delinquents
this
are
bit.
trying
Me
to
too.
chase us and British Railways away by any means necessary, be that sabotage, delays, or directly harming their fellow engines. It's simply unacceptable.
Yeah, I won't lie. Some of us are afraid we'll end up off the rails just because we won't bend to their will.
And not to mention his attempt to build a false image as the good guy by restoring useless branch lines, buying and restoring out-of-date engines, and that hopeless plan of his to create a goods branch.
He paused to let the Midlander process what he'd just said, then continued.
The point being, my dear engine, is that if us honest workers stand together against the horrid actions of Mr. Sard and find out what he truly wants to accomplish, we can get him fired once and for all. So
Yeah, exactly.
what do you think, Pat?
Like he delivers this
Will
big,
you join
powerful
us in our
manifesto
fight
message,
to
and it's just
Yeah, here it goes.
prove the glory of British Railways?
I'm not interested.
So for those who don't know where that comes from, the I'm not interested one, I don't remember where it like properly originally comes from, but the thing we got it from was this YouTube poop based around one of the Unlucky Tugs videos.
Yeah.
It's like the 11 Thomas episode you shouldn't watch.
Yeah. It's just like, I'm not interested. Boom. Oh, fucking, I just love that bit. Just. Pat with a fucking supercharger will never not be funny. I don't care what anyone says.
That?
Not a word.
And then, speaking of shots that linger for far too long. There we go. Now you can cut. Now you can cut, Chris. Chris, now you can cut. Thank you. That's still too long, but fair enough. Oh, and here's your
Whilst
little
Hart
fun
and Russell
moment.
were scurrying away to tend to their bruised egos, Anthony Manor was preparing himself for the beginning of his task. He was pulling into the station at Redwick with Thor's local when he saw Mr. Start at the station platform, chatting up the kiosk girls for the 4th time that week.
Thanks, Anthony.
Hey, what can I say? Mr. Star is a bit of a diva.
A little bit.
Mr. Start, sir.
Oh, hello.
I just love that the moment Star turns away, the woman also turns away. Just instantly not interested.
What's up?
I need to speak to you about
Not gonna lie, I didn't even notice
Can we go
that
somewhere a
before.
bit more
And just wait for it.
Private.
Cuts back.
Well,
She's gone. She's just gone.
Ah, rip.
I say come into my office...
A little bit of payback for him
you're
today,
too
then.
fat to fit in through the door. Why don't you get turned around and meet me at the carriage sheds?
Of course, sir.
As the two began to make their separate ways over, Mr. Stard was taken aback. Anthony Manor had never sought him out directly before, and with this coming off the back of the roster change that morning, he wondered what could possibly be going on. Whatever he was thinking, however, he was not prepared for what the Manor had in store.
That was a sharp pen. Nice one, Chris.
Later that night, in the sheds at Redwick, the lads were resting after a long day of work. Ramsay in particular was feeling exhausted, having been delayed on his way back from Hinksey Yard due to a points failure and having to try and make up for lost time. You know, at the
Can I just say, I also really like in TS, like, that reflection of the water in the turntable well.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I think it was Tom figured out that trick. Fucking every turntable has a little bit of water in it. I do not care. It looks too good.
I thought you were going to pull a buck at Manifel.
Yeah, that was a bit of a sketchy crossover, but to be fair, I probably managed to shave off 3 minutes by not slowing down. I can kind of see why you do it now, Buck.
Buck looked up towards Ramsay, snapping him out of his deep thoughts. Oh, right, yeah. Sounds like a good idea.
You zoned out again, didn't you?
No.
Then what was I saying before?
That not all the Nazi, Soviet, or Yank submarines have returned after the war ended?
Oh, for the love...
That's one of my favorite pieces of trivia. Where are they? Where did they go? Why haven't we found them? Buck's just being me, incarnate.
No, you moron! The fact he overheard Russell and Hart trying to sweet-talk Pat into their ranks. We talked about that for an hour.
Yeah, and like I said, he completely blew him off, which is why I think we should have a word with him like Clint and Darius did with Axel and Levi a few months back.
Buck once again looked a bit uncomfortable and didn't respond. Darius took notice. Okay, seriously, are you alright, Buck? We've been noticing you changed in attitude as of late.
Yeah, Mace, has something happened?
I'm fine. Stop asking about it.
Oh, don't be like that, chum. Go on, give us the goss.
Buck was about to snap back, but they were suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Mr. Stard. Evening all? What's going on here then? Nothing much, sir. We were just trying to figure out what to do about Pat after he got cornered by Hart and Russell earlier. Yes, we decided to talk to him and find out where he stands in all of this. I see. Yeah.
Buck would be great at Form 3 lightsaber combat because he just keeps deflecting everything. If you know, you know.
You guys should get on that sooner rather than later. The other side of Buck, a bit miffed that once again he managed to deflect the topic. Mr. Stard continued. So anyways, on that topic, I do come bearing some good news to you lot.
Oh? Did King Richard get blown up by an undesignated bombshell on his way back from London?
As much of a blessing that would be, no.
Hey, one can hope.
Anyways, back on topic. I am delighted to inform you that you will all be getting some more help forwards. More help, sir?
You haven't brought on another engine, have you, sir? For once, I feel that we aren't understaffed. So will that really be necessary?
No, you dolt. I meant with the takeover. I've got another engine in on the plan.
Oh, let me guess. Is it Banbury?
Nope. Pat, swing and a miss.
4?
Close.
What do you mean, close?
Hold on a minute. You don't mean...
Just then, Anthony Manor backed into the sheds.
Speed.
The engines looked a bit taken.
That was
aback
many
as they realized
speed.
Who it was, with Ramsey holding the biggest frown of them all. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to our latest recruit. He approached me earlier and made his case on why he wants to join us, mostly offering to keep an eye on King Richard whenever they're together on the Flyer. I trust you will give him a warm welcome. Ramsey, however, decided to address what was on everyone's minds.
Pardon me, sir, and no offence meant. Sir, but are you bloody insane?
I'm sorry? What did you just say?
He's one of them. He's one of the British Railways mob.
What do you mean?
Don't you remember? The night after you brought the Eastward branch and saved Virgil, I heard him talking about us with Hart Hall when I was taking the post train. He's been one of them since the start. And then when Hart started bad-mouthing Buck for standing up to him about Virgil, he was right there, joining in with them. I saw it with my own eyes.
Yes, sir. Surely you aren't falling for this.
Yeah, you're referring the only 2 scenes he was in season 1.
Alright, listen.
Be right thick to believe that.
Is this true, Anthony Manor? Anthony Manor was quiet for a moment. He did not look angry, or even hurt by the accusations. Indeed, he remained quite expressionless, even as Mr. Stard and everyone in the sheds glared at him.
I had a feeling this was going to come up.
See, he's not even denying it.
I haven't finished yet. Yes, sir. It's true that Radnor
It's Ramsey!
saw me
There it is.
talking with Hart Hall that night. But, if I may, do you remember anything I actually said as you were passing that night?
Sure, Hart was banging on about being stuck with no proof and keeping an eye on us and you.
There are dots to be linked,
Ramsey
people.
suddenly faltered. While he had definitely heard Hart's part of the conversation as he paused, he had not heard Anthony.
That was a British moment. As he paused. Nice one, Chris. That's a scary thing, by the way. Ever since I started talking to you fucks, my accent sometimes slips into British. It's not fun. It's scary.
Manor say anything prior to or after. Fortunately for the manor, Ramsay had not been within earshot as he had spoken that night. Well, Ramsay?
I didn't actually hear anything from you.
I would think not. Yes, the topic of the branch came up, and why wouldn't it? You saved a branch line and an engine from scrap, that's hardly insignificant. And yes, Hart was convinced that something nefarious was going on. He's been banging on about it ever since that night we were both thrown out of the sheds. But I didn't agree with it. I agreed that it was a little strange, but for the most part I just sat there and listened to him rant about it. I didn't have much choice in the matter.
And how do we know you're not just saying this to worm your way out of trouble?
I can only tell you what I know, and you can only go by that and what you heard.
Alright, if that's true, then what about what Ramsey says about you slagging Buck off?
Well, again, I ask you to think back to when that happened, Radnor.
Again, it's Ramsey.
And think about who actually said what that day.
Ramsay thought back to the day in question. And sure enough, he remembered Hart ranting on about Buck, and Russell had been the one joining in on the bad mouthing, not Anthony. In fact, he hadn't said a word at all.
And I'll just point out as well that everyone's known what you've been doing for months now. You've had that lot hounding you at every turn about it, but have I said anything? No. I may not talk to you all often, but that doesn't mean I'm one of them.
As Anthony Manor finished, everyone turned
Bro
to
made a
stare at
good
Anthony.
case.
He sat there in silence for a bit, deep in thought. Well, got anything to say, Ramsay?
I guess, well, okay, maybe I was wrong. But I'm still skeptical about this. Something feels off.
Well, that's on you. If me telling the truth isn't enough to convince you, then I don't know what will.
Well, you've convinced me, that's for sure. Besides, if
Bro, if I didn't know where his character was going, I would fucking be convinced as well. Can't lie. Hey, Anthony, are you sure you don't want to go down as a career politician? Because you fucking nailed that one.
Well, considering I don't really fancy painting my face up orange and running for leadership, not really.
Fair enough. You know what? That's completely fair.
you hadn't, I would have turned you into a septic tank for trying to cross me.
Oh.
Anthony Manor rolled his eyes as Mr. Stark continued.
More
Tell you
threats.
what, why don't you tag along with Ramsay tomorrow and have a word with Pat to see where he stands in all of this, and to see if you can sway his opinion? Ramsay shot a suspicious look to Anthony Manor, before sighing.
Very well, sir.
There's a good engine.
Is that what I should do next with the next character? Just bring him like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was not there. If you say I was there, that's fake news.
Hello, all you beautiful American people. I'm here to save us 10 cents.
Once again, I'm being backstabbed by the Democrats. Be the second fastest haul I ever saw. God damn it. Okay.
I love that they've actually found that model at that.
Yeah, me too. It's great. Okay, let's not go too far down that rabbit hole. I might get cancelled on, well, every platform.
Now, I'm running late for my happy ending massage. I'll see you a lot later.
Gross.
Mr. Stark walked away
Happy
from the
ending
shed,
massage, of course.
leaving a confused Anthony Manor behind.
Is he always that bad with you lots?
Nah, fam, it's just Mr. Stard, innit?
Don't worry about it. You get used to it after a while.
I see.
Anyways, we will talk further on this matter tomorrow. Now, as for you, Buck, what was that earlier?
But when he looked over to the shed road Buck was in,
Sneaky
he
Buck.
found that the Grange had moved to the back of the sheds, seemingly asleep.
Of course.
What's wrong with him?
That's what we're wondering.
Well, no point waking him now. Guess I'll have to try again another time.
I guess so.
It wasn't long before the engines said their goodnights, and one by one, they all
Ah yes,
drifted
the
off to
first
sleep.
hint of depression.
All except Buck, who had only pretended to be asleep. He sighed to himself as he looked up at the ceiling of the sheds. He had a feeling it was going to be another long and sleepless night.
Yeah. This is... I wrote this Buck out arc during my dark days. It shows. I'm glad I'm past that.
The next day went by at a fast rate. The news about the addition of Anthony Manor to Mrs. Starr's cause had spread quickly to all the others involved. Some were surprised, but happy to have another engine willing to lend a buffer to their plans. Others, however, were in the same boat as Ramsay. Though they didn't have any concrete evidence against him, something just felt a bit off about their latest recruit. On the other hand, there was the case of trying to figure out what was going on with Bucklery Grange. Throughout the day, a few of the engines had tried to engage in conversation with him, but to no avail. He would simply move away or ignore them altogether. The engines were confused as to what was on the mixed traffic engine's mind that caused him to act so cold and blunt. But with Buck being so unwilling to cooperate, the answer seemed impossible to get.
I can tell you what it is. It's Axel.
This would plague Ramsay's mind as he and Anthony Manor were sat in the sheds at Colford later that day, with the county deciding...
Anyone see Dexby? He's a bit hard to miss. Anyone see Dexby? I think he's somewhere around there.
Test the waters with the Manor, as he still didn't trust him fully.
I can't figure out what his problem is. It's so obvious that something is up.
What does it matter? He's not hurting anyone, is he? If anything, he's keeping himself out of trouble for a change, which is a good thing if you ask me.
I will say, James, that's the first time I've seen anyone spell Axel with an O and not an A. Not an A, not an E. Norwegian moment. It will be explained. It will be very much explained. Just give me some time. I'm waiting for Tales in Wessex.
Improved track record. It's the fact he's been so moody lately.
Well, yes, it's been quite obvious that he's been more quiet and sheltered recently. But have any of you lot ever considered he might not be ready to open up yet? And that you and the others' constant pestering of him might be making it a bit difficult for him to open up to you lot?
Hey, look! Actual good advice from Anthony! Who would have thought? Hidden messaging. We love to see it.
Wait, what? How does that make sense?
Well, think about it for a moment. How would you feel if you were insecure about something, and everyone you knew tried to force it out of you at every opportunity? Maybe if you leave him to face his own dealings first, he'll be more open to tell you about what's on his mind.
Ramsay looked stunned for a moment.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way. But when you put it like that, it's obvious. Don't know how I could miss it. It's exactly what I...
But before Ramsay could continue their conversation, the familiar sound of a Midland whistle drifted through the air.
Okay, here he comes. Remember, keep it casual.
Same to you.
Oh.
Soon enough, Pat became visible in the
There's a break,
distance
man.
as he reversed towards the sheds. He came to a stop between the two engines.
Afternoon, chaps. How goes it? Good, thank you.
Same here. How are you today, Pat?
I'm doing pretty good. Me and Jess just took a small freight up to Spear for Clint after his injector failed. Really now? British Railways let you do that even though it's a private line. Well, no, not exactly. I'm off the roster for another 2 hours, so I offered to take it in his place. And I'm glad I did. It's a beautiful line.
So I've heard. These smaller engines are lucky to be able to go up there. I always wanted to take a trip up there.
Well, what's stopping you? Weight restrictions on the bridge, I assume. Ah.
Yeah, but it's fine. I'll just have to make do with the main stretch of the line.
The engines fell silent for a moment, before Ramsay spoke up again.
Say, Pat, I've got something I wanted to ask you.
Pat looked over.
Sure thing, what's up?
Well, it's just that we heard from Riley you got hounded by Hart and Russell at Manifel yesterday, and I wanted to check if you're alright.
Oh, that.
Oh, by the way, Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
You know what we should have done with Pat's voice? We should have applied the same voice changer you used for the Fowler 4Fs.
Oh. So in case you wanted to know why we never saw anything more of it, that's why. And also I'm lazy.
And also I just like bullying you.
There's nothing to be worried about. I'm fine.
If you don't mind me asking, mate, what exactly happened?
Well, to be quite honest, it felt like they were only acting nice to me to try and sweet-talk me into joining their side.
That's exactly why I'm playing him, Alex.
You've got going on. I just told them I wasn't interested.
It was too perfect not to.
How come? Same reason I haven't come forward once since getting involved in Mr. Stard's plans. All this fighting between you all, it's just not something I can get behind.
I can get behind that, I suppose. Axel and Levi have been on the same wavelength. They've got friends on both sides and they don't want to ruin things between any of them. Is that the case for you as well?
Not exactly. I can't say I've ever been on good terms with any of them. They don't like me because of my Midland background. No, I just can't bring myself to turn against either side. I'd be betraying those who got me to where I am now.
And this is some good fucking lore. Anthony, cred to you for this, because it was very well implemented.
What do you mean? I've never told any of you where I was before I came here, have I?
I'd have figured you were racing around up north on Midlands somewhere.
Well, I was doing that once upon a time. Great times back then. But unfortunately, circumstances caught up with me.
Ramsey listened with interest. He'd never heard Pat talk like this before.
I'm on a...
I hate the fact that I had to chuck in a narration bit there. Next time, shut the fuck up, Chris.
Hundreds of my kind, you see. So you can imagine that even with how big my home region is, it could be difficult to find work for all of us. It was fine when we first started. I mean, double-ups were our way after all. But once the bigger engines started arriving, things started drying up. After the war, they decided that I was surplus to requirements and laid me up at the back of my home shed. They kept me around for emergencies, but it was hardly worth keeping me for. Heck, most of the time they seemed to forget I was even still there.
Surely they didn't keep you there for that long?
Years. Why do you think I showed up here still in my LMS colours? Not even nationalisation brought about any change. It got to the point where I thought I was done, and one day I'd just simply be dragged off to meet my maker. But then some men from British Railways came to see me. It's been about a year ago now. They told me they needed an engine to come down here, and they specifically wanted me for the job.
Well, they only did that so they could trick Mr. Start into thinking he got Caerphilly Castle.
Don't bloody remind me.
I forgot about that.
What's that?
The fucking...
the Caerphilly one.
Don't bloody remind me.
To thinking he got Caerphilly Castle.
Don't bloody remind me.
I know this now, of course, but frankly, I don't care. They gave me a second chance. An opportunity to work I thought I'd never see again. Whatever their reasons for doing so, I owe them that until the day I go cold for good.
But if that's the case, Pat, why aren't you siding with the British Railways here? They've clearly done more for you than any of us.
Because Mr. Starr's the one who chose to keep me. I know he wasn't best pleased with me coming here instead of that castle. He could have sent me back, told him to stick me where the sun didn't shine and moved on. But he didn't. And now here I am, with a nice home, a good job on the post run, and of course, Jess for company wherever I go. He and BR both saved me. They brought me back from the brink. If I was to join one side or the other in this little fight of yours, I'd be betraying my debt to one or the other. That's quite touching, really.
And this is where the Anthony giving himself a medal meme comes from. Wasn't it Andy that made that meme, Anthony?
No idea.
No idea, but it's still funny.
I can't believe you've kept that to yourself all this time, Pat.
Well, I don't like to dwell on it. It's in the past, and it won't do anyone any good to let it fester. It taught me to appreciate every day as it comes. None of us know when our time will be up, so it's best to just live for the present, you know?
I understand, mate. I have to be honest with you, Pat. When we heard from Riley that you rejected Hart and Russell yesterday, we thought we had a golden opportunity to get you on our side in all of this. But after hearing what you've just said here today, it'd be wrong of me to even attempt to sway your mind. Honestly, I'm just happy that you haven't been...
Oh, no.
King Richard in his crony.
The question is, like, what did he expect? Like, at some point, if he was doing this, he was gonna, like, one of them was gonna see him eventually.
Yeah, exactly. Just... I think he was, like, planning to, like, get somewhere first. But another interesting thing, if you listen in the background, the entire conversation that's happening between Ramsay and Pat is that Ramsey's saying, we were going to try to bring you to our side. However, after all this, I think that would be unfair, and we wouldn't do that to you. I hope you're happy with how you are, and Pat's like, thank you, Ramsey. I really appreciate that. Anthony did not hear this because he was too busy panicking over Gregory. And there is a reason for that. It's because he missed that. He misses the side of the starred lot that's like so chill and so like, you do what you want, we don't mind, so long as you're not like against us. Just do what you need to do. It's just he misses the good, like the good things about the starred lot. He just sees the bad. And here's the chance to see the good thing, and he just fucking misses it because he's panicking over Gregory.
Anthony! Hello! Earth to Anthony!
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. Yes, of course.
You alright there?
Yes, sorry. Zoned out for a moment there. Anyways, chaps, it's been lovely, but I'm afraid I have to get down to Manifel for my next service now.
Alright, mate. Take care.
But Anthony didn't reply as he moved forwards. His mind was on something else, or rather, someone else. He just hoped it wouldn't be too late to get through to them.
Uh-oh, people are making food downstairs.
Having hurried his way down to the roundhouse at Manifel, he was surprised to find it completely empty. Thinking fast, he got turned around to get a better view of his surroundings, and sure enough, he spotted who he was looking for. Making his way slowly towards the older shed, he could see the clearly hurt expression that crossed Gregory's smoke box, and as he got closer, Gregory spoke up in an angry tone.
Go away. I'm not in the mood.
Gregory, please, just let me explain things before...
Explain things? What is there to say? I saw you up there, hanging about with the enemy. I bet you and that git Ramsey were trying to sway Pat to your side after he blew off Hart.
If you just allow me to explain myself...
No, I don't care. Do you not remember what they put me through? All the embarrassment simply for being a standard design. I thought we were friends.
We are friends, Gregory. Look, nothing's changed. I want to tell you what's been going on, I really do, but I can't.
Of course you can't. You're hanging with Stard and his lot. Hang about. Why are you mingling with Mr. Stard? You hate that guy. You've always told me you wanted him gone. What on earth would you gain from working with him and his lackeys? Unless...
Anthony looked around uncomfortably.
Wait a minute. No way. It's you, isn't it? You're the engine spying on them for that bloke from British Railways.
Scared.
Not out here. Inside.
And where is it? The fucking little whistle as he bumps into him.
The quirks of
Looking around to
him.
make sure nobody heard them, Anthony shoved Gregory inside the shed where no one would see them.
Anthony shoved Gregory inside the shed to have brutal gay
Resigned to the
sex.
fact that he had been rumbled, he began to explain everything from the beginning. The standard's anger quickly subsided, giving way to awe.
And you've seriously been keeping this quiet for all this time? Even to me? Again, I thought we were meant to be friends. Tell each other everything and all that.
They told me I couldn't tell anyone else. The fewer who know, the better this works. That's their way of thinking, at least. And that's why I need you to promise me that this stays between us.
Between us? Surely if we let the others know about this, it'd be easier to coordinate our efforts to combat theirs.
Absolutely not. None of you have done yourselves any favours since we first found out about their little scheme. Why do you think they came to me in the first place? You've been running your mouths off to them at the slightest provocation, especially hard. If one of those idiots finds out, it's only a matter of time before it's game over. No, this conversation cannot leave this shed. Please, Gregory.
Gregory heard the earnestness in his friend's voice.
That's another word you wrote in, earnestness, which I did not know what the fuck meant until I looked it up. Anthony here being my English teacher in this show.
Fine.
That's why it
Thanks,
sucks so
Gregory.
bad.
Shut the fuck
I owe
up.
you one big time.
But
You're right, but not for that reason.
If I manage to work it out, the others will do it easily if they catch you.
I know.
Mingling with that treacherous lot, though, it must be hell for you.
Definitely. Frankly, it makes me sick to the tubes listening to them talk about you, and even that lot. Half of them say they want you all scrapped. It's that wretch of a manager. He's got them all wrapped up under his little spell. If this pays off, I'll tell you this much. It'll be the happiest moment of my life, watching him lose it all.
That's vindictive. I love
you
it.
and me both. Can I ask you something?
Of course.
Why did you agree to all of this?
Honestly, in part, I'm doing this for you. Yes, I hate Stard for what he did to me, but I'd have gotten on just fine avoiding him and getting out when I got the chance. But once I found out what him and his lackeys did to you, I knew I could stand by no longer. What Stard made his engines do to you is a crime against all engines on the network. So long as he holds a position of power, no one is safe. And that's why I have to do this. Before he kills us all.
Well, funny that. Interesting that he uses that word exactly. I also just like the fact that everything we're seeing is just actions lead to consequences, which leads to more actions, which leads to more consequences. Continue back and forth, back and forth. If they hadn't fucked with Gregory, Anthony wouldn't probably care as much.
Oh dear.
It's just funny how things work out.
There was a short pause before he spoke again.
Right, I'm afraid I have to get going now, but I hope this has cleared up any misunderstandings.
Aye, it did, and I'm sorry for our snap to you all that. You're a good friend, Anthony.
Don't mention it, Gregory. I understand. I'll see you soon.
Rest in rip. I love this episode. Absolute finality. Now, what did we write in the credits on this one, Anthony? Do you remember?
Nope.
And is there a post-credit? Do you remember?
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh, fuck. I don't remember. Oh, dear. Yeah, Anthony did the writing on this one. He took the lead. You guys will be happy to know that Anthony has indeed written some more stuff in for future stuff. Oh yeah, that one's fun. That's a fun link. Yep. Good song. Oh, right, Nathan. You'll hear him in the next episode or the episode after? Yep, he does that. To this day, he still does that. And that.
Right, I think I can stay for probably one more episode, Kristen.
Yeah, it's fine. You are allowed to stay, come and go whenever you want. It's not a hostage situation yet.
He's lying, people. He's got a gun on my head.
Oh, shut the fuck up! What is this?
Okay, here he comes. Remember, keep it casual.
I'm literally going to be talking to myself.
Oh.
Afternoon, chaps. How goes it? Get lost. Okay, bye!
What the fuck were we thinking? I swear, some of the shit we come up with is just a fucking fever dream. Okay. You're all returning after the big break.
Yeah! What the hell was that?
Also, I would like to point out that Redwick is coming in from the wrong direction here. However, we didn't have it established. So, sorry, not sorry.
sidelined by a goods train. Whatever has this railway become? What in the name of Charles Collar was that?
That was the train.
Jesus wept! Wait, was that a...
Yeah, no, me neither. I could have done it better, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, here's the 3 FPS shed scene.
The engines of the Redwick and Chiltern Hills were sat in the sheds of Redwick debating over an interesting rumor that had come about once King
Yes,
Richard
yes
had
it does.
returned with...
Also, can we just point out that Rab is just... Fuck, no! He's got the steam pipes again! No! I didn't know that! Fuck! Also, Rab is looking the wrong way because he just does not give a fuck.
This Evening Express. At first, the Starred Lot had simply rolled their eyes and ignored the king, thinking it to be a failing attempt at fooling them. However, when Darius arrived and confirmed that he had seen the same thing King Richard had, all the engines had piled into the conversation, each throwing their own 2 cents into the matter. And for the first time in what felt like years,
Yes, I know that
there was no argument going on between the 2 sides, only speculation and intrigue. I didn't even have the time to see who or what it was before it shot out of view. It was quite surprising. Aye, same here. One moment it was just me and the platform, then the next moment something massive shot by me on the main line.
Something massive, you say? Well, we have our fair share of big locomotives on the network. What are we thinking?
What about a Dub D? Those are pretty huge.
No way. You'd hear one of those clanking before you even saw it.
He's got a good point. But what else could it be?
How about a cathedral?
On a goods train? Not very likely.
Yeah, about
that
that.
would be most unbefitting of Mr. Hawksworth's swan song.
What about that engine that was rumoured around wartime? That big one from the southern region? Oh, what was it called again?
You mean the mountain? DR-1202? No, that's impossible. How come? Because DR-1202 was scrapped back in 46 due to a miscommunication.
Yeah, the canonical explanation is that I'm a stupid fuck and I put steam pipes on him accidentally.
On the board of the Dark Railway. Buck, how do you know all this stuff? I know things.
Random trivia knowledge. You'll love to see it, mate. Okay. Well, anyways, what if it's a new design? I heard rumours of a new 210 being drawn up. Maybe it's that.
Unlikely. Seeing as you just said yourself, it's being currently drawn up, if the rumours are to be believed.
Oh yeah. Silly me.
Well, I'm stumped. What else could it be?
Maybe some of the workmen know. Yes, you might be right, old friend.
Well, we could always ask.
Good evening, you lot. How goes it?
Ah, Mr. Starr, just the prick we were looking for.
Thanks. Excuse me, sir, but me and Darius here saw something quite unusual today. Mr. Starr raised an eyebrow at the civil manner King Richard was addressing him by. Okay.
Imagine speaking to Mr. Starr in a civil manner as a king. Could not be Richard.
Okay. And what would that be? Well, we didn't actually see what it was, but something massive shot by us hauling a van strain. I believe it was the one from New Wessex, but that's usually hauled by Buck's brother, and he's nowhere near that size.
I mean...
Fun fact, it's actually hauled... Yeah, it is hauled by Buck's brother at this point. Shit. Fuck.
I mean, to be fair, Bucky is getting rather fat.
I'm not fat!
That's a good joke.
Right. Well, yes, it was a new van strain from New Wessex, an experimental one that me and Lord Stell have been cooking up, so you lot are correct there.
So you know what it is then, sir? The engine, I mean.
Well, yes. Yes, I do, and that's kinda why I'm here. The engines all looked over at the manager with interest, but remained quiet. Well, firstly, as you're all aware, the Redwick Flyer has received nothing but high praise over the last few months. This is due to the smooth ride and the timely arrival that King Richard, Anthony Manor, and Thor have been able to produce since they were allocated to it. King Richard shot Ramsay a smug look, causing him to roll his eyes. However,
oh, mic quality change up, ladies and gentlemen. That doesn't happen often at all.
encountered a bit of an issue with the service. Now it was King Richard's turn to raise a brow. And what would that be? You just said it was highly popular with the public. Yes, I did indeed. And to be fair to you, King Richard, you have done very well. However, the board does not share the same opinion as the public does. The simple fact of the matter is, due to us having to double-head the service, we are running it at a loss. And if we continue to run it at a loss, the service will be terminated. King Richard was about to retaliate. However, as he thought about it, he realized that this was probably what British Railways wanted all along. If Mr. Stard was forced to cancel the train that was so popular with the public, his reputation would surely take a hit. He put on a miffed expression as he spoke. Well, sir,
Making himself unemployed to own the stars.
Yeah, pretty much. Service. It was good while it lasted. The engines creased at the clearly fake attempt to
self-burn.
Mr. Stard, however, seemed unfazed. Well, I'm happy to hear you say that, King Richard. It certainly takes a load off my shoulders. I thought you'd be livid, but I'm so glad to hear that you're so okay with being retired from the service. Yes, of course, as to be expected from an engine with my stature. Wait, hang on! Retired? But you said... I said it was proving to be too expensive to double head. If you take away the need of 2 engines, however, the problem is solved.
But if King Richard and Radna couldn't match the time, then there is no one else on this railway who can.
Unless
you account for the thing that cost you a lot of scare earlier. You can't be serious.
Oh, but he is.
Suddenly, out of the darkness, a huge locomotive came into view as it reversed grandly into the sheds. Gentlemen, meet the newest and now our youngest member of the fleet. This is Redwick Cathedral, who was built graciously by
3,
Lord
don't be
Stell
generous,
of
there's
the
at least
Isle of New
1.
Essex and his workers at Alfriston Works. He is my very own privately owned cathedral-class locomotive who will be taking over the Redwick Flyer going forward. Redwick, these are your new co-workers. I will leave you lot to introduce yourselves. Redwick, I'll see you tomorrow at the station. Don't be late. Understood, sir. I will see you tomorrow. Anyways, yes, hello. My name is Redwick. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Likewise. Welcome to our quaint little railway. My name is Banbury. I visit here from time to help with the increasing workloads. Nice to meet you, Banbury. And my name is King Richard. I'm the pride of the line. I'm the fastest, the most loved, and the most recognizable one of everyone here.
Even though there's a castle there, which is just way faster.
Right. Anyways, you were saying, Grange, is it? Sorry, I'm still a bit new to all the engine classes. You got it right, mate. But yes, my name is Buckleberry, or Buck for short. I'm
a danger to himself and the lot of us. You're better off staying clear of him.
Yes, you'd be better off with the likes of us, who can actually stay on the rails and act our age. Buck's expression fell. He looked away. Whatever. Buck reversed further into the sheds as Banbury, Riley, and Ramsay shot the 2 of them an angry scowl. Now that was uncalled for, you 2. He was just trying to get to know the new guy. Yes, that wasn't very nice at all. And if that's how you 2 treat the others around here, then I want nothing to do with either of you. We had bullies pretty similar to you back on the island of New Wessex, and I do not tolerate it here either.
Yeah.
Is that so? Well, then who's going to teach you how to properly handle the flyer, then? Joke's on you, I don't need teaching. Ha! And how would you know anything about express runs? You're fresh out of the factory. I may be young, but I'll have you know, I've taken the Wessex Wyvern a few times. And that train only stops at Paddington after Newport. That, and I've taken my fair share of goods and passenger trains on the island itself. You? Goods trains? Oh my word! How much of a failure do you have to be to take trucks? You're a Pacific, for goodness sakes, not a common goods engine. Frederick looked hurt at these words, and remained silent. That is enough out of you 2 over there. The poor lad has just arrived, and you're already belittling him? Shame on you both. Whatever. We'll see tomorrow what you're really made of.
Metal.
The sheds fell
Mostly.
silent after that, as the engine slowly fell asleep in preparations for the work the next day. The last 2 awake being Redwick, who was now feeling nervous about tomorrow, and Buck, who had been listening to everything. As Buck closed his eyes, one last time that night, a single tear rolled down his smoke box.
Buck's depressed. We hate to see it. But I had to put my boy through for some character development.
The next morning, Redwick awoke to find the sheds nearly completely empty. The only other engines there, other than him, was an older-looking mogul, a manor, and that pannier tank engine who had been there the night before. He yawned as he started to wake up, causing the other engines to look over. Ah, you're finally awake. Good morning, young lad.
Skyrim.
Good morning. I take it you're the new chap who caused quite the stir-up last night, then. Oh, so you heard about that, then? Well, of course. It was all we could speculate about up at our sheds last night. No one has ever managed to go that fast through the junction, let alone with the haulage you had. Yes, indeed. I heard about it from Darius, the 4300, down at Manifel this morning. It was quite the feat. Oh, so that's what you meant. Sorry, I misunderstood you there. It was nothing really. I'm built to go way faster than what I did last night. But I did push the speed limit a bit due to the service being delayed by a few hours departing from Refuge. Did still manage to make it here a full 8 minutes before I was predicted to arrive, though.
That's still very impressive, mate.
Indeed. Oh, but where are our manners?
Ding! Right there. There's the manor. There it is, guys. The manor is there. That is indeed a manor. We have found the manor. Sometimes I make stupid jokes, and this is not one of them.
My name's Clint. I'm the oldest engine on the line. This here is Thornton, or Thor for short. He was our youngest steam engine until you arrived. And this is Riley, our designated banker who sometimes shunts or takes trains when availability is too low. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Redwick. Apparently I was named after a town on this line?
You're currently in it, mate. This is our top station.
Oh, right, sorry. I was a bit tired last night after getting here, and my mind was on other things. That's quite understandable, lad. It must have been quite a long trip all the way from New Wessex to here. What were you doing on the van stream from New Wessex anyways, Redwick? Seems like a bit of a detour from Swindon, if you ask me. Oh, you don't know. I wasn't built at Swindon. I was built on New Wessex. At the works at Alfredston, the capital of the island. Really now? Yes, I know. I once worked on the island alongside the rest of my batch. One still works there. Rodley. Do you know of him? Oh, no kidding. Yes, of course I know Rod. He's a good friend of mine. That's good to hear. How is he? The engines kept up the high-spirited conversation while Redwick built up steam. Soon, he was ready for action, steam flowing through him freely as pressure reached optimal working levels. Though this was routine for him,
Manor
he couldn't
lore.
help but feel a bit nervous. Clint recognized the expression on the young engine's smokebox and inquired about what was troubling him. Redwick sighed and explained what had happened the night before. The other engines listened intently to what the young engine said. And I guess what he said about me hauling freight kinda stuck with me. What if I'm not good enough for this express? Clint gave the younger engine a sympathetic look. I don't believe you have anything to worry about, Redwick. Think about it. Ramsay, a county class, was almost able to keep to the time. The only reason he failed was because he had an issue with his brakes that held him back. Well, yes.
Well,
but
almost.
I still can't help but feel a bit nervous. That's only natural. I remember when I first arrived. I was so used to working with my brothers, so it took a while for me to adjust to working on my own. Luckily, Anthony Manor took me under his wing when I arrived.
Yeah, man, you'll be grand. It's like you said last night, it's not your first time hauling an express.
I guess not, no. I mean, I've hauled a wyvern a couple of times. Exactly! You'll be just fine. So long as you give it your all, nothing can go wrong.
Yep, there it is.
Felt a bit more
That's
confident
there it is, guys. The
and
title
let
of the
a
episode.
smile form on his smoke
Credits.
box as he
That's
looked
it.
at
Stream
the
done.
engines in the shed.
Get the credits to going. We're done. You said you're all. I'm only fucking.
Thank you. All of you. I needed to hear that. We're always here to help our own, Redwick.
Hate to break up this wholesome and heart-burning chat.
I got a lot of flack for this line. Wholesome and heartwarming is what people said it should be. No, fuck you. It's wholesome and heartburning because Riley doesn't like wholesome chats. So, heartburn. 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 Anthony understands that reference.
But you should go get ready for your journey, Redwick. I'll be getting your coaches in a sec.
And so I should. Thank you once again, you three. It was a pleasure talking to you all.
Heartburn. That's funny.
Likewise to you. Have a good run, Redwick.
The big Pacific got himself refueled on coal and water before making his way over to the station. Reversing onto his coaches, he took in his surroundings. He had become accustomed to the hustle and bustle of Alfredston back on the island, and yet, here, in the smaller town, everything seemed so much more quiet and peaceful than what he was used to. When he came to a halt on his awaiting train, he noticed some of the people who were pointing and whispering about him, some with confused looks, and others in mild shock. He shuffled uncomfortably as he waited.
Okay, can we just, for a moment, like, I know the green color has been updated now to, like, look better. But can we just appreciate how good the fucking cathedral looks?
Others in
Like,
mild shock.
I fucking
He
love
shuffled
these things,
uncomfortably
man.
as he waited. Soon enough, he was joined by Mr. Stard. Good morning, Redwick. Are you ready for your big day? As ready as I'll ever be, I suppose. You suppose? Not getting cold wheels, are you? I guess a bit, sir. Nerves are getting to me a little bit. Whatever for? You've had your trial runs on the Wessex Wyvern before you came here, didn't you? Well, yes. I had a few runs between Alfredston and Paddington before I came here. I guess my confidence has just taken a bit of a hit since then. Your confidence? How come? Redwick Cathedral quickly explained to him what had happened the night before after Mr. Stard had departed from the sheds. Once he had finished, Mr. Stard had an understanding look on his face.
Shit, I just
see.
dropped the screwdriver on the floor.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised that happened. You are his replacement after all. But that still doesn't excuse his outburst. He's been riding on an ego boost ever since he got assigned to the flight.
Literally an epic fail,
And
because my
now
name is
he
Epic
won't
Monster.
be getting as much attention anymore. It's nothing to do with you, Redwick. He's probably just too prideful to give up without trying to bring you down. I see. I'm not really sure what I can do about it, though. It's not my fault I was rostered onto the service in the first place. No, of course not. That's all on me to try and make sure the service survives for the foreseeable future. As for what you can do about it, the easiest and best thing to do is ignore the haters, keep working, and make a name for yourself. Make a name for myself, you say? I think I can do that. Thank you, Mr. Stod.
And here comes the biggest misunderstanding of the entire,
signaling to the two that it was time to depart. Well,
of the
Redwick,
entire
the time
show.
has come. I will be coming along with you on this journey, and I will see you before I go to lunch in London. Just remember to give it your all, and you'll be fine.
You said
Thank
it again.
Sir. Mr. Stard scurried away to his compartment. And not long after, Redwick set off out of the station with a cheerful whistle, filled with determination.
God, I like the look of this cathedral, but I do wish we had the right BR green on it.
Redwick quickly settled into a nice pace along his new home line, quickly reaching the 50 miles per hour speed limit and maintaining it as he glided down towards the junction. He took in the views he had been unable to see the night before, the rural areas reminding him of his old home turf.
The route has changed so much.
Soon enough, he slowly crossed onto the main line at Manifel Junction. And as soon as he was clear of the points, he put down his real power. The moment Mr. Stard felt him accelerate, he knew his investment had been worth it.
I don't remember what this station is called, but that is the station after Manifel. Also, if you compare the shots I did here with the shots I did for Buck's run with Perry, it's night and day in quality.
Landing on the job in that.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the colors were inconsistent at this point in time, Andre. Andre? Mayflower. Fucking... See multiple people in chat confuses me. Hey, look! It's one of Andy's characters in the platform.
Despite his worries, Redwick Cathedral made excellent time along the main line, and soon enough, he glided gently into Paddington.
Richard was running the
Glancing at
trains
clock,
to Banbury.
He realized he had arrived a whole 10 minutes earlier than he was supposed to.
And...
Mr. Stard walked by him with
What's
the
this
rest of the
fucking
board
called?
members.
Now
Redwick
it's
a quick
Richard running
thumbs
the
up
flyer
as he
again.
walked past him. This was all Redwick needed to know that he had done well. He beamed all the way down to Rainlaw Bridge, where he could have a rest.
Oh,
His smile grew
here they
even
are.
wider, though, as he came to a stop on the turntable. There,
Here comes one of my favorite visual gags.
stood two other members of his class. One of them he had yet to meet. The other, however... Alfred! It's so good to see you! How are you today?
Red, my dear fellow, I didn't think I'd see you again this soon. How was your trip to your new home?
It was fine, thank you. I couldn't really see much as it was quite dark when I arrived, but I must say, seeing it in the daylight on my way here, I'm... indifferent.
How come?
Well, firstly, it's not Alfredston City, that's for sure. Everything is so quiet and rural. It's almost, dare I say, underdeveloped? I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm very grateful for Mr. Stard having me built and naming me after a town on his line. It's just...
It's very different to what you're used to, and as you were only recently built, life on the island is all you've ever known.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
And the cathedral,
I'm sorry,
the
I don't believe we've met before.
The name, my dear engine, is F.W. Hawksworth.
Here we go.
But everyone calls me Fred.
There he is. I'm going back. I'm getting him. Where is he? There he is. Pasta Fred.
Pasta Fred. Sundays and Pasta Fred go together like Rooney and pensioners. They just fucking work.
Alternative UFC fucking commentary is golden. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
Redwick's eyes widened in awe. Oh my god!
Don't worry.
I'm so sorry, sir. I should have addressed
Be
you
happy.
properly. Alfred groaned quietly, while F.W. Hawksworth chuckled.
Oh, come on now, Redwick. No need for formalities. You can call me Fred, same as everyone else.
Oh, I see. Sorry. I guess I got a bit excited there. I've heard so much about you while I was being built and during my trials on the island. I never thought I'd actually meet you. The engines talked for a good long while, and before long, Alfred had to depart and take the Wessex Wyvern back to New Wessex, leaving Redwick along with F.W. Hawksworth. So, Fred, do you mind if I ask you something?
Of course not. What's on your mind, young one?
Were you named Fred when you were first built? Or did you change your name to that later?
Well, I wouldn't say my name was changed.
Also, can we just point out the fact that Dexby's about to get ganked on?
Per se. My name is still
If you watch
F.W.
on the
Hawksworth,
right
but Fred is just a shortening
side,
of it. Much
on the
easier to say. Why'd
side
you
of
ask?
F.W.
Well,
Hawksworth.
My manager told me I had to make a name for myself, and I've been trying to come up with one ever since he told me to. But I'm drawing a blank. I thought about shortening it to Red, like what Alfred calls me. But I don't know, it doesn't sound quite right to me. F.W. Hawksworth.
Look, Dexby's been surrounded by, like, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4 people. One of them has a shovel. What did Dexby do?
Oh, Redwick, my dear engine. I don't think that's what he had in mind.
It's not? But what about all the other engines with names on the line? Clint the Aberdare, Riley the Pannier Tank, and Buck, our Grange. They all have names.
I believe what he meant when he said make a name for yourself was to build up your
True, we
reputation
just
as a
passed.
hard-working engine. Show the other engines that you're dedicated and earn their respect by offering your buffer when they need it. That is how you make a name for yourself, young Redwick.
Redwick sat in silence for a moment, realization slowly coming over him. So what you're saying is, I've just made an utter fool of myself.
No, of course you haven't, Redwick. You're young and still learning how the world works. Even I still learn something new more often than you think. You said there was an Aberdare class working on your railway, correct?
Yes?
Well, he has lived more than 5 times my lifetime. He probably holds a wealth of knowledge just waiting to be used to help engines like you and me become the best that we can.
True facts.
As you grow older and wiser, you will build your own identity.
Just then, Redwick's crew entered his cab.
Come on, boy. The flyer won't haul itself.
And there's Nathan.
Right. Sorry, Fred. Duty calls.
That's quite alright.
And there you can see the aftermath of what happens when you surround Dexby. It's just little shit like that just gets me every time. Oh, I love it here.
Have a good journey and stay safe, young one.
Thank you, Fred. Hopefully I'll see you again soon.
Bro literally died. There is no afterlife for him. He's just gone. Fucking yum.
The journey back home went just as smoothly as his first, and he made excellent time as he charged through Colford.
Yeah, probably where he got the idea from, Andre.
The entire trip.
Hey,
home,
look, no
his
lamps.
mind had been focused
Because
on
fuck
something
every
that
single
the
one of you.
Had explained to him.
Who
What his
likes
older
lamps?
brother had said stuck with him. And even though his earlier mistake had left him a bit flustered, it still plagued his mind as he glided up the hill after the tunnel with ease. Soon, he pulled gently into his last stop of the day and breathed a sigh of relief. Once again, he had arrived early, quelling any remaining doubts about his own capabilities. Soon, he was joined by Mr. Stark. He had a massive grin on his face. Well, kid, I can say without a doubt in my mind that you have officially been the first engine to shock the board into silence. Well done! Thank you, sir. So, how are those nerves of yours doing after that cracking performance? I told you you had nothing to worry about. You were right, sir.
I mean,
And you will be happy
he had
to
one
know
thing to
that
worry
any
about, but
leftover
not
doubts
yet.
have been quelled. That's good to hear. So what changed? I managed to have a chat with some of my brothers, and they told me that I'm still young and I have a whole life ahead of me to learn. I don't know. It kind of put things more into perspective for me. Well, I'm glad it helped. It's good to remember that you're still young.
Yeah,
and you
cracking.
have many years ahead of you to learn. You have a railway full of experienced engines and crew who will help you with anything you need. All you have to do is ask. Thank you, sir. I will. Now, after a performance like you put on today, I'm sure you'll be itching for a good long rest. I have some paperwork to sort before I can call it a night. Head over to the sheds. You've earned it, Redwick. The big engine stayed silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before taking a deep breath and... Reginald. Mr. Starr looked...
There it is.
I'm sorry? No offense, sir.
You did it!
I want to be called Reginald. I've been thinking about it ever since we left Paddington, and I think the name sounds perfect. It was actually the name of one of the workmen that built me. I'm sorry if I come across as disrespectful, sir. I'm really honored to be named after your railway. It's just... But Mr. Starr raised his hand, interrupting the big engine. Look, if you found a name you really like for yourself, then who am I to refuse you? Redwick Cathedral is more of a staple of where you come from anyways. And if you prefer that name, then that's what we'll call you. Reginald. The big engine smiled. Oh, thank you, sir. Truly, that means a lot to me. That's quite alright, Reggie. Now you should get going before
Start
the local
instantly going
arrives.
for the nickname.
Wouldn't want to cause any delays, now would we? No, of course not, sir. Have a wonderful evening. Likewise to you. The two then went their separate ways. Reginald finally feeling at ease in his new home, and Mr. Stark over the moon with his latest acquisition.
Reggie's such a mood.
Time went on, as weeks turned into months. Reginald truly came into his stride. Ever since he had taken over the Redwick Flyer, the financial side of the service had improved drastically. The service now made a fairly sizable profit, especially for Mr. Stark, who was being compensated for the use of his own private locomotive on a public service, much to the dismay of his higher-ups. But that wasn't the only thing that had improved. Reginald had become more confident in himself and his abilities, solidifying his position as the flagship engine of the Redwick Flyer. And though he got along with most of the other engines, the BR lot, specifically King Richard and Hart Hall, still held resentment for the young engine. It didn't bother him though.
as he knew it was just jealousy. At least, that's what the others had told him anyways. Reginald has gotten used to the quiet life of the Redwick and Chiltern Hills, actually finding it more appealing than the hustle and bustle of his old home turf.
God, my
He looked forward to a long
slurring
and
of words.
peaceful life on the railway, but little did he know, his peaceful life was a fleeting luxury.
Uh-oh. Foreshadowing. And new picture! Would you look at that? New picture, guys! Now what the fuck did I do for this one? Oh, right. The B. Yep. Base Cathedral class. Thank you again, Anthony, for nitpicking. Good song.
You're welcome.
I forgot I fucking did that. Yep. Double up, because I couldn't think of anything. Uh-oh. Here comes Reese.
What about a damn fucking... There's a fucking bee in you. Fuck off.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, I've got to stick for this one, actually, yeah.
So, before we get started on this one, we'll first kick back and say, episode 6, such a good introduction to Reggie. This one has a bit of a more sad introduction because we're remembering Dale, who was a good friend of Callum's, who sadly passed due to cancer. Fuck cancer. This was an episode that I've been wanting to, well, I had wanted to do since season 1, but I couldn't get it to work. I finally got it to work, unfortunately, a little too late, because Callum and I both really wanted Dale to see this, but unfortunately he never got the chance, which sucks. But yeah, he will never be forgotten, and that is something I am very happy Callum allowed me to add into the start of the episode, because this is Callum's episode. This is strictly Callum's episode, and it was only fitting that we pay homage to him in Callum's episode. So let's get on with it. Let's listen to Detective Ramsay of Radnor. Fuck around and find out. Which is, we'll just say, my least viewed episode of Rails to Refuge. It's my favorite
Shame
one.
on you all.
Shame on you all. It's my favorite episode, and it's the least viewed one, which, funny how that works out. Let us see what he has in store.
Our sabotage attempts had hit a roadblock.
Oh, I'm so
Over
happy
the
with
past
this
few
effect.
months, several well-timed and thoroughly thought-out attempts to foil British Railways operations had ended in failure. Now this happening 1 or 2 times, that I could understand. But every time? No. That was borderline impossible. I had had a chat with Mr. Stell the night before, and no matter which way we twisted or turned it, the verdict always ended up the same. There had to be someone giving out information to our opponents. There had to be a mole.
Bum bum bum.
My name is Ramsay Radnor, private investigator.
Also, can I just point out, I've watched like 3 days worth of LA Noire style things just to make sure I got the feel of this correct. And I think I did a pretty decent job. And also, there are a few like hidden meanings in this, which I will bring up as they come along.
I awoke to the sound of my colleagues engaged in conversation, though it was hard to make out exactly what they were talking about. I looked around, noticing that all of the engines currently present were publicly affiliated with Mr. Stard, meaning they could all be suspects. I moved cautiously forward, trying not to draw attention to myself.
Morning, Ramsey.
Shit, I've been compromised.
What?
I pulled myself together, trying to act natural.
What?
Good morning, gentlemen. I couldn't help but overhear you all conversing. Anyone care to fill me in what I've missed?
Nothing much, really. We were just talking about the work we've been assigned today.
I've been assigned short local goods and banking duties.
Coal delivery to Acton Yard for me.
And Big Shock. Shunting for me.
That's because you're a diesel shunter, mate. Ever seen a shunter take an express before?
Once or twice, yeah.
Oh. Well, other than that, we're not doing anything special.
PDRS reference.
I see. Interesting.
Why'd you ask?
In truth, there was nothing interesting about what I'd learned from the others. Everything seemed routine, as always. But then again, when dealing with someone who covered their tracks this well, you could never be too thorough. I pondered to myself for a moment, trying to figure out what my next move should be.
Uh-oh.
What's up with him?
I'm unsure. I think he's finally lost it.
I came to the conclusion that there was nothing more for me to learn by interrogating the others.
Oh.
I therefore decided to take a more drastic approach.
The inner-outer
I had to
monologue.
go directly.
Do you remember who came up with that, Anthony? Because I remember it happening in a Discord call. We were just sitting talking like, oh, what if the inner monologue is just him speaking to himself out loud?
I don't remember who came up with it, but it's hilarious.
It's fucking hilarious.
To the competition. All I could do as I set off was pray that this would be my lucky break.
Yeah, we love Ramsey here too.
Fucking love him.
Yep, he's lost it.
What do you think he was talking about? Beats me.
It's Ramsey. He's always been insane. So who cares?
You know what? Fair point.
Next on my agenda was Culford Sheds. Based on the intel Mr. Stard had provided me the night before, King Richard and Hart Hall were going to be sat comfortably in the sheds, just waiting to accidentally give up the engine that's been causing us all the hassle. With King Richard being in a foul mood after losing his link to fame by being taken off the Redwick Flyer, I knew now was the right time to gather intel. As I came through Culford Station, I began coasting closer to the sheds, being careful not to give myself away.
Very careful.
I can't believe he's sending me to London of all places. What, just because I'm not on the flyer anymore, I become redundant?
It hardly makes any sense at all. But if the board has agreed, there's really nothing.
I don't know, Richard. I think you'd be happy about going to London, being rather than being stuck in a backwater.
Damn
You'd
that
think so.
Stard in his cathedral. He's taken my image and squandered.
I genuinely think the reason why he doesn't want to go to London permanently is because he's just another king there. Here he is the king. You know? It's an ego thing.
it.
Indeed. If only he had let things be. Then again, he's always had a fascination for breaking conventions.
And rules.
Yes, and rules. I still can't believe they haven't fired him after all of those failed sabotage attempts against us.
Yes, indeed. Luckily for us, though, it seems our guardian angel has been hard at work.
I was not surprised to hear those two talking slander about Mr. Stard.
Right, let's go back a little bit.
I was not.
You look in the background. You see Axel there, pulling out of the station. And now listen carefully in the background, as Hart and Richard will talk about hearing something that almost sounds like Ramsay.
Not surprised to hear those two talking slander about Mr. Stard. In fact, it would be more surprising to hear anything different come out of their smoke boxes. Though they hadn't revealed much yet, I could tell by their tone that their conversation had not yet come to a conclusion. All I had to do was keep listening, and the information would fall right into my tender. All I needed was a little bit more time and...
Ramsey, can you get out of my bloody way? I'm trying to haul a train here.
Shit, I've been compromised.
Love it.
Did he not realize we could hear him?
It would seem he did not. How strange.
Yes. Then again, that one has always had a screw or two loose. What do you think he was trying to accomplish?
I have no idea, King Richard. I really don't.
Now here comes some funny stuff, I think, in the narration, if I remember correctly.
Culprit had been a bust. Like trying to pull engines at Manchester-London Road, I had been less than successful.
Like trying to pull engines at Manchester-London Road, I had been less than successful.
Yeah, so for those who want the context of that joke, London Road, or as it's now called Piccadilly, is the closest station to Manchester's Canal Street, which is basically the gay street of Manchester.
Yes. And Ramsey trying to pull engines at London Road, being a bust, is a joke at him failing to find love. Which is, at the time, a bit of a dig at Callum, which he was fine with it, but I felt like a bit of a dick.
My supply of leads was running out faster than Mr. Stard's cocaine stash on a Wednesday night. As I rolled through Endon, a thought had struck me. There was a chance that Mr. Stard had left out a few key details whilst explaining this situation to me. After all, he had been extremely drunk and crying into my buffer beam that night, whilst babbling on about being turned down by the sandwich stand waitresses again. As I drew closer to Redwick, my mind was made up. I would have to interrogate Stard once more. I could only hope he'd be more sober this time. I arrived into Redwick Station and firmly requested that the station master would fetch Mr. Stard for me, due to my inability to enter his office myself.
That's such an underrated joke. Requested he fetch Mr. Stard for me due to my inability to enter his office myself. It's such an underrated joke, man.
During his self-pleasure session, he nevertheless got a hold of Mr. Stard.
I think so, yeah, Andre. No, the winter we see. How was it? It was... I think season 1 took place during 53. The winter turning... No, you would be right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 52, then 53. This now turning into 54. Yep.
About 15 minutes later, he approached me in the carriage shed.
Yeah,
I could
you're
tell
right.
by the lack of a strong smell coming off him that he'd been thankfully not drinking that day. There is a first time for everything, I suppose. He looked at me as if I'd just insulted his mother, but before he could speak, I began my routine. Good day to you, Mr. Stard. I'm currently taking it upon myself to look into the matter we discussed last night. I was wondering if there was some information you had left out, perhaps. Maybe some names or clues that you left out in your emotional state last night.
I thought we agreed not to speak of that again. Fine. From what we talked about last night,
Fly,
all
Shabu,
signs point
fly!
to a mole in our midst. We have 0 successful ploys against our competition as of late, something that should be close to impossible.
Indeed, I thought the same thing. But with how well they cover their tracks, it's difficult to pinpoint exactly who is behind it all. None of the engines I spoke to at Manifel seemed to have anything to hide, and King Richard and Hart Hall seemed to know someone was helping them, but I couldn't get their full story before having to come here.
I see. Well, it would seem you've covered most of our bases. I guess the only thing to do at this point is look at the past. Who has committed slights against us in the past, like heart slagging me off or Stead almost blowing up the flyer coaches?
Mr. Start had a point.
Factual.
With all our leads exhausted, it was time to go basic. I would have to mingle with my lesser colleagues. I was hoping to avoid this. Meeting with Mr. Stard was bad enough, but mingling with the common folk could damage my reputation.
Ramsey, what the fuck are you doing?
Mr. Stard had always been a bit of a recluse, always looking for an excuse to get drunk or get with the next lady on the corner. None of us really liked him. However, we tolerated him for the time being, at least until a replacement could be sorted.
Right, fuck you. I'm going back to my paperwork.
Back to do paperwork, he says. Doubtful. The Mr. Star darling though would never do any work. The man was always on the move. Maybe he was the one double-crossing us all. Maybe he...
Ramsey, go do your damn work!
In a way, he was right. Now was not the time for speculation. I would have to swallow my pride and go mingle with my colleagues. Hopefully they would be more compliant than our manager.
Oh my god!
That scene is just pure gold.
I know! Oh my god, just fuck off already! I stood at the stairs of my fucking house and just yelled at him. I love this bit. Here comes another little, nod.
After that less than enlightening talk with Mr. Stard, I made my way over to the roundhouse opposite of the carriage sidings. There, my next suspect sat waiting. Silent, sheltered, emotionless, and of course, suspicious. Anthony Manor was all of these things and more. He was our latest recruit, one that I resented at that.
Yeah, in it, Redding, it was obviously Jess.
Yeah. He had not so much as put a buffer out of line. In fact, he had been quite helpful to have around.
That's fucking funny, Polska, but no.
Matters that the rest of us did not have an answer to. But even with all of this in mind, there was something about him that didn't sit right with me, in the same way as if a Dub D were to date a terrier. I soon...
I'm sorry, what? Didn't sit right with me in the same way as if a Dub D would date a terrier. I don't like it. In fact, I hate it.
I found myself in an available shed berth, with the other engines in the sheds looking at me as I decided to make my presence known. How goes it on this fine day?
Just fine, Radnor. Who were you talking to just now?
I'm unsure what you mean, old chap. I haven't said a word until now.
Right.
Anyway, what are you doing up here, Ramsey? Weren't you supposed to take the local on today?
I'm working on something for Mr. Stard today. I'm sure they found someone to cover for me.
Interesting. So what did...
One more time.
Interesting.
Oh, I never get tired of that joke.
So what did Mr. Stard want you to do then? Market research?
No, not quite. It concerns Anthony, and to a degree, Thor.
What's Thorson got to do with this?
Easy, Anthony. I don't mind. What's up, Ramsey?
Well, it's about something I overheard Richard saying, and since you two used to work with him almost every day, I thought it best to inquire with the two of you.
It's about all that stuff, is it? Do you mind holding that thought till I move out of here? I'd rather not get involved with all of this.
Of course, as you were.
Cheers, mate. Much appreciated.
Levi being, Levi.
Being a Chad.
You know what else is a Chad? The Thai Advance that's just sitting up top there, behind the playlist icon.
Right. What was it you wanted to ask?
Yeah, no more steam pipes. Fuck steam pipes.
It's just a simple thing, really. I overheard King Richard talking about a so-called guardian angel who had been helping them get in the way of some of the things Mr. Stard had been planning. And I was just curious, seeing as you both have spent so much time with him on the flyer, if he had mentioned anything to you guys.
Not that I can recall, no. Well, actually, now that you mention it, right before Reginald came here, he seemed to get in a better mood over time, more relaxed. He said something about luck finally turning around thanks to something changing. I can't remember what, though.
I see. When was this exactly?
I'd say maybe a week or two after I got rostered onto the flyer.
That was right around the time.
I remember him saying something as well. Must have been around the time we both got rostered.
Now here's the
onto the
question,
flyer during
like, would Rich have actually known, like, what was going on at this point, or would he have just realised that the mole had clearly started working?
I don't think he realizes. I think he just realized that, or noticed that things are going better for them. Meaning that he's like, oh, whoever the fuck this mole is finally doing their thing. Which is just great. But I like to think that Richard doesn't know who the mole is. Well, he doesn't. But, like, he's could think, like, oh, it could be Drax. It could be Ramsey. It could be Buck. It could be anyone. Right? Now, that's a dark alternate future where Buck was the mole. Oof. Let's not go down that road. I don't like that road.
He mentioned something about how he hoped their latest recruits wouldn't be as loud-mouthed as he usually was. Something about blurting out secrets.
Blurting out secrets?
You gotta love how he basically just throws Clark under the bus here, by the way.
Bring this to our attention
Deserved.
right away.
Well, why would he? Have you asked him before?
No, of course not. I only just overheard it. But as one of us, he should have brought it to our attention when you joined.
Wait, joined? What's that supposed?
Don't worry about it, Forsen.
Shut
To answer
the
your
fuck up.
question, Radnor, I didn't really think much of it at the time, and since then just basically forgot about it. Your question just reminded me of that encounter, that's all.
That is understandable, young manner.
I'm older than you.
In truth, I still found it a bit hard to trust Anthony Manor. Though he had proven to be a good addition to our roster, he had a weird presence around him. But what he said seemed to check out.
What's he doing?
Just be quiet and ignore him. He might go away.
There was only one engine on the line. I knew to not be able to keep his gob shut.
I fucking love that line. He might go away. Oh, he's fucking lost the plot.
Spewing out secrets like that quack of a pannier tank with the oversized funnel I met once.
Spewing out secrets like that quack of a pannier with the oversized funnel I met a few months back. Now, who do we know who speaks a lot, who has an oversized funnel? I wonder if his career would be piloting.
It was time to bring this to the attention of my fellow colleagues. I would have to put out the call for them to all gather tonight. I smiled to myself as I departed the sheds, finally content with my findings.
Don't worry about it. That's how we met him. And then the color slowly comes back. I love that effect.
I'm so confused right now.
You and me both, little brother.
What was that whole spiel about you being part of their crew, though? I thought...
Ignore him. He's probably gone mad on Welsh coal or something.
Ha! Tanky reference.
Well, alright.
Ironically, this is the point where Thor gets suspicious of Anthony. Like, that whole Ramsey bit just sets up with Thor knowing that Anthony's up to something. Funny.
The conversation at Redwick had been enlightening, to say the least. After I had departed, the pieces of the puzzle began falling into place like coal into an empty tender. The answer to all of my questions had been right in front of me since I awoke this morning down at Manifel. All I had left to do was to inform Mr. Stard and my fellow band of saboteurs of my findings, so we could get back on track once and for all. I got the shed-master to call Mr. Stard down to the sheds of Manifel later that night, and now, with the manager standing impatiently in front of me, I was ready to discuss my findings.
Well, get on with it then. I haven't got all night.
A man of haste as always, sir. Very well. As I'm sure you all know, our sabotage attempts have all led to complete and utter failure as of late. At first, we all figured it was due to the incompetence from you lot, but after some digging into the matter, we now believe it's the fault of a mole in our midst.
Right. And how did you come to this
Yeah,
conclusion?
it is. That's why I hate
It
it.
was quite easy, young Virgil.
I'm older than you.
I learned of this possible ploy.
Oh, for the love of fuck, the rods again! Anthony, look! Look how they massacred my boy!
Well, it was quite easy, young
Thanks,
Virgil.
everyone.
I'm older than you.
I learned of this possible ploy against us from Mr. Stard here,
Ramsay.
who was drunk off his arse and crying into my buffer beam at the time.
God fucking damn it. Get on with it.
So I decided to spend the day doing my own investigation into the matter. And the
Andre, do not say it looks good. Andre, do not say it looks good. Get back in your box.
discoveries I made were quite shocking. First, of course, I tried my hand at finding any information from you lot, but it proved less than useful.
Ouch.
Then, of course, there was King Richard and Hart Hall, who as per usual were bad-mouthing us and our nutcase manager, so nothing unusual there either. But they did seem to know something was going on, referring to their guardian angel, but that's about it. Then I went to inquire with Mr. Stard to see if he had left any details out in his drunken state, which of course there were plenty. Nothing surprising thereat.
Oh, for the love of... Ramsay, I'm freezing my cock off here. Can you speed it up?
Very well. After looking at the evidence and facts, I've determined that the culprit is in this very shed as we speak. I could tell by the confused expressions of my colleagues' smoke boxes that I had struck gold. The mole had nowhere to run or hide now. I allowed fear to set in as I withheld the name for a moment, smirking as I fell.
Ramsay! Name! Now!
As per usual, the man had no respect for theatrics. Very well, sir. The engine who has been causing us all such a hassle is none other than Clark.
Wait, what? I didn't do shit.
On the contrary, young shunter, you see I've gathered a long and incriminating...
Fucking
evidence.
I'm gonna have to stop you right there, Ramsay. I don't need to hear your list of evidence.
See? Someone sees sense here.
I don't need to hear it, because I believe it.
Wait, what?
Clark will be sent to the works for reconditioning to avoid further incident.
Cunt!
And as for you, Ramsay, as a reward to you, and your investigation, you will be sent off to Paddington to deploy those, excellent detective skills and keep an eye on King Richard.
Consider it done, sir.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to head to
Basically,
my
this was a way to explain why Ramsey was in Tales of New Wessex at once.
Yeah, it's true. All of that just to explain why Ramsey was seen in the background of Tales of New Wessex and King Richard. I'm just making sure you guys know that. In Cathedrals of Steam, you see Ramsey at Paddington, and you see King Richard at Paddington. And the canonical reason is Mr. Stard sent them packing.
Sterile. I wish you all a good night, engines.
As Mr. Stard made his way towards the station, a wave of relief and pride washed over me. I had done it. I had solved the mystery. Once aboard, Detective Ramsay of Radnor had solved the case without suffering any casualties. I'd closed my eyes after such a long day of hard work. A long rest was exactly what I need.
Ramsay, will you shut up?
Wait, what?
We've been listening to you talking to yourself all night. It's getting kind of old.
Hold on. So you lot could hear me the entire time?
Yes! Cunt!
Mm-hmm.
Every word.
Ever since this morning.
Oh.
There's never been a better ending to an episode. Especially with the theme. Anyone who's seen any good movies knows about this.
Right then, boys, it's been fun, but I have to bounce now, unfortunately.
Anthony, take care, and thank you for joining me, sir.
Alright, thank you. I'm sorry for ruining your video, Chris. Have fun. Bye!
Take care. Anthony Sims, ladies and gentlemen. What a bastard. No, it's not from Family Guy. I don't think it's from Family Guy anyways, Andre. It's, Man with a naked gun, or police squad theme, as it's called there. Okay, well, you're a nerd. Good song by Sabotage. Confrontation and narration, very true. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 episodes left. I think it's 3 episodes left, actually. We're making good headway. Is it 4? 8, 9... Oh, fuck, it is 4. Shit. Yeah, they are. Balls. Fuck. Okay, looks like we have 4 episodes left to go. Oh, boy. Well, what do we think of the mole, ladies and gentlemen? Do we think it's a good episode? Did we like the mole? Shut the fuck up, Andre. I still say the mole is one of my favorite fucking episodes of Lord Refuge. Like, I love it. It was so much fun to write and just make it work. And the whole plot and joke about it being like in or out of mon. I loved it. First Art episode you saw, that's based. Nah, I don't think the pace needed picking up, personally. Yeah, that's good. Alright, well, let's watch, the episode I like to call Me Trauma Dumping for, 34 minutes and 28 seconds. As a man with a disability, aka Reggie's issues, and having had many dealings with depression, Buck's issues, this one hits a little close to home.
Reginald had been making successful runs on the Redwick Flyer for the
3
past
FPS.
6 months, and he was truly
Balding is not a mental issue, that is just a skill issue. Shut the fuck up.
coming into his stride. The young engine had proven to be a fast and eager learner, keen to take the advice from all his different peers so that he could become the engine the others saw in him. Clint, Thor, and Darius in particular frequently mentored the young engine whenever time allowed them to, quite impressed at his eagerness to learn and improve. There was, however, one small problem that had begun to rear its head. Reginald had begun to develop some teething troubles. It had started on the night Hercules first arrived to the railway, where he had felt a slight pain on his motion as he departed from Maidenhead. This pain had only worsened as time went on. Soon enough, it got so bad that he had to be sent to the works for a check, much to his
Time out, did anyone see that?
Soon enough, it got
I want everyone to pay attention where my cursor is, over here.
so bad that he had to be sent to the works for
Meow.
a check, much to his dismay, as he argued that he was newly built. But Mr. Start wouldn't have it. After having his motion looked at on the off day of the flyer, the men at the works could find nothing amiss, putting it down to Reginald still needing to be run in. Mr. Stard was still concerned, but with no evidence of any faults. All he could do was send Reginald back into service the next day.
Are you sure you're alright?
Yes, Riley, I promise you, I'm completely fine.
The groans of pain you sometimes make after you come back from London says otherwise.
The lads at the works have assured me that I'm fine. They say it might just be that some of my parts are taking longer to run in.
If you say so, mate.
Just promise you'll be careful, mate. We don't want any mishaps, especially at the speeds that you run at out there.
Of course, I'm always careful. Anyways, what's the latest from around the line then? I hear there's been some progress on the line Mr. Stard is building?
Yes,
Nice.
indeed. Apparently they broke through the ground near the valley earlier today. Isn't that right, Rab?
Get fucked, I'm trying to sleep here.
Talkative as always.
As you do.
So that is
Anyways.
the first valley they broke through. Which is... was supposed to be just a long-ass tunnel. Yeah.
Other than that, and the fact that Mr. Stard finally pulled the trigger on buying Seb, due to the increasing workload on the Eastwood branch,
Base Stard
been
moment.
pretty quiet around here.
I see. And, what about the other thing?
Other thing?
You know, the whole thing you have going on against Hart and the
I need to
others.
find this song again.
Reggie, come on now.
Look, I know Mr. Stodd said I was too young, but I'm like 6 months older now. Surely I'm matured enough to at least know what's going on.
The problem isn't your maturity, Reggie. You've always been very mature, even when you first got here and got belittled by Richard and Hart.
The reason we haven't dobbed you in yet is because it's a lot of responsibility, especially for someone so young. You haven't had the chance to be under a lot of pressure with how newly built you are.
But how am I ever going to learn how to work under pressure if I never get the chance to? I hold a flyer almost every day and I basically have a perfect handle on that. Look, after all the crap those other engines put me through, simply for being privately owned by Mr. Stodd, I should be allowed to at least help.
Reggie, one day maybe, but now is not the time. You have a long life ahead of you. You will have plenty of opportunities to show your worth, but it's too soon now.
But The 3 engines were interrupted by the sound of an engine.
Man, I'm so glad I rebuilt
Look,
Redwick.
we'll talk about this later.
Fine. Talk about what? The engines looked up to see Banbury reversing into the sheds. Drax put on a smile and greeted him.
Good evening, Banbury. How was the main line?
Oh, you know, the same old hustle and bustle as always. Now then, what were you gents talking about when I came in? I hope I didn't interrupt anything.
Oh, of course not. Just explaining some things to young Reginald here.
Yes, he wishes to take on more responsibility here. We argued he's still a bit too young to start splitting his attention to multiple jobs a day.
Yes,
Banbury
not
appears
only
as base.
that, but you run an express service to the capital almost every day, and that will wear on you, which is why your days off are for maintenance. Very important. I guess so. I admire your willingness to learn and help out. Never let anyone take that from you. But you have to be patient. You're already a big credit to this quaint little railway. I'm sure Mr. Stodd will let you do some other work in the future as well. But for now, you're needed on the flyer. And what a cracking job you're doing with that. Thank you, Banbury. I appreciate that a lot. Reginald was a bit miffed with having to be dragged into lying to Banbury. He held a great deal of respect for the castle, and didn't like being dishonest with him. But he knew he had to do it, especially if he wanted to prove he could be trustworthy to the others. The engines kept up a high-spirited conversation, and soon enough, the engines began to fall asleep. Though still a bit miffed about the evening's events, Reginald tried to brush it off, and instead looked forward to getting his mind off things with a nice long run to London.
Oh my god, that's a speedy camera pan up. Dear Lord, Chris.
The days went on, and everything seemed to be back to normal. Work was busier than ever, the industrial state was at full capacity, the engines bickered to no end, and Reginald was performing optimally. At least that's what it looked like on the outside. In reality, however, the pain in his motion had been getting a lot more frequent as of late, and a new form of discomfort had begun developing itself in his right cylinder.
Ooh.
However, despite all of this, he hadn't told anyone about his ever-expanding issues.
Hey, look, a field. Nothing
He believed
suspect.
that he just
Like,
needed
nothing
to
weird
run
in
his
that
parts
field
in
at all.
further, just as the workman had said. He instead decided to work harder to run them in quicker, truly showing his stubbornness and young age. The other engines began to take notice of this, however, and one night,
No, what you're on
Axel,
about.
Levi, and Darius decided to confront the Big Pacific to try and find out what was really going on. The sheds were mostly empty, except for a resting Rab and Anthony Manor, who seemed to not be in a talkative mood.
So, Reggie, how was your run today?
It was fine, thank you. Same as always, really.
Well, not exactly the same. You blasted through Manifel at least 15 minutes before you were supposed to.
Oh, really? I did?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let that fester. Anyone else just get a Discord ping?
Manifel at least 15 minutes before.
Was really?
Well, not exactly the same. You blasted.
There it is. Just casually.
Well, not exactly the same. You blasted through Manifel.
Yeah, I stuck that in there. It confused a lot of people. I found it fun.
At least 15 minutes before you were supposed to.
Oh, really? I did?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
And according to the staff, you've been at least 7 minutes early every day this week. Oh, well, isn't that good?
Well, yes, but also no. You always want to try and follow the timetable as closely as possible to avoid being held at a red signal, or delay somebody else.
Yeah, like how I was delayed today by having to wait for you at Manifel instead of Colford like I usually do. I was able to make up lost time, of course, but others may not be able to, so keep that in mind for the future.
I see. My mistake.
Are you alright, mate? We've been noticing that you've been a bit absent-minded as of late.
And from what I've been able to see, you seem to be pushing yourself more than you need to. You handle the flyer just fine when you run normally.
Rip.
Well, yes, I guess there has been a few things, but...
But? You can talk to us, Reginald. We're here for you.
Fine. The reason why I've been pushing myself as of late is because my parts still haven't been properly run in yet.
Oh, hello,
and
Dexby.
I'm trying to run them in faster so I can get rid of the pain I feel when I run. But if anything, it's only gotten worse.
It's gotten worse? And you haven't informed Mr. Stard yet?
Well, no. Him and I were both told by the man at the works that I'm in perfect mechanical condition, so I didn't see the need to. Well, it may be so, but the workers here aren't really that well equipped to do a full inspection. You might need to go to Swindon, or even Alfredston for that. That will be a lot of travelling. Plus, who would take the flyer in my place? Well, something would have to be arranged, but this is serious stuff, Reggie.
It is serious.
Insist. Look, I have 2 more days before my next day off. I'll work as per normal till then, and I promise I will inform Mr. Stard about my increasing pain on my day off.
Only if you're sure you'll be fine until then.
I will. Don't worry. It's only 4 more trips. Nothing to worry about.
Plenty to
The
worry about.
4 engines kept talking for another few hours about anything and everything. Though Levi, Axel, and Darius were still a bit worried about Reginald's worsening condition, there was nothing they could do other than hope he would be alright. At some point, Anthony Manor had departed to take his last train of the evening. He had overheard the entire conversation between the others, and the few
Bit
key
difficult not to
things
hear it when you're in
piqued
the
his
middle
curiosity.
between them.
As he
Also,
departed from
can we
Redwick,
just...
he was
The evolution of Dexby going from sitting there with nothing, sitting there with custard creams, sitting there with custard creams and a TIE fighter. Based.
deep in thought.
Yeah, there's a bush there. Ugh, those fucking coaches are rancid. Shame we don't have any good, like, Suburban Mark 1 coaches anymore. Well, at all, really. I didn't.
Later that night, Anthony Manor approached an area he'd become all too familiar with. Standing there waiting for him was the man he had the unfortunate pleasure of working with. He had an angry look on his face as Anthony Manor came to a stop in front of him. Well, why have you summoned me out here this late in the evening?
Because believe it or not, I actually perform the tasks I've been given.
What's it say on the chalkboard in the back there? Is this something? I can't
And
tell.
last I checked, you and your little puppet masters wanted me to find some more damning evidence you could use against Stard.
Alright, that's quite enough of the sassiness. What have you got for me?
Well, you know the cathedral he's had built?
Ah yes, the Vanity Project. What about it?
Well, I overheard him and the others talking about how he's been suffering from what I assume is teething troubles.
Yeah, literally can't read
Is that right? Interesting.
If I were you, I'd demand that engine be taken out of service as quickly as possible, and demand that Stard gives him a proper look over in his works. That way, you won't have to pay him to use his engine for a while, and it gives an excuse to put me, Force, and Richard back on the flyer. There's no telling how long it would take them to find whatever's causing him pain.
You raise a valid point, 7801. I will have to have a word with the bosses to see how we approach the situation. Now, about the county snooping around that 6027 told me about. Has it been sorted?
Yes. I told you I would handle it.
You did indeed, 7801. You have done well. This time.
Right. This time. You know, sometimes I wonder what your reputation would look like if I didn't tell you about all these sabotage attempts him and his cronies had lined up for you. I imagine it wouldn't be pretty.
Yes, of course. But that's what you've been assigned to do. And as a British Railways owned machine, you will do as you're told without the expectation of gratitude for every small thing you do.
Whatever. Would the oh-so-gracious British Railways employee allow a humble machine like myself to go back to the sheds before someone gets suspicious? Would hate for you to get caught out after I managed to deflect suspicion off us.
Don't act all sassy with me,
I
Senator.
fucking love Anthony's performance here. Can we all agree that Anthony fucking nailed it? Good? Good.
Go one. But yes, go back to your sheds. I have other business to attend to.
Whoop. That's the entire screen now flashing. Based Metro thing. I hate it when the screen does that when I accidentally hover over something. Hey, look. A manor. In a manner of speaking.
The next day went on without
I don't
any
think they
major
were.
change. Reginald had once again taken the Redwick Flyer to London, much to the dismay of Anthony Manor, who had hoped the board would step in as soon as possible to minimize the risk of a failure. Though he held a great deal of disdain towards Mr. Starr, he didn't want to see Reginald suffer a painful failure simply because of who he was owned by. Thankfully, Reginald made it back home safe and sound, and though you could tell by the look on his smoke box that he was feeling a bit off, everything seemed to be fine. The next morning went just the same as the last. Redwick was put on the flyer and ran to Paddington without incident. On his return, however, Reginald had been stopped at Maidenhead due to a signal failure further up the line.
Oh, the lag.
And after standing still for almost 10 minutes, the young engine was starting to get impatient. How come on? How long can it take to sort a few signals out?
It depends on how big the fault is, Reggie. Could be an hour till we get moving.
An hour? We're already late enough as it is.
It's not our fault that there's maintenance ahead. Be patient. We'll be on our way soon enough. Then we can try to make back some time.
Just then, the station...
By the way, just want to point out, I had to put that character in the cab because the character used in the cab is not placeable, meaning that the later shot was impossible. Shut the fuck up, Andre. Shut the fuck up. I know he's wrong roading, because you're correct. But shut the fuck up.
Master came
There was a signal failure, he got put into the wrong platform. That's all there is. Because there was a signal failure. Meaning that he had to go into a different platform. That's all it is. Signal failure.
Up as the signal turned green.
I've received word from up the line that the error has been resolved. You're clear to proceed.
Thank you, sir, and have a good evening. See, old boy? I told you we would get moving soon.
I guess so. Now we just need to make up for lost time.
Aye, do you think you'll be able to do it?
Of course I can. It will be as if we never stopped.
Now just pretend that the signal failure lasts for the entire section, and your immersion will be completely realistic. Yes, Reggie is indeed wrong roading. Signal failure. I don't give a fuck. That's what I'm calling it. Just a major signal failure. Also, I'm so happy we have the GAD patch for the Mark 1s now, so that they all, like, look the same, and not whatever the fuck this is. Man, compare the running montage on this compared to your all. Like, the cameras is just constantly moving, way more dynamic. Just so much better, man. Okay, it stopped moving. Fuck you, Chris. Oh, 3 FPS. even wrong roads at Redwick, does he? I will be honest, I did think it was up, up, down, down. Not up, down, up, down. Like, that is genuinely what happened there. And he's back on the right road.
Reginald surged with all his might towards Redwick. Even through the pain he felt, he had made back an incredible 5 minutes before he had reached Manifel. He slowed as he crossed onto Redwick Meadows, then proceeded to speed up again as fast as possible.
Oh, here it
He made
comes.
it to Culprit in record time, and charged in preparation for the climb ahead. But then...
I didn't know the metal pipe was a meme. I was so out of the loop. I didn't know the metal pipe was a meme. I didn't show this to my friends. I regret every life decision I've ever made. And that was a real scream of pain.
Everything went dark for Reginald, and when he came to, his driver, his fireman, and a few other workers from the nearby sheds were looking him all over. His right cylinder was leaking steam, and he felt lighter than he had before. But the pain
Maybe,
worse than
sometimes.
anything he had ever felt. He looked over to his driver and winced in pain as he spoke. What happened?
Oh, thank God you're back. You had me so worried there.
Why we stopped? We're going to be late.
Be late? Reggie, you've burst a cylinder and shredded your motion. You aren't going anywhere under your own power anytime soon.
Oh. Reggie, are you alright?
Oh, here he comes.
Reginald looked over to his right to see Bucklebury Grange approach him.
The zero of the
He had
hour.
a look of concern all over his smoke box. I guess I've been better? What the hell happened? Me and Riley were near the sheds when we heard what sounded like a bomb detonating near Colford. We thought the war had started up again until we saw you coming to a stop. Apparently, my cylinder's blown and my inside motion is gone. Gone? But what? How? You're brand new! I don't know. But I guess that's what's been causing all the pain I've been feeling for the past few months. Whoa! Hold up. You've been traveling to London for almost every day while in pain? Why didn't you tell anyone? Mr. Stodd had me looked at a few weeks ago, and the men at the works found nothing wrong with me. They told us I was probably still needing to be run in. I guess they were wrong. Oh, you poor lad. Come on, let's get you to a shed road so they can have a proper look at you. Hey, you lot, is it safe to move him yet? After having made sure that Reginald could be moved without the risk of further damage, Buck gently buffered up to him and carefully
I'm
took
getting
him to the
memories.
sheds, where a just as worried-looking Riley was waiting for them. He had been trying to get through to Buck before the incident, but now his full attention was on the crestfallen Pacific.
Jesus Christ, Reggie. You gonna be alright?
I hope so. I don't feel like I will. None of that kind of talk, Reginald. You'll be back to running the flyer in no time.
What the hell even happened?
Buck quickly explained to Riley what Reginald had told him, and when he had finished, Riley had an annoyed but concerned look on his smoke box.
We told you to speak to Mr. Stodd if the problem persisted. We didn't say that just for fun, you know.
I realize that now. I'm sorry.
The fucking
I'm
turbo
sorry I
motive.
didn't listen to your advice. I just didn't want to let anyone down. Let anyone down? Reginald, you've been nothing but a hard worker and a dedicated learner since you got here. No one on this entire line who actually took the time to get to know you will ever deny that.
Yeah, and besides, taking the time to take care of yourself is important. If you can't care for yourself, then how can you expect to be able to care for your passengers?
Little life lesson there, ladies and gentlemen.
I get that now. I just wish I had a bit sooner. It's going to be alright, mate. Just keep it in mind for the future, alright? Just then, the guard of the train came running up to the engines.
Alright, you lot. That's enough chatter. I just got off the phone with Mr. Stodd. 6803-5767, you are both to take the train on to Redwick.
Wait,
Wait,
what?
what?
No time to argue. We can't get a replacement here without further delays. 6803, you're up front. 5767, you'll provide banking support.
But I mean, me, on a passenger, I
Oh.
can't. Buck, please. These people need to get home. Alright. I guess I have no choice.
Don't worry, Buck. I'll be with you the entire time. Someone should come along soon to take you to the works, Reginald. I wish you the best of luck.
Likewise to you. Buck took a deep breath as he
Oh,
moved
this
forward
this
towards
hits.
the coaches.
God, I'm.
He could feel his
I
nerves
feel
settling
nervous.
as he got
I don't
there,
even
but he
like
couldn't
watching this
falter.
back.
Not now. Not when Reggie needed him. He
Yeah.
backed carefully onto the waiting coaches and was quickly coupled up, before being instructed to move forwards to allow Riley to couple up to the
I just want to also
coach.
point out, at this point with Buck, I have him full open, full forward. That's how slow it was to get that thing moving.
Alright, I'm ready when you are.
As ready as I'll ever be. Riley whistled as Buck reluctantly started to pull the heavy train towards the tunnel. Due to the delay,
It's still
they
slow
didn't
even
have
with
the
Riley
time
at the
to
back
pull
because
back
they don't
for a
work
proper
together.
run-up, so they would have to make the best of the distance they had ahead.
And see, even Buck wheel slips a little bit. I purposefully made him wheel slip here because I wanted to show that he was nervous. He was afraid. So he wheel slips
Struggling out of the tunnel,
to like
the two
show
gave their
that.
final push before the big climb ahead. They
But I
quickly
will say,
lost their momentum, however, and slowed to a crawl before reaching
I
the
am
halfway point.
genuinely
But the
just
two engines were
driving
determined
here.
not to give up.
I
so they
usually
worked
use
with all their
the
might to keep moving.
I usually use the train, well, the train sim AI, like the AI locomotives, to do this. But I wanted to see if Buck and Riley could actually make it up the hill, and they like look at the
And
speed.
slowly but surely, they made it to the crest
Decent
of the hill.
fucking
and
shift
began
from the
picking
EK
up their
loco.
pace as they neared
Can't lie.
Eastwood. They thundered past Virgil, who stared in surprise, but gave the two an encouraging whistle as they moved past. The downhill gave them exactly what they needed for the rest of the journey. But
Here
Riley
comes the
could
bit
tell
I
Buck
hate.
wasn't giving it all.
It was fun to do though, this section. I was gonna use like a high-pitched noise as the background noise here, but I figured it would get droning after a while in her ears. Maybe. Well, no, it is. It's the same footage. I just copied it and pasted it. There shouldn't be any difference.
And soon enough, the unlikely duo made it into Redwick platform, where a worried-looking Mr. Stard stood waiting. He was relieved to see that the two had been able to make it without the need of further assistance. But that relief quickly faded when he saw the state Buck was in as he came to a stop. His eyes were shut tightly. There were streaks of tears running down his smokebox, and he was incoherently mumbling to himself.
God, I feel so bad for Buck in this scene.
Buck, are you alright? Buck, come on. Snap out of it. You're alright. Buck. Bucklebury! Where am I? What happened? Please don't tell me. I didn't. No. Whoa, Buck. Hey, look at me. You're all right. You and Riley made it safe. What? I did. Hey, easy, Buck. It's okay. You're fine, and you did well. Right. Jesus, I had no idea this is why you refused to do passenger work. But I really had no other choice this time, Buck. Look, I'm really sorry I have to do this to you, but I can't stay and talk for long. I've got about 6 news reporters and an angry board of directors to converse with, but I just had to ensure that you made it here safely. I understand. Good. We'll talk about this once this clusterfuck gets sorted out. Now go rest up in the sheds. You've earned it after this. Okay, sir. I will. Mr. Starr looked after Buck as he shakily made his way out of the station. He felt bad for not being able to tend to him properly, but as much as he hated to say it, more pressing matters were awaiting him just outside the station limits.
Pain.
He sighed as he walked towards where the reporters were waiting to pepper him with questions. He only hoped Buck could hold out till morning, when he would finally have the time to have a much-needed talk with him. By the time Buck had shunted the coaches away and wearily made his way back to the sheds,
we will
Riley
never
had
know.
informed the engines in the packed sheds what had transpired on the Redwick Flyer and why he and Buck had been forced to take it on.
Buck slumped into the sheds, and much to his dismay, his usual spot was taken, meaning he had no choice but to stay between Hart and Axel.
Well. Look who the shunter dragged in.
Not tonight, Hart. I'm not in the mood. Are you alright, Buck? You don't look too well.
Oh, no, you don't.
Buck froze in his tracks.
Uh-oh.
Drax, I'm not sure now is the best.
No, Riley, now is the best time. Buck, you've been ignoring all of us on most days, and when we finally get through to you, you snap at us.
While I don't agree with Drax's approach, this is something that's been on our minds for a while, Buck. Yes, we've been quite worried, mate. This doesn't seem like the old happy-go-lucky engine you are. Buck was visibly shaking at this point, but the others continued.
And it really hasn't been pleasant trying to be nice to you and help you when all you do is shut us down.
Then why even bother? It's not like you're going to get anywhere with him. He's a waste of steel.
He's a danger to the lot of us so long as he is kept in service.
Come on now, you two, I wouldn't go that far. His track record has been fine ever since me and Axel arrived.
Well, bar the incident with him, Seb, Riley and Clark that one time.
My point exactly. You two haven't been here long enough to see his true colours, but it's only a matter of time.
Oof.
Mark my words.
Well, if the stories are anything to go by, then I guess I can sort of see your point.
But that still doesn't explain why you all of a sudden changed so drastically.
Exactly. So then, Buck, out with it. What's gotten into you as of late?
Shut up.
I can't hear you.
Come on, Buck. We're all ears.
Get on with it already.
Yeah, man, you'll feel a lot better once you...
Just shut the fuck up! All of you! I don't care what any of you want, just leave me the fuck alone!
Whoa, mate, we're just trying to help.
I don't care! You can all fuck off for all I care! Just leave me be! Buck, what's gotten into you? We're your friends. We're here for— Like fuck you are! Everything was fine! Then those two arrived! Buck looked angrily at Axel and Levi.
Wait, what? Us?
What the hell did we do?
Don't bullshit me. You know exactly what you did. Not Levi, you.
What?
That was uncalled for, Buck.
We get you're not having a good time right now, but taking it out on others is not the way to go about it.
Yeah, man. What the hell?
And once again, he shows his true colours.
Of course you try to push the blame onto others.
Of course. Everyone against me. History repeats itself once more.
The way I see it, almost everyone here was only trying to help you until you decided to switch the blame onto someone who hasn't even done anything to you since he arrived.
You know what? Fuck this. I'm done. Oh no you don't. We are going to sit here all night if we need to. This is getting resolved whether you like it or not.
We want you to get better, Buck. We really do. But you have to put in some effort yourself in order to get better.
You can all stay up as long as you would like. I'm not doing this again. Come on, Buck.
We're not done yet.
It's no use, guys.
Well, that was certainly something.
Tell me about it.
I'm surprised. I've never seen him snap like this before. It was worse than when he snapped at Heart over
I
a
am
year
physically
ago.
shaking
And
right
just
now.
like that time, it was very uncalled for.
That's debatable.
Are you alright, Axel?
Yeah, mate. Are you alright?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm still trying to figure out what I did wrong. I haven't said anything bad to him by accident, have I?
Nothing that comes to mind, mate.
Honestly, I believe he's just trying to push the problems he's having onto someone else, so he doesn't have to face it himself.
I just wish he would tell us what was wrong.
He's a lost cause if you ask me.
Well, you might think so, but I'm not giving up on him yet.
We'll speak to Mr. Stard about it tomorrow.
If he's not too busy with everything that's already happened today.
Yeah. Poor Reginald. I wonder what's going to happen to him.
The conversation slowly...
Oh man, I remember physically, like, having tears running down my face when I did the lines for this. I gave it everything I had. Like, I had a build-up of shit, and I just let it the fuck out. Oh. Let this be a lesson, though. If you want to write characters who are going through some shit and they, you know, you want to learn how to write them, take inspiration from your own life. Everyone has something that they've been through that they didn't enjoy or like. Take inspiration. Oof.
They died down, and one after another, the engines fell into an uneasy sleep. Buck's outburst had left its mark on all the engines who cared for him. All they could hope for was that Mr. Starr would
No,
help
Bucks
resolve
didn't have a
this
name
issue,
change.
one way or another.
Or identity change or anything. Oh, yes. This bit. Axel and Buck's past has nothing to do with Newton Abbott. I'll say that right here, right now. Good things come to those who are patient. And there it is. The bit no one liked happening. The Buck Be Gone spray. Yeah, basically. Like, it's restricted, but they can. Like, you go too far with it and it goes crazy. Oh, I love the way I just cold turkey it with, like, a completely silent credit as well. Completely nothing. Ooh, that's different. We're supposed to let the reality sink in, just complete cold turkey, no music. I do dialogue scenes by recording into Audacity. Everyone records their own lines into Audacity, sends the files to me, and I sit for a few hours, maybe a few days. Debbie Butter Brexit. Yeah, I use a few days on it just to make sure that everything flows right, and then I fine tune it in Premiere when I'm stitching the footage together. I didn't do a post credit for this one. This was one of the serious ones. Oh, dear God. I just had an ad. I haven't had an ad in ages. Huh. The ad blocker failed for 1 second. Right, so episode 8. What do we think, people? Was episode 8 as good as we remember it? Or yeah. I'm still recovering. Can't lie. Yeah. Fucking hell. That is my like I don't know what to say really. It still throws me off to this day. Just ugh. But we still have another 2 hours to go, maybe 3. So why don't we let's just fucking go.
Buckleberry Grange was gone. The morning after Reginald's incident, the engines had woken up to find one of the shed roads empty. Thinking nothing of it at first, the engines got prepared for another day of work. It wasn't until the yard foreman came to the sheds to inquire about Buck's whereabouts, due to him never showing up for his morning local goods, that the engines began to feel something was off. Though it wasn't exactly unusual for him to bunk off work, after what had transpired the night before, the engines couldn't help but worry a little. The majority of the morning was spent looking for Buck in all his known hiding places. The goods sheds at Redwick, Culford, Manifel, even the trackside was combed to find any sign of a possibly derailed Buck, but to no avail. The engines hurried along to find and inform Mr. Stard. However, due to the current blunder with Reginald and the Redwick Flyer causing him a great deal of stress, his reaction was that of anger rather than concern. He yelled at the engines to find a replacement as he stormed off to his office, presumably for another meeting. The engines, now more worried than ever, realized that there was nothing they could do without causing Mr. Stard more stress. Although they wanted to continue their search, they reluctantly got back to their work, hoping that Buck would reveal himself, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, about that. That's not how that cookie crumbled. Yeah, look at that.
Mr. Stard had spent majority of his day trying to sort out...
Why is Bexby climbing a ladder? What's Blood doing?
Mr. Stard had spent majority of his day trying to sort out the tidal wave of problems that had hit him smack in the middle of the face over the last couple of hours.
Yep.
The Redwick Flyer had been rushed together that day, with Banbury and Thor taking the service in Reginald's place, leaving the railway short-staffed once more. A few important services had to be cancelled that day because of this, specifically the important deliveries from Lavinery to Acton Yard. He had requested with the board that Ramsay, and begrudgingly King Richard, would return to the railway once more until everything with Reginald was sorted out. To his surprise, the board agreed to send Ramsay back immediately, but told him King Richard was currently in the works, and would return within a few days. This was enough to lift a small weight off his shoulders, allowing him some time to walk out and make a serious phone call he had been meaning to make all day to Lord Stell. He was shocked, however, to find that he was not the only one having trouble with his cathedral, listening intently as Lord Stell explained to him exactly what had just transpired on Alfredson's routine run to London.
Look, Stubby, just let me know if you find anything amiss with those parts, would you?
I'll share my workers' findings with you as soon as I have them. I've actually got to get him home from Old Oak first. You don't have a spare engine, do you?
As if.
I thought not. I'll have to pull something out of my derriere as usual.
If you'll let me go now, Stubby, I've got to order some new parts.
Good day to you, Bradford.
This is not what I needed.
I love
right
that continuity.
Now. It was all going so well. Well, I guess there's no putting it off anymore. I'll have to go check on him while I have the time.
Control. I believe this is also the episode where, yeah, you'll see Alfred and North Star charging by as well.
Not long after his phone call with Lord Stell, Mr. Starr had made his way down to the works at Manifel. After being so preoccupied that entire morning trying to resolve the dumpster fire that was the night before, he hadn't had the time to go check on Reginald's condition. When he arrived, he found Reginald to be asleep, with a swarm of workers looking him all over, trying to figure out
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't care.
Wrong.
It was the best
He
I could do,
approached
and
the
it was a
foreman.
background shot.
He looked as confused as Mr. Stard felt. Ah, Mr. Stard. I was wondering when you'd show up. Yes, apologies for my delay. I had to deal with this big clusterfuck before I could make my way down here. So what have you found out so far? Well, it's not good. I can tell you that much. His inside motion and valve gear are...
Did he? Because Alfred Fails is taken to London. Lord Stell's with him. And he's just gotten off the phone with Starr. I don't know. I think it still works. Lines up pretty well.
are all brittle. Sheared clean off. We took some extra bit off to try and bend it. Snapped right away. Damn, that's so much worse than I thought. Have you managed to work out why this happened yet? Well, nothing can be set in stone yet, but if I had to guess, poor quality steel or poorly forged parts under construction. I see. Well, I guess both could explain why Alfriston Cathedral also fell victim to a similar breakdown. Yes, we heard about that earlier. I don't mean to pry, but are you sure that works was up to the task of building such a locomotive? 2 failures in such close proximity.
Yes, it's ironic how fate twists that way.
Seems a bit scuffed if you ask me. I do see what you're on about, but Lord Stell and
there they are.
Men have built
North Star and the apple green monster that is Alfredston. Dear Lord, have mercy on our souls, because I will not.
3 successful
Damn it,
cathedrals, a few successful panniers, and a lot more. I think his cathedral had contaminated parts from when Reginald was built. That's what he said anyways. Right. Okay, well that can wait. The question is what you'll do next. We can't repair him here. We don't have the resources here to do anything but take off the broken and contaminated parts. You would have to send him elsewhere. Back to New Wessex, maybe? I don't think so, no. I think they have enough to deal with in regards to their own cathedral at the moment. And spending my Dexby favor on this, though smart financially speaking, would take forever to send him down there and get him back. What about Swindon? It's closer. Plus with your position and with how instrumental it has been on the flyer, you might get a reduced price.
No, I refuse.
And the guys who designed and built these things still work there. If anyone can fix it, they can.
Yeah, let's send them to Swindon, the place where it's supposed to be safe for him to be repaired, and then it just
call later. Is
doesn't.
he under? I should probably tell him what the plan is going forwards. No, he's only asleep. I'll leave you to handle this. Alright, thank you. Reggie? Hello? Earth to Reginald. What is... Oh, Mrs. Stodd! I'm so sorry. When you didn't arrive early, I thought you were busy, so I... Whoa there, kid! Relax. Relax. You're fine. I'm glad you got some rest. How are you feeling? Honestly? Like hell.
At Swindon, he was sabotaged further, yes. Not... in a different way. So, he was sabotaged at Alfredston with the bad parts. At Swindon, he was sabotaged by them not removing the other contaminated parts, which is what failed when you see him in season 3.
The others kept telling me I should have taken a few days off to get a complete check. But I was too arrogant and didn't listen.
Maybe if I had, none of this would have happened. Hey now, bud. It's okay. You're still young, and you're still my responsibility. With how quickly you picked up things from the others and how fast you developed, I sort of forgot that. And for that, I'm sorry. But don't go down that road of thinking of different scenarios of what could have happened. What ifs will only lead to more pain for you.
Remember that, kids. What ifs will only lead to more pain for you, so stop thinking what if and think what will I do about it.
What happened, and no one blames you for that. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yep,
So,
pretty much.
What now? Do I go back to New Essex? I heard they've opened the works again. I would love to send you back there, but I'm afraid the wait will be too long with what they have going on at the moment. What do you mean? Oh shit, you haven't heard, have you? Heard what? Alfredston failed today. He had a general overhaul that he came out of 2 or 3 days ago. And while he was running to London today, his inside motion broke, bringing him to a complete stop on the main line outside of Maidenhead. Lord Stell and I talked before I came to see you. I didn't ask if he could take you in, because I had a feeling the turnaround time would be too great. Wait, Alfred failed? Is he alright? As far as I could tell, he was fine, but shooken up. Anyways, we're getting a bit off track here. Sorry, sir. It's alright. So, what's going to happen to you is the men here will take off all the parts they think are contaminated and that they believe could be an issue during transport. After that, one of the engines will take you to Swindon Works. If all goes to plan, I'm hoping they will take you.
I mean, you'd think a cathedral would be fine at Swindon, wouldn't you?
That this will not happen again. To Swindon? I paused it a few times and I was trialed on the Wyvern. Never thought I'd actually be going there. Well, neither did I. But seeing as I haven't been able to expand the works here yet, we have to make do with what we can. Now, I have to get back to running the railway. These men will begin taking off your contaminated parts. Please do let them know if they miss any. I want no issues during transportation.
Yes, no issues.
Right? Yes, sir. Will I see you again before I go? I'm hoping, but I don't think so. I have a lot to work out, including getting Ramsay and Richard back while you're away. I see.
Not
Well,
Richard.
in that case, I wish you all the best, sir, and I hope to return to your service as soon as possible. You and me both, Reginald. You and me both. The two then said their goodbyes, as Mr. Stard left to let the men get started on readying Reginald for his long journey. Mr. Stard wasn't sure if he had made the right choice by opting to send Reginald to Swindon, but he had to ensure that he would return as soon as possible. With Reginald gone, the Flyer would have to return to being a double-header. He just hoped it wouldn't spell doom for his now most popular service.
Wop wop. Here he is.
While Mr. Stard was tending to Reginald,
Here he is.
a familiar
There he
face
is.
had
Detective
arrived to the
Ramsey of
sheds
Radnor.
Redwick, much to the surprise of the other engines.
Ramsey! How was London?
Busy, as usual. Made even worse by having to deal with Richard's smugness the entire time. But other than that, it was nice. Got to see some of my fellow Hawksworth builds I hadn't seen in ages.
Ooh, very nice.
Very
Anyone
nice.
Special? Past boyfriends, perhaps?
Thankfully not, no. Though I did get to spend some more time with Arnold between jobs. Lovely chap he is.
Arnold? Who is that again?
Did he work here while me and Axel were gone? I don't recall hearing his name before.
No, he's never been here. He's the Colic Goods I met while I was on my trial run on the fly all those months ago.
Oh, right. I think I remember now.
Oh, him. I remember. You couldn't shut up about him for weeks. Must have left quite an impression on you.
Uh-oh. Oh, shut it, you two.
Come on now, Ramsey. We're all mates here. No need to be shy. Get your cock out for the boys.
Reese was so, like, not mad, but he was like, why the fuck did you leave that in, Chris? And I was like, funny.
Mates here. No need to be shy. Get your cock out for the boys.
all right, you've got me. Maybe I do fancy him a little. But honestly, I don't even know if he swings that way.
Ha! Busted.
See, that wasn't so hard now, was it? I do get your worry, though. But remember, you won't know until you ask.
Yeah, I know. Guess I kind of missed my shot on that now, though. Being recall here and all that.
Yeah, you never know. You might get rostered onto the Flyer so long as Reggie is out of service.
Yeah, about that. What the hell happened to him?
Oh, yeah. That. Do you remember how he was having some teething trouble before he left?
Yeah.
Well, it only got worse after that. Mr. Studd even took him to the works and had him looked over. They found nothing wrong. We told him to have it looked at again, but I guess his eagerness for work overshadowed the need for maintenance.
Did anyone actually see what happened to him?
Sort of. Basically, I was at Colford last night when I heard an almighty crashing noise. When I looked out, I saw Reginald coming to a halt on the main, steam leaking, and worse, his right motion snapped. It's very lucky it didn't hit his frames, or things...
Yeah, think about that. So my headcanon is that it did hit the frame. It just hit it and crumpled. Absolutely crumpled. It didn't do any damage because it was that brittle. It
could have turned out a lot worse.
Yeah, Reggie's...
I dread to think what could have happened, especially the speed he was going.
What about the flyer? Was a replacement nearby to take it on?
Sort of. I had to take it on with... well...
Him and Bucklebury took it on, which to be fair they did as well as they could. Just a shame what happened after.
Buck actually took a passenger train?
He did.
And he didn't fuck it up?
Sort of.
Wow. Colour me impressed.
He made it here, still on the rails, sure, but his mood hasn't improved. If anything, it was worse.
I did tell you it wasn't the right time.
Well, when else was I supposed to call him out on it?
Wait, you finally managed to talk to him? How did that go?
Well, to put it bluntly, it didn't.
What do you mean?
Well, we kept trying to talk to him, and then he just...
Then he snapped. He snapped at us, screamed his smoke box off, tried to blame it all on Axel, went to sleep, and then ran away sometime in the night.
Wait, he did what?
Well, we don't actually know if he left Levi. He might just be hiding somewhere.
You know he isn't. You lot looked all over the railway for him, so unless he's somehow worked out how to turn himself invisible, he's left.
I can do that. I can turn him invisible. I just need to not move the geodes. You'll only see the couplings.
And if he's going to act the way he did against Axel, he can just about stay away from the railway.
A bit harsh, but I can't blame you for feeling like that.
Snapped at Axel, you say? That's very strange.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Explain everything to me in detail. This is too strange to ignore.
Shut up, Mayflower. Where is it? Where is it?
Thought too.
There is not another
Explain
one.
everything to me in detail.
Please tell me the
this
coupling
is
works
too
fine.
strange to ignore.
Oh wait, you meant the invisibility thing. Damn it.
The engines hunkered down as they discussed the map.
Okay, good. We'll see what happens, Andre.
At hand for hours. Though Ramsay hoped what had happened while he was gone would shed some light on the situation, he came no closer to finding out what could possibly have driven Buck to run away. He could only hope that, wherever he was staying out of trouble.
Well, now you don't need it anymore. You can just get the 4 from CW. Oh, here we go.
Rostered to take a goods train instead of a passenger train. What has this railway come to?
Hello, 7907. It's been a while.
Oh, hello, sir. What a surprise.
Literally
At
downhill
ease,
from here.
7907. I don't have a lot of time. So if you don't mind, I would rather get straight to business and skip the formalities.
Of course, sir. As you wish.
As I'm sure you've noticed,
Yeah.
Mr. Studd's luck has taken a bit of a unfortunate turn as of late. My sources tell me that he is struggling to keep it all together after the failure of his little vanity project, which leads me to believe that now is the
Parts just
perfect
cringe.
time
That's it.
to deal the final strike against him.
What did you have in mind, sir?
Something to cripple his forces, whether that be continuous sabotage, dismantling his forces, or taking some of his followers out of the picture. I leave up to you.
I see. But why me? Why not get Gregory or Russell to do it?
Because I know how you feel about them. And I also know from my informants that you have wanted to do something grander for a long time now.
Well, yes, this is true.
You will have no limits on this task. I don't care how destructive, costly, or complicated, but it has to be done soon. And we can't
I would
have
go
it
with the
linking
latter.
back to us in any way. Got it?
Understood, sir.
If you pull this off, you will be rewarded accordingly with how effective your actions prove to be.
Well, it is
I
a war.
won't
It's
let
a
you
guerrilla
down,
war.
sir. I promise.
No,
This
not a
will be the
proxy war.
turning point for us.
Yes, I should certainly hope so. I look forward to seeing your results.
The man nodded and walked off, and Hart departed shortly after. He was thinking
You're right.
hard about what he could do to force Stard's hands, and slowly, but surely, a dark, evil plan began to form in the smoke box.
Oh, it's dark and evil, alright. I don't remember everything that happens in this episode, to be honest with you guys. I remember the ending. Kind of hard not to. Alright, this bit.
The next day, Reginald had been moved from the works and over to the sidings near the mainline sheds. The men at the works had taken off what was left of his internal and external motion, preparing him as much as possible for a safe journey to Swindon.
Fuck you, Andre.
He waited
But
for
true.
a while, watching his other engines pass by and making small chat with his fellow colleagues. A couple of hours later, he looked ahead to see an engine approaching him, and soon enough, Axel pulled up alongside him.
Hello, Reggie. How are you feeling?
I've been better, but getting by, I guess. You?
Yeah, same thing as you, I guess.
Oh? How come?
Oh, just some drama in the shed the other night. Nothing to get riled up about. I'll explain along the way. I see you're ready for your journey to Swindon.
Ready as I'll ever be. I take it you're bringing me there?
Yeah, indeed. I have some odd jobs to do around the area of Swindon before coming back here, so Mr. Stard figured it was smart of me to bring you along for the ride.
I see. So I take it he's too tied up to come see me off then?
Yeah, unfortunately so. King Richard just returned from the works and he's, well...
Yes, of course I know you need me back on the flyer, sir. Why else would British Railways paint me into this gorgeous and exquisite new livery?
What a cunt. Genuinely, like, what a fucking bastard. I cannot wait for this bitch to get his comeuppance. And that is the smuggest I have ever played him, and fuck him, I hate him.
Yes, Richard, very impressive. Regardless, it will only be a temporary solution until Reggie is repaired and returns from Swindon. After that, it's up to the higher-ups whether you stay here or return to London. Honestly, I couldn't
King
care
Dick
what
and
they
Cunthole,
decide
yes.
to do with you, so long as the flyer continues to
Yeah,
run
he
without
probably did,
affecting
Andre.
any other services. Of course, sir. I promise you, the Redwick Flyer will run without delay or incident, just like when I hauled it in the past. Alright, enough of the sass. Like I said, it's only temporary. 2 engines on the flyer is far too costly. Anyway, I have better things to do than stand here and bicker. Good day to you, engines.
I don't think he was too happy to see you, Richard.
I think you might be right, dear friend. It seems to me that something has him quite riled up, and I do wonder what that could possibly be.
It might have something to do with you being here to replace his darling vanity project.
Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Honestly, what kind of backwater place must he have been built at to fail after less than a year in service? And his
Fuck
brother
off.
failed as well. I overheard him complaining about his motion the day before they both failed.
Did you now?
Lore connection.
That is most intriguing.
Indeed it is. I knew as soon as I overheard them that it was a matter of time before that fraud of a cathedral wannabe was sent packing. The fact that it happened to the other wannabe that frequents London was just an added bonus. Especially considering that horrid LNER livery he gallivants around in.
Ah, yes.
Because he probably did, and they were like, oh, we can send King Richard and County of Radnor back. And he's like, no, we can send something else. No, they were allocated there before. They're coming back. Probably something like that.
I saw him this afternoon before everything happened. I had to look twice to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Honestly, who would want to go back to the times of those god-awful exchange trials?
I have no idea, old friend. Just goes to show how little respect they have for British Railways on that backwater island.
Aye. Hey, you mentioned something about exchange trials. What even were those? I've heard them mentioned before, but I never got the full story.
That is a very long and very drooling story, young Gregory.
Young indeed. You're only a year older than him, Hart. What would you know about the exchange trials anyways?
Enough to know the basic story. As a premier loco, I believe it is my duty to know the history of our railway company.
Fair enough. But yes, Gregory, that story would take far too long to explain.
I love how they are not friends with Gregory. Because they just would not explain this shit to him. If they were friends, they would have been like, oh, it was this, and this, but I won't go into detail.
Maybe tonight, if I'm up for it after my journey to Paddington. What do you say, Hart?
I'm going to have to decline, unfortunately. I have other, more pressing matters to attend to.
Really now? Do tell.
And ruin the surprise? I don't think so, dear Gregory.
That's highly unlike you, Hart. What are you plotting?
Don't you worry, Richard. All will be revealed soon enough.
Will it fuck? Yeah, here it comes. Right, I have one single regret with this episode, and that is the fact that I filmed it this late. I wanted to be realistic with the times, I wanted to be realistic with the lighting. I shouldn't have. And that's a mistake on my part. I've tried in post-production to brighten it as much as possible, and I still cannot fucking see shit. It might be better now that I have a better monitor, but it's literally just a blank screen with some noises, which, it's annoying.
Later that night, Riley was working later than usual at the yard at Redwick. The day had been more hectic than ever, and with Rab being busy with construction work, he had found himself hard-pressed to keep to the schedule. Because of this, he had been forced to skip out on his empty stock run to the industrial estate until the end of the day. He sighed to himself as he pulled into the yard towards one of the rakes of empties. He came to a stop just in front of them. His driver was confused.
Something wrong, old boy?
It seems we've had a bit of an oversight.
How do you mean?
Well, if you would care to look towards the siding on our right...
His driver looked to where Riley was gesturing at, and realized immediately what he was talking about.
Wait, what? No more brake vans?
Clearly not.
Well, that's a bit of a spanner in the works. Do you think this date will be alright until tomorrow when we get them?
I highly doubt it. They were supposed to get these
True.
6 hours ago.
Yeah, I'd rather not have Jim go nuclear on me, thank you very much.
Well then, I don't suppose you got a solution, do you?
Could always take half the rate now, then come back for the rest later.
That sounds like a lot of extra work.
Would you rather spend the morning explaining why we skipped out on work?
Yeah, no thanks.
Thought so, but are you sure you'll be able to manage that, Riley?
Yeah, shouldn't be an issue. The full rake would be problematic, but half of it should be fine.
Well, alright then. What do you say, Joe?
Well, I agree with the Pania, but who the hell is Joe?
Joe Mama.
Fuck you, Kyle.
Oh, I had to. I regret everything, but not everything. A Joe Mama joke always goes right.
Riley crept towards the downhill towards Endon. He knew he would have to take it as slow as possible down the hill, lest he wanted to lose control of his consist.
Alright, well, I think this is a good starting speed. You ready with the brakes, driver?
Ready as I'll ever be. Are you still confident about this?
Oh yeah, for sure. Did it plenty of times before. Especially when we had a shortage of brake vans during the war.
A sudden impact rocked the consist hard, knocking Riley's crew over, which caused them to hit their heads, leaving Riley and his crew in a daze.
Oh yeah, Riley screams in this, doesn't he?
Riley started to feel
Headset
his
volume
wheels
lowered.
speeding up steadily as he began snapping out of his dazed state. He
Shut the
focused
fuck
his
up,
look
Andre.
ahead of him through his blurred
It's the
vision,
best I could
being
find.
able to make out that his consist had now doubled, and an engine was at the end of the long line, pushing him closer and closer to the downhill at an alarming rate.
Oi! This isn't funny! You've knocked out my crew and I can't stop! Think about this. What would you gain from any of this?
There was no reply, and Riley was now mere feet away from the edge, now at the mercy of whomever was pushing him.
Please, there is no need for this. Harming me and my crew is crossing a line.
You made your choice when you sided with the wrong side. Farewell, Pania.
Wait, Hart? You sick, sadistic son of a bitch! You won't get away with this. I'll remember. No!
Riley
Unfitted.
shrieked as Hart pushed him and
Oh,
his wagon
that's
over
great.
the hill.
Well done, Riley.
The momentum of him and the wagon speeding him up at an alarming rate.
We'll just go with it was unfitted stock. Even if it's painted in the fitted colors. I will say, I'm actually able to see stuff on my new monitors.
Riley fought hard against the heavy weight, pushing against his buffers as he rocketed down the hill. He heard his crew begin to wake up in his cab and yelled out,
Oi! You two! Get your asses up and help stop me!
Ugh, what the hell are you talking about? Holy shit, we're out of control.
You don't say!
What the hell just happened?
I'll explain later, just get me stopped, will you?
Yeah,
The two men scrambled to get Riley under control, but to little success. Though he wasn't speeding up as rapidly as before, he was still not
Yeah,
slowing
the
as
oh
they
fuck
thundered
was
down the
perfectly
hill.
synced and they didn't even mean to do that.
It's up to you now, old boy.
I'll do what I can. We're almost at Endon. As soon as we get there, I should be able to... What the... Oh, fuck.
Pain.
The cleanup was horrible.
Hey, look, guys. Hercules. It's Hercules. The engine of the Herculean effort, Hercules from Tales of New Wessex, is cleaning up the big crash, which means he saw the big crash, which is... Damn. It's only one of those
As
blinking
morning
you'll miss
broke,
it.
the full extent of the crash became all too clear. Destroyed and derailed wagons laid scattered all over the ground. The road bridge had collapsed over the line, leaving Redwick cut off from the rest of the line. And then...
He didn't witness it, he witnessed the
Riley
cleanup.
was embedded firmly into the side of the collapsed bridge, knocked unconscious by the impact. His cab had buckled in on itself, crushing his crew and killing them instantly. The first responders were no strangers to gruesome sights.
Yep, well
but
done,
the
Andrew.
scenes in Riley's cab was too much for some of them, and there was more than a few cases of vomiting as the cleanup commenced. Mr. Starr stood
pretty much.
devastated as he oversaw the cleanup. He had been one of the...
I had to change the wagons into scenery object, which is something you do by taking a scenery object and referencing a different geo. It's a fucking pain in the ass, but it was worth it.
first officials on site, staying through the night to deal with the reporters and hopefully to soothe the clearly hurt Riley if he woke up. But that was looking unlikely at the moment. He stood there, in complete silence, deep in his own thoughts, until the shocked Mr. Hoff came up and spoke to him.
Bradford, what the hell happened? Are you okay? Is Riley?
I don't know, Jack. He hasn't been conscious since I got here. I don't know if the impact knocked him out or... Wow.
Jesus Christ. Bradford, I'm sorry. Have you been here all night?
I went straight here as soon as I got the call that there had been an incident. And I'm not going until this is all sorted or Riley has woken up. So don't even bother trying to convince me otherwise.
If you insist, sir.
Starred
But
cares,
if
who
I'm
would have thought?
honest, I would suggest you at least...
Well, well. This is certainly not what I was expecting on my visit today.
The men turned around to see two people approaching them. Mr. Starr recognized them immediately. Mr. Dickinson. And Mr. Knox.
First name drop of Mr. Knox, ladies and gentlemen.
This, an unexpected surprise. I don't recall there being a meeting scheduled for today.
Was there not? Oh, my apologies. I suppose my secretary must have forgot to call ahead. I was coming here to talk about how your line's track record had improved since our last meeting. However, it would seem that I've jumped the gun in that regard.
18 episodes.
Yes, it would seem so. Care to explain what had happened here? Well, we don't know for sure, as Riley hasn't shown any signs of waking up. Yet. And since the crew both... perished, we don't have anyone who can give an accurate account of what transpired.
This Riley fellow, was he the man operating the brake van? I take it he was injured during the impact then.
No, Riley is the engine involved in the accident. Of course.
Mr. Stud, I want a human account of what happened, not a machine who exists only to serve. Were there any eyewitnesses?
In terms of human witnesses, the signalman saw Riley and his crew traveling at dangerous speeds and didn't have the time to change the points away from the sidings before it was too late. There was no brake van attached to the train, but I don't believe Riley...
Well, I believe that paints a pretty clear image of what transpired here.
Yes, indeed. It would seem the locomotive crew neglected a brake van, probably due to overconfidence in their engine, I believe. Those poor men must have realized too late that they had too great of a consist to stop their engine and lost control over it. A mistake that cost them their lives.
Yes.
Misunderstanding of the century, but probably intentional.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions. As I said, we don't know the full story until Riley...
That will do, Mr. Stud. I overheard you saying you've been here since right after the incident occurred. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but...
I thought as much. You should head home and get yourself rested. You've had a long night dealing with reporters and workers alike. Mr. Knox and I can oversee the rest of the cleanup while Mr. Hoff takes charge for the day. I'm sure he won't mind.
I appreciate the concern, but I assure you I'm fine.
It was not a request that is up for debate, Mr. Stud.
Damn.
You will not be able to attend our meeting tonight if you aren't rested beforehand. You will go home and rest. That is an order.
Yes, sir. If you insist. I'll take Mr. Hoff with me to Redwick so we can begin organizing the rest of today.
Of course.
As you were, gentlemen. Well then, was this what you had hoped for?
A bit messier than what I had expected, but it seems to have had the desired effect.
That it has. So then, what's our next move?
We follow the plan we made as closely as possible, including what we agreed upon with your little pet at the industrial estate.
Of course, sir. What about 5767?
It works perfectly with another plan I have, but that will take some time to sort out. Do what you can for now, Mr. Knox. I shall go and make the arrangements.
As you wish, sir.
Well, well, well. What could those plans possibly be? It's only like they show up in the next episode. Those plans. Look at that, Dexby with his ballast.
It wasn't until afternoon when Mr. Starr was finally back on the scene. He had gotten some sleep and was now ready to take charge once more.
You'll see.
The first thing he did was travel to Endon to look at the progress of the work. When he arrived, he found the entire incident had been cleaned up and most of the workers had departed. The only thing left over from the accident was the damaged rails where the bridge had collapsed.
It's not spoilers, it's the plan was Grover. Grover is the plan, getting a diesel shunter up there to start modernizing the railway. That's basically it.
We're about to replace. He asked him about the whereabouts of Riley, and the workman told him that Jim had been able to move him down to the works by going very slowly over the damaged rails.
That must have been a bumpy-ass ride. You can cut now, Chris. Chris, you can cut now. Thank you.
When he arrived at the works, however, he grew concerned when all he could see was a few damaged wagons. He stormed over to the workmen, chatting as if nothing was wrong. Oi! You lot! Oh, hello, Mr. Stodd. What brings you here? No time! Where the hell is Riley?
Oh, another
Really?
TDRS
I've seen
reference.
him all day. I figured he was trapped on the other side of Endon. No, he's the one who was involved in the crash. I was told they were able to move him over the damaged rails. Jim was supposed to have taken him here. Sir, I hate to break it to you, but we've had no word about an engine needing repairs. All we've had come in were some wagons with minor damage to look over before sending them back into service. The rest were sent to some nearby scrapyard as they were too expensive to repair. You don't think... I have to make a phone call. Mr. Starr's mind was racing as he power walked towards his office at Manifel. British Railways wouldn't have. Would they? As he got closer to his office, he spotted Mr. Knox standing on the platform with a smirk on his face. Oh, hello, Mr. Stodd. I see you're back from your rest. Cut the shit. Where the hell is Riley? I'm sorry. Who? Fucking... Riley, the pannier. 5767. Where is he? Ah, of course. The pannier. You needn't worry about all that, Mr. Stodd. Me and Mr. Dickinson have sorted everything out while you were off duty. Your focus should be on... You didn't answer my question. Where is he? Well, if you wish to know so bad, the damages cost of 5767 were deemed too severe to be financially viable for repair.
Rest in peace, Mayflower.
Therefore, it was decided that it would be sent off for
Are you not
scrap
able to boost it?
as soon as the remains of the crew could be removed, which happened on site.
I do that all the time.
The locomotive was taken to be transported to a nearby scrapyard, along with the wagons that suffered similar damages. But you can't just... I didn't authorize this! You can't just make decisions like that without the approval of the board! And besides, even if the board did agree, I still could have... You're right. I can't. But Mr. Dickinson can. And he did. As soon as he got a proper look at the engine, he knew it was too far gone, and passed the
Fair
motion
enough.
without any objection. And I assume you wanted to purchase the engine as you did with your little heritage fleet? Trust me, Mr. Stodd, we did you a favour by getting rid of that old-fashioned pannier tank.
Pain.
The replacement engine will be newer and more suitable for our future projects for British Railways. Why, I yada. Anyways, I have more business to attend to at Colford. Good day, Mr. Stodd. Mr. Stodd watched in silence as Mr. Knox's train departed from the platform. He was still struggling to come to terms with what he had just been told. But slowly and surely, reality sunk in.
I want to point out something here. This was not the first scene I wrote. Starred originally sprinted over to the sidings over by that shed where Clint was. Commandeered him, took him down the main line to the scrapyard where we found Rab in season 1, and searched everywhere for Riley, but couldn't find him. That was the original scene. Star was gonna go fucking chasing after Riley, and then feel crushed when he couldn't find him. It just did not work with the pace of the episode. I tried, but I could not get it to work. So instead, I settled for what we had instead, which was just Star realizing the jig was up.
He felt sad. He felt angry. But there was nothing he could do. Riley was lost. He had failed him. Tears ran down his face as he walked towards
It wouldn't have
his
been that
car.
much of a pain to film,
He
it
didn't
just
know
I couldn't
how
get
he
it to
was
work
going to explain
story-wise.
this to his engines, or even if he had the strength to. No one said a word, not even King Richard or Gregory. Mr. Stodd was still shaken up as he informed the other engines of the demise of their fellow colleague. As reality sunk in, Darius, Thor, and Drax broke the silence with pain cries. The others tried their hardest to console their crying colleagues, but to no avail. King Richard and Gregory shared a look. Though the incident had dealt a favorable blow towards Stodd and his forces, they understood the gravity of the situation. An engine and its crew had perished in an horrific accident, and both knew this was not the time for slights, regardless of who was involved. Though he tried to keep on a brave expression,
Yeah, Herc's on
Mr.
shed.
Stodd
The track
had
isn't
tears
fixed yet.
streaming down his face, crying just as hard as his engines. Not long after, he walked away from the shed.
Yeah, you got an inch of hope for Richard, and then I just took it away.
To allow the engines to mourn.
Yeah, Clark
hoping
knows.
Against all hope.
He was
that this
pissed.
was just a bad nightmare.
In both senses of the word.
Two weeks went by slower than usual. Most of the other engines on
Yep.
the line were still mourning the loss of their fellow co-worker, while pushing through their daily duties.
I do miss Gregory, you know. It'd be a shame if I killed him or something. Like, Gregory was
No
such a
bridge
good
and rails
character.
at Andon had been replaced.
Oh yeah, I rebuilt the bridge and then I lost that save. So I just rebuilt it again.
It all looked as if nothing had happened. But
Rip.
they all knew what a horrid sight had befallen this quaint little area.
I couldn't find the assets to rebuild it like that anyways. So it is what it is. Yeah, it would be a shame, wouldn't it?
Mr. Starr's meeting with Mr. Dickinson had not gone down well at all. He had been informed that while his line's overall track record had improved since his last visit, any further incident would be met with a large-scale investigation into Mr. Starr's operations, both public and private. Mr. Starr took this on the chin as he waved them off,
Nice
but it was
crossface,
clear
Chris.
to anyone looking that he was not fully keeping it together. He was more sheltered, quiet, and straight to the point. This had been his first loss since his father during World War II, and it had been someone he had known his whole life, no less. Riley had been a dedicated worker, a voice of reason, and a great friend, even if he had never gotten the chance to tell him that.
Well, I'll give it a few
One
hours.
day, however, as Mr. Starr was leaving his office, he was surprised to see not just Alvin, the J-21 standing at the platform, but also his owner, Charlie Stevens, waiting for him outside.
Good day, Bradford. How are you?
Charlie, what are you doing here? Do we have a meeting today or something?
Not quite. I've heard all about what happened from Clint and Virgil. You haven't been to the Eastwood branch since it happened. They're all worried about you. You and Glattis.
Look, I haven't
Yeah.
had much time for social visits since everything went down.
It is.
I've been far too busy trying to get everything up and running again.
I understand that, Bradford, but you even missed our monthly meeting last week. Surely you should have made time for that.
Alright, I get it. I'll try not to let it happen again. Will that be all?
Not entirely. Me and the other committee members have decided that something needs to be done. I need you to come with me for a little while. There's something you need to see.
I would love to, but I can't right now. I have way too much on my plate. I have to get Reginald line clearance once he's ready, plan timetables, and...
Then leave that up to Mr. Hoff. I'm sure he can manage.
But please, sir, trust me when I say you
This
want
is
to come see
54.
I promise you, you won't be disappointed. He looked at Alvin. The look on his smoke box was serious, but compassionate. Alright, fine, but I'll have to make a quick call to let Mr. Hoff know to take charge for a little while.
Of course. We'll be here.
Al is a good
Are
one.
you sure now is the best time for this, Charlie?
I'm not sure there will ever be a best time per se, but this is as good a time as we're going to get.
True. I'm just wondering if it will do more harm than good.
He has a right to know, Alvin. We all agreed on that, even you.
I know. I guess only time will tell.
Whoa.
It didn't take long for the trio to make their way up to the quarry. Alvin pulled up in front of the engine sheds, allowing the
Very
two
funny,
men
Andre.
to disembark.
Very funny.
Mr. Starr looked around
Funny.
with an annoyed look on his face.
Yeah, the tracker was bumpy as fuck.
Well, I'm here, and I don't see anything different.
Right this way, Bradford. I don't know if
I
you
rebuilt this
remember, but
entire
I told you
quarry
not too
just for
long
this
ago
filming.
that I was going to be looking into getting a dedicated shunter up here when Glattis finally departed.
Yes, I remember.
Well, as luck would have it, an old friend of mine reached out to me a few days ago. He owns a scrapyard a ways away from here, and he just recently got in a shunting engine that was due for scrapping. But he knew I was in the market for one, and offered it to me, and the parts needed to fix it for scrap value.
Right. And how do I fit into all of this?
Trust me, you want to see this.
I'll be the judge of... What the hell is this?
Bum bum bum! And there it is. Lord of the Rifts. If I ever put a 1500 in my show, kill me. If I ever put a 1500 in my show as a character that is part of the Redwick Hills and not just a visiting 1501 or visiting from the railway, I will just stop making Rails Refuge. I don't like 1500s. Sue me. 1600s are a bit better. Hard elf are becoming even more of a cunt, yes. I like 9400s. 9400s are the best of the Harshrook panniers. The others are kind of meh. Bass Sabotage song. Up the Gunners. This is when I was an Arsenal fan. It does. Nah, I don't like him. Yeah, true. I'm going to see those next year, like seeing Powerwolf next year. Pretty based. Yes, and I don't like the S100s. The S100s are ugly as shit. In my personal opinion. Right. 2 more episodes to go, people. What did we think of episode 9? I have that too. Episode 9 doing well. That's good. That's good. And then we're going to move on to episode 10. I'm going to just do a quick bathroom break. Because I have been sitting still for nearly 6 hours. Un momento, por favor. And then we go on to the season finale. Haha, there's 1 episode left. Very funny. I return. It is time for the season finale, which means there is, let's see if we do that. We have 40 plus 40, that's, fuck. Shit. Alright. 6.5 hours. Let's go. Or 7.5 hours in total.
My sources tell me that he is struggling to keep it all together after the failure of his little vanity project.
Previously on Rails
which leads me to believe that now is the perfect time to deal the final strike against him. You will have no limits on this task. I don't care how destructive, costly, or complicated, but it has to be done
Rails Refuge
soon.
movie coming soon.
King Richard just returned from the works and he's well.
Yes, of course I know you need me back on the flyer, sir. Why else would British Railways paint me into this gorgeous and exquisite new livery?
Wait, what? No more brake bands?
Clearly not. Could always take half the rate now, then come back for the rest later. We're almost at Endon. As soon as we get there, I should be able to... What the... Oh, fuck.
Hey, we get to relive all our trauma again.
Bradford, what the hell happened? Are you okay? Is Riley?
Where the hell is Riley? Riley? I haven't seen him all day. I figured he was trapped on the other side of Endon.
Me and the other committee members have decided that something needs to be done. I need you to come with me for a little while. There's something you need to see. Trust me, you want to see this.
I'll be the judge of... What the hell is this?
Ding! Love that sound effect. How are we using coming soon? It's gonna be my way. It's my way of coming soon.
Is this some kind of sick joke? There, in front of him, stood a pannier tank engine that looked all too familiar. It was missing its cab and many other parts and was painted in a worn black livery. Its number was gone, but it didn't need to be there. Mr. Stard recognized the engine straight away. His tears began to well up in his eyes.
Dun dun dun. Alright, be honest. Who saw this coming? Who saw this coming? Like, honestly, because everyone did. Right? Like, this wasn't like a secret thing. Because, I'll be honest. I wanted to juke it, but that's mostly because I realized that I was going to be killing someone at the finale anyways. And I didn't want to lose Riley. How I did the cab thing, you fuck with the Geo, and fucking with the Geo is unstable as shit, and it's hell. It is literal hell to get to work.
How? But... No, this is impossible. This has got to be some kind of sick joke.
Bradford, please, calm down. I assure you, this is no joke.
But how? He was taken for scrap the day of the accident. I was sure he...
Like I said, my friend held on to him in case I wanted to make the deal. At first I wasn't too convinced, but as soon as I saw his number, I couldn't just say no.
And you're sure it's... him?
Well, we
Yeah,
can't be sure
I wish I could
until
evolve
he's
more
awake.
on this season.
We've been working on him for almost
but
a
this
week
season has,
to make sure we can at least
it's
try
too
to wake him.
focused.
I see.
There's an
he's ready for
overarching
that?
narrative in season 3.
That's why I brought you up here. We're preparing to wake him soon. Are you ready?
As ready as I can get, I suppose. Let's go.
Oh yeah, this bit. I love this effect.
Is it working?
I don't know. It usually doesn't take this long.
I know, that's what... Wait! I think he's waking up!
Try talking to him.
Riley! Riley! Can you hear me?
Mr. Stard, is that you?
Oh, thank fuck, you're awake!
What the
I
hell
have no
happened?
idea.
I don't remember. Wait.
Also, you'll probably notice that he's missing his smokebox hinge dart thing there. He's missing the steps. He's missing fucking everything. Lamp irons, yeah. Ignore that.
I was a runaway. My crew couldn't stop me, and I... Oh God.
Whoa, easy, Riley. It's okay. Look at me. I'm right
Don't worry
here.
about it.
Take a deep breath.
Alright. I can do it.
Good. I believe in you. Now walk me through what happened. Why did you take a full consist without a brake van?
I didn't. When we got to the yard, I saw that all the brake vans were gone from the yard. I figured someone had taken 2 on accident. My crew thought we should wait till
Nice
the
one, Riley.
morning, but we were already delayed, and I didn't want to wait. So I convinced them to take 2 trips, half and half.
But that doesn't make any sense. All of the wagons that were supposed to go to the estate were involved in the accident. I counted them myself for the report.
That's because it's all fuzzy. Hard to remember. The last thing I remember was a rough bump when I approached the edge of the hill. Maybe my crew?
I'm sorry, Riley. They didn't make it. They were killed on impact.
Oh.
Are you going to be okay?
I don't know. I need a moment to process it all.
That's okay, Riley. Take all the time you need. Riley looked around and took in his surroundings.
trying to collect his thoughts. But instead of answers, more questions made their way into his fuzzy smoke box.
Where am I? I don't recognize this area, and it feels familiar.
You're on the Eastwood branch. The quarry, to be specific. I'm Charlie. You might not remember me.
No, I remember. But what am I doing here?
You're being here to be used as a stationary boiler until the Indonesian sex trade can come here and take you. For legal reasons, that's a joke.
Why am I not at the works?
Because... well...
It's okay, Charlie. I've got this. Riley, I don't know how to say this, but...
No, you don't.
The accident happened 2 weeks ago. I was down there from when it happened till morning. Some men from the board were also there to conduct a meeting. But when they heard how long I'd been there, they sent me home to rest. But once I returned... the board had made the decision that repairing you was too costly to justify. They sent you for scrap before I could say anything. Probably because they worked out I would buy anyone they would draw.
Then how am I...
That would be due to me. Long story short, I found you in a scrapyard when I was looking for a shunting engine. As soon as I recognized you, I had you transported here to be repaired.
Fucking convenient.
Thank you, sir. There's quite a lot to take in, but I think I'll be okay.
Yes, I imagine so. Don't worry. We'll give you all the time you need to adjust. Besides, we still need to repair you.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry I can't remember anything else, Mr. Stard. It's all still... well, fuzzy.
Hey, don't worry about it. Your mind will heal, and you will remember when you're ready. Just rest for now.
Yes,
they
just
still need to repair
rest,
you.
please.
If anything comes back to you,
Until the
tell
rest
Charlie
happens.
here, and he will contact me.
Okay, sir, I will. Well, the others know I'm fine. I can't imagine what they must have gone through.
Oh, don't worry, I will. I'm sure all your friends will be ecstatic to hear that you've made it out okay. Speaking of which, I really need to get back to the railway. I really wish I could stay longer, but...
It's okay, sir. I'm sure I'm in good hands up here.
Alright,
No, you're not.
I'll be back up whenever you need me, okay? All you have to do is say the word.
I will, sir. And... thank you.
With that, Mr. Starr departed as the men got ready to continue work on Riley. He was overjoyed to see his old friend still mostly in one piece, but he was still concerned
I'm
that
sorry.
He could have cost this
Still
action.
mostly in one piece. No, he fucking ain't.
He quickly shrugged it off, however, confident that Riley would remember soon enough.
Yeah, he's gonna get 8750 to hell and back, because 8750 cabs are better. Hey look! Title!
Not long after, Mr. Start had made his way back to Redwick, so he could inform the others of the good news he had received. He was smiling broadly as he approached the sheds, but his smile grew even larger as he came to a stop in front of the sheds. Reggie? You're back! I didn't think you'd be back till tomorrow. Hello, sir. I'm happy to be back. The men at Swindon had me prepared early due to a last-minute delivery to this place passing by earlier today. So, here I am. That's fantastic! How are you feeling, sir? The others have filled me in on what has been going on while I was away. I'm so sorry for your loss. Oh, Reggie, thank you, but you don't have to be sorry for anything. I'm fine,
Maybe.
especially after today.
What do you mean, sir?
Sir, surely you haven't moved on so fast. I heard you crying in your office about it last night. Thanks, Darius. But no, I just got a shocking surprise today, to say the least. Charlie from the quarry on the Eastwood branch and his J21 came down with some news for me. They took me up there to show me something they came across and... well...
Well?
I don't know how else to say this, but... they found Riley! Riley's alive! And he's going to be alright. The engine stared
Well,
at
the thing is, Reggie doesn't really... How do you say? Reggie doesn't really understand loss because, well, he's new. He'll sneeze. And what I'd say is, okay, he might understand loss, but he's like... he was never really that connected with them. Thank you. And since he wasn't here to see the impact he wasn't here to see the impact it had on the others, which I believe is part of it. Because I feel like Reggie's more of an empath than anything else. So I think that when the whole stuff that happens later happens, that's when he's like, oh, this is serious. And that's when he understands how heavy this stuff actually is.
Shock at their manager. Some were still processing what had been said. Soon, however, it had all fully set in for everyone. A few engines got teary-eyed. Some were stunned to silence, while some...
Well, that's... wow. I don't know what to say.
All this time? He was alive? That's
impossible. The report said he was damaged beyond repair.
Economically speaking for British Railways, yeah,
Jesus.
But not for a private owner willing to pay for a new cab and repairs to his rear frame. Wait, you bought him, sir? He's coming back? I wish I could, Darius, but unfortunately I'm a little late to the punch.
What do you mean?
I thought you said he was saved.
Yes, he was, but not by me. Charlie needs a new shunter for the quarry so that Al can run his deliveries rather than shunt most of the day.
Which was
he has a friend who owns the scrapyard Riley ended up in, and he brought him down there to see what he had. As soon as he realized what engine he had in front of him, he bought him on the spot.
I see. So he won't be returning to his regular job then?
As much as I would love that, no, unfortunately not. But to be fair, when I talked to him, he seemed content with his new work. Did he give any more insight as to what happened that night, sir? Anything at all? I asked him about it, but it would seem the accident has caused some sort of memory loss. All he could remember
he's had a
were
memory
things
dump.
that
A temp dump, if you
validated the
will.
report. Well, most of it anyways. We're hoping it's temporary, but I'm not getting my hopes up. Well, that certainly is a shame, but so long as he's able to accept his new circumstances, everything should be alright.
True. I hope he makes a full recovery once he's been restored. Aye, no engine deserves a fate like he almost had.
Too true.
Ah well, him working that quarry could be a blessing in disguise. Things could get awkward pretty fast if he ended up returning to the yard.
What's that supposed to mean?
Because of the new yard arrangements?
Yard arrangements? Wait, you don't know, sir. Don't know what? But there wasn't enough time to get an answer. An unfamiliar high-pitched horn sounded through the air. Much to the confusion of Mr. Stard. What in the He turned around to see a black shape gliding quietly and smoothly towards the sheds. He had 6 small wheels, red rods, and a large cab. He came to a stop in one of the shed roads, giving the staring Mr. Stard an unamused look.
Can I help you?
Who in the blazes are you?
The new yard shunter? What? You've never seen a diesel shunter before? That's to be expected of this backwater hole.
Oh, it's like that, is it? I'd watch my radiator if I were you. You know you're talking to your
Yeah,
boss,
it's the Woodhead.
right?
Oh, wait.
Oh, great.
Well, the
My
Woodhead
boss
in
is a
blue.
numbskull. This day is gonna be wonderful.
Wow, you really are an asshole, aren't you? Who even allocated you here? I don't recall asking for a new diesel shunter. We have enough trouble with our other one.
Dunno. I was just told I was gonna be here in this hole when I was built. As if that wasn't bad enough, I had to be hauled here by that old kettle.
He gestured towards Reginald, who scowled back at him. Oh, whatever. I can't be bothered. Welcome to the railway, I guess. Now, Reggie. Yes, sir? Now that you're back in the working order, we can finally get you back on the flyer. We've been getting close to running at a loss again, so it needs you desperately. You mean it, sir? So soon after coming back? Yes, of course. I'll get it sorted with the board. I'm sure they'll all be more than happy to have you. What do you mean he won't be going back on the flyer?
The
As
cut of
I
all
said,
times.
The board unanimously agreed that 8023 will not be allowed back on the Redwick Flyer until it is proven to be in sound mechanical order. He literally just came back from Swindon. Surely that should be enough reassurance for his mechanical condition? I would be inclined to agree, were it not for the fact that they only repaired what the workers there found to be wrong with the locomotive. What if something was to befall the locomotive's wheels or its boiler tubes? We simply cannot afford to risk it. That's preposterous! Besides, what about the contract? It specifically states that Redwick Cathedral is leased onto the Redwick Flyer for the duration of 2 years. Taking Reginald off the flyer is a direct breach of contract.
No.
Mr. Dickinson, I thought you'd left for home weeks ago.
I decided to stick around for a little while to see how the new yard shunter performs. I believe that it arrived today along with your newly repaired Pacific.
So that was your doing? Why wasn't I notified about this?
Because you were clearly upset by the loss of the engine crew of that pannier tank a few weeks back. It's
More like
understandable.
the engine.
Death is never easy to deal with, but the railway still needs to run. And while the dock shunter you own and 7421 did an ample job of handling the duties here, it proved uneconomical to keep bringing them in and planning the shunting around them.
I guess that makes sense.
And as for the contract you have between your cathedral and us, it specifically states that we are leasing it for 2 years on revenue-earning services, not the Redwick Flyer specifically. Until it is proven that the engine can run without faults, he will be limited to this line and put on regular passenger services.
You want to put a cathedral, Frederick William Hawksworth's grandest locomotive, and the GWR's greatest express passenger locomotive, on stopping passenger runs? Pardon me if I don't fully see your logic here.
You don't have to agree with the board, but the decision has been made, and you will just have to accept that.
Yeah.
Now, me and Mr. Knox here are going to see the demonstration of what the new Class 08 diesel is capable of.
Basically, the way I see it is the way people in this universe see engines is basically that guy with the mug taking a big sip going, today's topic, slavery. Because that's how they treat the engines.
You are more than welcome to join us. If not, I bid you a good day, Bradford.
Mr. Stard watched as the two men departed towards the goods yard. He was absolutely dumbfounded at what he had just been told.
Yeah.
But right now, his hands were tied. He had no choice but to abide to their wishes. He cursed the board under his breath as he set off after the men. Though he wasn't too keen on the new diesel shunter, he would be lying if he said he wasn't at least a bit intrigued at what it was capable of.
It's capable of moving back and forth.
A month flew by faster than expected. The engines on the Redwick and Chiltern Hills had slowly but steadily fallen into their stride once more, some more easily than others. Grover's first demonstration had gone off without a hitch, impressing the members of the board, and to an extent, even Mr. Stard. He had quickly and comfortably fallen into his role as the Redwick Station pilot and the yard shunter, though he still had a cold attitude towards Mr. Stard and some of the other engines. Most of them didn't mind
Very much.
but the others could swear they would see him being friendly with the wrong crowd, so to speak.
Don't know what you mean.
One engine that had struggled to adapt, however, was Reginald. When Mr. Start had told him the bad news, it had devastated the young engine. He had been excited to get back onto the main line and see his brothers at Paddington, especially Alfredston, but all he had managed of that was a few short glimpses of him whenever he shot past Manifel. Being relegated to stopping in local express passenger services had been a drag to begin with, but after a few weeks, he had found himself not minding it as much. Mr. Start had done all he could to ensure the railway ran as smoothly as possible, but all the changes that were happening had left him quite short-handed on his approach. Time and time again, he had approached the board to try and get Reginald back on the flyer, but they refused to budge, even with the declining earnings of the service, as well as the excellent performance the cathedral was giving. One night, Reginald was voicing his concerns to the other engines down at Manifel.
Ah, yes.
I just don't get it.
This scene was written in later. This was a late addition to the story. I think I did this like after the episode was done. And then I delayed it to add this scene. Also, Andy was drunk when he did these lines. It was funny.
They said if I proved my mechanical condition was pristine, I could go back to the flyer. Yet here I am, running perfectly, but still not out on the main line. It's a damn piss take. Language, Reginald. Sorry, it's just so frustrating. I understand your frustration, Reggie, but you ran a long time before things went wrong the last time. Be patient. They won't keep you here forever. I hope not.
I miss talking to my brothers in London. I haven't even spoken to Alfred since I last took the flyer.
Hey, worst case
Reggie
scenario,
swearing
we
then.
can make it so you are the only engine for the job.
Oh? How can we do that? Seb? Absolutely not. I see where this is going.
All it takes is one misplaced tank on the line, and the rest would fall into place.
God damn it. Fuck's sake, Seb. I'm going to have to decline your offer.
Suit yourselves. Guess I have bonfire night all to myself.
It was at that moment that a familiar whistle drifted through the air, making the engines look ahead confused. What's Axel doing here? I thought his first train was from the estate tomorrow. Wait, since when did Axel have lining? Oh, that's not Axel. That's...
Hello, my dears. I hope you're all well this evening.
Not too
Oh
bad,
my
thank
god,
you.
listen to how drunk Andy sounds.
Hello, my dears. I hope you're all well this evening.
Not too bad, thank you. Hey there, Hercules. What brings you here at this hour?
I have some news to bring, young Redwick. Specifically to you, Sebastian.
Look, if it's...
I have some news for you, specifically to you, Sebastian. Fucking Hercules Sparrow over here. I can, but I do speak to Andy a lot.
About the opium-laced coal stash, I didn't do it, and you can't prove it.
Sebastian, this is serious. It's about Bride.
Seb's mood instantly changed.
What happened? Is she alright? Was there a crash?
I'm afraid it's a bit more dire than that, my dear.
No. No, they haven't. They haven't!
They have. I'm so sorry.
I don't understand. What's wrong? Reginald, Bride has been withdrawn from service.
Not yet, but very soon. I thought you had a right to know.
What? But they can't! She's the glue that keeps the Stovall Valley together! They can't just rip her away like this! Such is the way of things, Reginald. We only live to serve
I see
so long as
Reginald
our
knows how
owners
to deal with
allow us
loss.
to. It's not fair.
Hercules, I'm not going to repeat myself. Get off the turntable.
Sebastian?
I will get those bastards to change their mind. They can't do this.
There's nothing any of us can do.
Of course there is. I can take their family hostages. I can blow their office up. I can torture them till they yield. I can...
You will do no such thing, Seb. Evening, sir. What are you doing here? Jack told me Hercules was coming here to tell you the news. I came as soon as I could.
You knew...
I'm sorry, Seb. I wanted to tell you, but I figured it was better if it was an old friend that told you. I get that you're hurting, but violence is not the answer here.
Then do something. Lord Stell has money. Can't he just buy her?
He tried, Sebastian, but they wouldn't allow it.
It's the same thing I encountered when I tried to purchase Riley last year. They simply wouldn't let me. And between us all, I tried to buy her as soon as I found out, but they refused.
Yep.
So that's it.
Little known canonical fact that is
We're
very
just
much
gonna
known
let it
because
die.
he literally just said it. Star tried to buy Bride. They didn't fucking budge. Imagine that. It started bought Bride. That would have been a change up of pace.
She has lived a long and fulfilling life, and she has come to peace with her fate. For your sake, I hope you can as well.
I want to see her.
Seb.
No, I want to see her. And I will see her whether you allow me to or not.
Are you sure that's wise, considering what happened last time you saw each other?
That is exactly why I need to see her again.
Hercules,
Yes, sir?
is Stovey still going ahead with that plan?
The one about the wyvern?
Yes, that one.
As far as I'm aware, if it all goes to plan, it will be in a few days.
Alright, that gives me time. I will see what I can do, Seb, but no promises. Alright?
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. I will leave you guys to discuss further. I'll see you soon, Seb. Hopefully
Uh-oh.
with good news. Mr. Starr walked towards his office to try and find a way to help Seb in any way he could. Hopefully, it would all work out in the end.
I do like that we got to tie together the season finale stuff and the Cathedrals of Steam stuff. Oh, there's the old headboard.
Thankfully for Mr. Stard, he was able to get Seb rostered onto the Flyer as the piloting engine of King Richard. Though neither of them was all too happy with each other's company, Seb was just happy to get a chance to see his sister one last time. Mr. Stard had been excited to get a chance to ride behind a saint on the main line again, but unfortunately, he never got the chance to.
Ha! Elbows.
Instead, he was called down to the industrial estate to deal with a nuisance that had been disturbing the workers for a few days.
Oh, I got the lag.
What he didn't expect, however, was the sight in front of him as he approached one of the businesses at the estate.
What in the name of Lilith is the meaning of this, then?
Confused here or what? What you doing now? What now, Andre?
Ah, Bradford. How nice of you to join us.
What the hell, Henry? Why are you even here?
I just came to keep good at...
Yeah, Captain and Admiral are just vibing. In Cathedral's esteem, they don't appear.
To my promise I made last time I was here. And I increased security at my plant.
Dude, I pinched one truck, and I ended up having to...
Lilith is Satan's daughter, I think. Which is like a little on-the-nose joke. I'm pretty sure Admiral and Captain appearing was later in the episode. Though... Which is later in the episode, meaning later in the week, which I think worked. However, I might be wrong. So either it's a continuity error or it's a skill issue on Andy's behalf.
to pay you back for that, with interest.
True, but one can never be too sure. Hence why I have my 2 guards from now on.
Don't you need them on your railway?
I have many more who can...
Then we just say they went from here. Wyvern was hiding somewhere in the back.
Cover their jobs.
Yeah, it's easy.
You're more of a distraction than a security, according to the staff around here.
Really? And how do you suppose that? Oi! Move away, you thief!
Oh, piss off, fat ass. Like that. Look, can you just tell them to lay off the engines and staff that don't go on your property?
Now you're trying to give me orders. Careful. You are once more within tanking distance.
And you are within Glattis range. Wanna test me?
Alright. You got me there. Fine. You two. Only scared off people when they approach my land. Got it? Nice, understood. There. Happy?
No, but it will do. Just then, a worker came running up to Mr. Stard. Sir, urgent call from you from the quarry near Spear. I'm a little busy at the moment! What is it?
Fucking love Pirates of the Caribbean, man. Can you tell that I had just finished binging all the movies? I don't think you could tell.
Thing about an engine's repairs being done. Wait, what? Riley's done already? I thought he'd be at least another half a month, judging by his condition.
Riley? That name sounds familiar. Have I threatened him before?
You have, actually. He's the pannier tank you kidnapped.
Borrowed.
Kidnapped? Last time you visited my line.
Yes, I remember.
Thought so. Anyways, let them know I'll be up there as soon as I can. Yes, sir.
Why is your pannier tank being repaired at a quarry when you have that small repair cot down at Manifel?
Well, firstly, Henry, not everyone can afford their own private locomotive works.
As to be expected from the working class.
Secondly...
Wait, was that Andy saying hello there? Hang on.
As to be expected from the working...
Oh my god, I forgot about that. The moment Stubby leans into the frame, you can just hear a very faint hello there.
Can afford their own private locomotive works.
As to be expected from the working class.
Secondly,
That's funny.
He's not my pannier. Not since the accident, anyways. But I don't have time to explain. I need to get up there.
You can explain on the way there. Admiral. Right away, sir.
Wait, what? You're coming with?
Well, of course.
I love how I say Admiral and he takes the chonker. I'm pretty sure he takes the chonker.
Ominous. Anyways, no давай, поехали.
No, давай, поехали.
The two men
Yeah, he says Admiral and takes chonker. It's fucking funny. I'm dumb.
boarded a large tank engine as it set off down the line towards the eastward branch. Mr. Dexby sweating a little as he prayed they would avoid Glattis.
I think? No, he didn't. Captain Flat is staying there. Okay, we're good. Whew, I thought I fucked up.
Fortunately for Mr. Dexby, they would successfully avoid Glattis as they crossed onto the quarry branch.
Ballast
Soon
stuff.
enough, they arrived outside the quarry's workshop. There, Charlie stood waiting for them.
Ah, Mr. Stard, you made it.
Hello, Charlie. Glad I could make it.
And I see you brought some friends.
Only 'cause Bradford is too lazy to walk.
You literally offered me a ride.
Touché.
Right. Well, if you two are done going at it like a married couple, we're about to fire him up.
Splendid. Let's go. The trio walked up to where Riley was stood. He had been fully
Fucking
repaired,
love that livery on him.
repainted, and by the looks of it, upgraded. 8750 cab. Nice.
I know, right? I presumed it was a superior option, seeing as the crew get more space to work with.
Fair point. I love the livery of choice, too. The red rods suit him well.
Indeed. He asked for it himself.
Neat. But, why is the paintwork already worn? Didn't you just repaint him?
All we had was dirty paint.
Figures.
Stop mixing quarry dust into your paints.
Never.
Ah well, at least he's gotten a nice upgrade.
He may well be upgraded, but an R1 would have been leagues better in this environment.
Damn southern veg.
I
mean, let's get the show on the road. The three men watched as a tank engine began building steam for the first time since the accident. Riley slowly began to stir as his firebox heated up, and it didn't take long before he began to groggily open his eyes.
5 more minutes, please.
Riley, you've slept for over a month.
Don't care, I want more.
Jesus.
Riley, I'm glad to see your rebuild went smoothly. How do you feel?
Pretty good, considering what's been going on. Why does my back feel heavier?
That's because we gave you a new camp. An 8750 camp, to be exact.
For real? Huh, that's pretty neat, I guess.
It does look good on you, to be fair, Riley. Should have had you rebuilt years ago.
I guess so, sir. I'm glad to see you're here.
Oh, no.
I have something I need to tell you. What is he doing here?
Oh, him? He's just here to... see how you're getting on.
I have no idea.
Fun.
Right. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Mr. Stard, I need to have a word with you.
Of course. What's up?
In private, sir.
Oh, right. Charlie, do you mind?
Of course not. Come on, chaps. Early lunch today.
The men walked away to their lunch quarters. All except. Mr. Dexby, do you mind?
I do, actually.
Huh. Fair enough. Go on, Riley.
You sure?
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Alright.
No, fuck it, why not?
It's about the accident, sir.
Wait, you remember more?
I do. Mostly fragments. Though I will warn you, it's not pleasant.
I'm listening.
I remember taking half of the wagons without a brake van because there was none left, like I said. But when I got bumped before the hill, it was because someone shunted the rest of the wagons into mine.
Wait, you're not saying...
Someone pushed me down the hill. If I had to guess, they hid the brake
Yeah,
vans
probably.
and pushed the wagons onto me to make it look like negligence.
Who in their right mind would do something like that?
No one. Only a psychopath would do something like that. Sending an engine and its crew to a certain doom is unthinkable.
Well, you're not wrong about the psychopath part.
You know who did it, don't you?
I do. But sir, it won't matter. We can't prove anything, you know that.
Riley? Tell me. Now.
Are you sure? He might be working off the orders of someone else. It might be smarter to...
Name.
Uh-oh.
Now.
Hart. It was Hart who did it.
Motherfucker. That slimy suck-up of a fucker! That's it. He's done.
So, wait. Wouldn't it be better to keep an eye on him? Maybe you can find out who's actually to blame?
No, Riley. I'm not risking the life of another one of my engines. This ends now.
Bradford, where are you going?
I'm going to end this. Once and for all.
Star Wars. Love it. Also, he just ripped the driver out of the cab. He full on just GTA'd a Dexby engine.
Did he just hijack my engine?
I believe so, yes.
Fair enough.
I don't like this. Mr. Stard is seeing red right now. And if he tells the others...
Yes, it seems I will have to extend my stay.
Oh, joy.
I'm going to need an engine.
He just takes Alvin, by the way. To the people wondering.
I need a ride to the junction.
Get away from me, you freak!
Get away from me, you freak!
Mr. Stard's mood at Manifel later that day had not improved. The moment he had gotten back to his office, Mr. Stard had put in a request to have Hart Hall removed from the railway, claiming his services were no longer required. Unfortunately, his request was denied, as the disappearance of Buck had left a vacancy in the roster that Hart was filling in for. He made a call to gather his engines at Manifel soon after, and when they arrived, they could tell he was in the mood for no nonsense. Alright everyone, this is no time for dicking about. I need your full attention on this one. The engines remained silent and focused on Mr. Stard. There's been an attack on one of us. British Railways has finally been making their move, and I'm not going to let any more harm come to my engines. What do you mean, sir? We haven't heard anything about an attack. That's because you don't know the story. Riley has made a full recovery today up at the quarry, and he was finally able to recall what happened on the night of his accident. He was?
What did he say?
He told me that when he approached the hill down to Endon, he only had half the wagons.
Yeah,
he
it's
had
the exact same
crashed.
order.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Wait, you're not saying...
It should be the same order.
I
No,
am.
it's not.
The rest of the wagons
That
were
was
used to push
the season
him down
finale.
the hill, and in turn made it look like negligence on Riley's crew's part. Who in their right mind would do something so awful? They killed an engine crew and tried to kill
And
one
here it
over
is.
what? A petty squabble over ownership?
Well, usually it'd be someone like me. But I wouldn't do it like that. And not to a friend.
A psychopath. That's who could have done something like that.
Sir, do you know who did this?
Isn't it obvious? The biggest cunt of them all. The vindictive fuck who will do absolutely anything to drag my name through the dirt. Fuck off. You don't mean...
It was Hart?
Mr. Stard nodded. The engine stared at him in disbelief. That vindictive fuck.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Are you sure about this, sir? I know he's got it in for all of us, but do you really think he'd go that far?
As a matter of fact, I do. We've never gotten along, and this is his way to try and intimidate me to back down. Well, I won't. All other plans we have are out the window. He is our focus now. I don't care what it takes.
There it
this
is.
Piece of shit is getting sent packing from
The
my
words.
railways. No matter what.
Are you sure about this, sir? Remember what happened last time you...
I don't care, Ramsey. He's going. I don't care how. Understood, sir.
I wouldn't
Loud
want to.
And clear. I'm still in shock. I don't understand how anyone could... Some engines just don't know when to stop, Virgil. And though I never expected Hart to be one of those engines, I can't say it surprises me with how he's been acting as of late. I want you guys to come up with something to get him out of here. Pronto. I'm going to go to my office and try and plead my case again for getting him transferred. Mr. Stard stormed off without saying goodbye. The engines, who were still furious with the revelation, talked about what they could do.
We have to do something, guys. Having him around could result in one of us biting the cutter's torch.
I agree, but I think we need more time to fully accept this. Running at it with blind rage is not a good idea. Clint, you heard Mr. Stard. If we don't act soon, it could be one of us on the line next. Usually, I would agree that rushing in is a bad call, but our lives are on the line. I don't know if that's a risk we could take. I don't like it, but I suppose you're right. What do you propose? I don't know, to be honest. Delay his trains at departure, maybe? You could do that, right, Clark?
I could try. That would be difficult of Redwick, with Grover and all. He seems to be friendly of that load of bastards.
Fair point. It will be too obvious. Ramsey?
Hard to say, mate. Last time I tried to cobble a plan together, it didn't end well.
Oh, I know. Seb. Any ideas? Seb? Hello? Off to Seb?
What?
Whoa there! Seb, mate, relax.
Are you alright?
Don't bother. There's nothing you can do about it.
We need you, mate. You've got all these crazy ideas bouncing around in your smoke box. What can we do to get hard scent packing?
I think it was
nothing
just...
to offer you.
What? Come on!
Hearts.
All these crazy
Yeah,
ideas
he was
involving
built wrong.
explosions and destruction, and you can't come up with a single thing?
And so what if I don't? Maybe I have more important shit to think about.
What could be more important than saving our lives?
Fuck off, you pathetic little mogul, or I swear to Churchwood you'll wish you were never shoved out of Swindon.
That's a good threat.
What's gotten into him?
Yeah, what the hell, man? I thought that would happen. You will have to forgive him. He's still not fully moved on. Moved on? From what?
Wait, you didn't know?
The day that he went to Paddington. It was to say goodbye to his sister, Bride. They hadn't spoken...
Continuity error. Darius was in the shed. I didn't realize. Whoops.
for years after an incident on New Wessex. And now that he finally managed to get her to forgive him, he feels he waited too long. He's still mourning her.
I see.
I didn't know. I will have to apologize when I next see him.
Yeah, you never
but
got the
that
chance to do
doesn't
that.
help us solve this issue.
Yeah, and with Buck gone, that's the last of the crazy bastards we can ask.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
That's it! He's filling in for Buck, which means he'll be on Buck's first train of the day.
So?
That's the first train of the day, meaning that we
I
can
don't know what you're on
confirm
about.
he'll be the first to travel down the down line. So, we can derail him somewhere.
Yeah,
and
as
get
I
him
said, it's a bit of a
attacking.
continuity error.
Fight.
I mean, like, I literally wrote that scene after finishing the episode, so it should have been fine, but I fucked up. But it is what it is.
Fire.
That doesn't sound like a good idea. Isn't that exactly what he did to Riley?
I don't care, mate. He tried to kill Riley, our friend. Mr. Stodd said no holding back this time, and that is exactly what I intend to do. That son of a bitch is not leaving this railway in one piece.
Keyword
Despite
was.
the others' protests,
Oh,
it seemed
where?
Darius had made up his mind. Though they tried to reason with him, he simply reasoned that if Hart was willing to hurt their friends, then they should be willing to hurt them back. He left the sheds not long after, while the remaining engines looked after him with worried looks.
Man, I really like this Darius character. I hope he stays around for what happens next. And then no credits. I'm gonna skip the previously on this time, just because I'm saving myself a minute. Right. We need to talk about this. The Darius considered Hart's driver. I think he figured that they would survive because they're not smashing into something. They're, like, you know, in the water. But I just think he fucked up. No, really. Nice. Can I say something funny about consequences? Actually, yes, I can. You see King Richard, you see how he's blue. I filmed this entire episode forgetting he was repainted into BR blue. I had him filmed in BR green the entire episode, rendered, uploaded, ready. We did a watch through. He was green. Fuck. They didn't know. Hart moved on his own. Yeah, no, yeah, so I had to refilm the entire episode with, like, the parts with King Richard. Which sucked. Let's get on with this. Because we're about to see the consequences.
While Mr. Stard had gathered his engines at Manifel, the engines loyal to British Railways had taken notice and had done the same
it's lost
thing
media.
up at Culford.
It's
to
the
try and
same
work
episode,
out
just
why
different
the
visuals.
Stard loyalist had been gathered. I don't like this one bit. Last time they gathered like this, it began a chain of events that led to all of us being affected negatively.
Aye, I ended up off the rails and embarrassed at every turn I took, and I'd rather not have that happen again.
Maybe they've worked out some new way to get back at us.
Or maybe they've finally discovered who our guardian angel is and are planning to deal with him. What do you think, Hart? Hart stared out towards the line ahead, deep in thought. Hart, are you going to say anything?
I think I know what it is that they are discussing.
No, you aren't,
It
down
has to do with that accident that took place a while back.
The one Riley was involved with?
Yes, that one.
Why would they? That was ages ago by now.
Well, I heard Riley's rebuild was completed earlier today. Maybe that has something to do with it.
That's what I'm worried about.
How come? What aren't you telling us, Hart?
Bum bum.
What I'm about to say cannot leave these sheds.
Blimey, that sounds quite serious.
That's because it is, Gregory. It could be the end of us if what I fear has happened is true.
Hart? What did you do?
Wait.
Yeah.
Don't tell me.
The day before the crash, that man from the board who spoke to us at Manifel last year approached me at Redwick. He told me that it was the perfect time to deal a strike against Mr. Stard, and with it coming right off the failure of his vanity project, I was inclined to agree.
So what? You sabotaged the Panier's train?
Not exactly. He told me I had to make sure this hurt Stard, so I pushed him down the hill
Damn.
with extra wagons. The plan was for the Panier to die, not his crew, but their sacrifice was necessary in the end, as it painted Stard in a very bad light.
I'm not sure I feel okay with that. That's too far, mate.
Sabotage is one thing, but taking someone's life?
It was a necessary sacrifice. Their lives were worth more in death if it helps us get rid of this blight that is Mr. Stard.
He's right. Everyone looked over
Oh,
King
Richard.
who had a neutral expression on the smoke box.
Don't do it.
Excuse me?
You heard me. You've seen how distracted and out of it Mr. Stard has been since his failure of an engine fell apart. The man has been left in shambles. If this is what it takes to bring him down, then I'm all for it.
You can't be serious. You two are actually stooping to the level of those radicals.
Of course not. They are doing it for the thrill of it.
And to try and chase British Railways off. We, on the other hand, are doing it to ensure that this railway survives. And because British Railways are asking us to.
That still doesn't excuse the death of 2 railway workers. Even they never went that extreme.
You think they wouldn't stoop to that level if given the chance?
Trust me, Gregory. What we are doing is for the greater good.
I find that hard to believe. Russell, you agree with me, right?
Russell shuffled uncomfortably as he looked between the other engines staring at him.
I see no reason for Gregory to survive. I don't know what you're talking about.
If it truly helps our cause, then it is for the benefit of our survival.
You have got to be kidding me. I know for a fact you don't mean that, Russell. You're only saying that because those two are.
Well...
Forget this. I'm leaving.
Gregory, wait,
Let him go, Russell.
Yes, leave him be for a while. He will come back once he sees sense.
And if he doesn't?
Then he was never really cut out for this task that was bestowed upon us.
Right.
You're not having second thoughts, are you, Russell?
No, of course not. It's just a lot to take in that it's come to this.
We're at war here, Russell. There will be sacrifices along the way. And if others can't handle that, well, they are no longer of any use to us. Understand? King Richard and Hart Hall took the silence as a way to say message received.
Oh.
Russell was still a bit shocked at what he had heard, but knew that if he spoke up, like Gregory had, things could get pretty ugly with his only comrades on the railway.
Oh yes, comrades. Murderers and murder sympathizers. Remember, everyone, if someone's sympathizing with a murder, they're probably a bad person.
You know, I went to look at the repairs at Endon today. There used to be such a pretty and nice view of the line from there. Shame it's all gone now.
Have some respect, man. Men died there.
Only thanks to their own carelessness. Forgive me, but I have no sympathy for them.
You disgust me.
And I'm not here for niceties. Go on then. Why have you sought me out at this hour? What do you have for me? Anthony Manor glared at the man, disgust etched across his smoke box. Nevertheless, he continued.
They're planning something big for tomorrow.
What do you mean, big?
They say that Hart Hall's the one responsible for what happened to that pannier and his crew. Star's given them the orders to get rid of him by any means necessary, and they're planning another sabotage attempt in the morning on his first goods train. I don't know when, where, or how, but they're seeing red.
Oh, you can't be serious. Just how did they find out about that? 7907 assured me there were no witnesses. Who could have seen?
You seriously haven't heard? The pannier tank survived. He's been bought and repaired by the people at the quarry on the branch. Hang on a minute. You're not seriously telling me that it's true? Hart actually did it!
Oh, come off it, 7801. Don't act all high and mighty. You said you were willing to do anything. This is just another step towards getting rid of that nuisance Stard. The loss of the crew was unfortunate, but necessary. Anthony Manor was speechless. Yes, he had wanted to get rid of Mr. Stard, but this wasn't the way to do it.
This isn't right.
Why do you care? You're a machine. You have no relation to those men. The death is meaningless to you.
Oh yeah? Well, you know what? If me helping you is going to get more people killed, then you can get by on your own.
If me helping you is going to get more people killed, you can get by on your own. He literally just got so many people killed by helping him. The foreshadowing, my friends.
Come back to me when you find a more legitimate approach to this, rather than sinking to his level.
Hey, I didn't say we were done. Come back here. Do you think this is too far? Do you? Just you wait and see. I'll show you just how far I'm willing to go for this. In fact, yes, that could work. Anthony Manor was still in a huff as he moved towards Culford's sheds. The sudden revelation that Mr. Stard had in fact been truthful about what happened to Riley had thrown him through a loop. He was so ingrained in his own thoughts that he almost didn't notice that someone was sat in the banker sighting. That someone being...
Fortin, what are you...
You seriously think I wouldn't find out?
Find out what?
I've been keeping my eye on you ever since that day Ramsay questioned us, when he said that you had joined them.
I told you not to pay him any mind.
Well, I'm glad I did. You're playing them all like a fiddle. You've been mixing yourself in with all this crap you convinced me so hard to ignore. Just a waste of steam, you said. Yet here you are, pretending to help Mr. Stard's cause.
I don't think the sound is shut off. Can you guys hear me? Are we good? We good? Or has someone just muted their stream and not realized? Oh, fuck you, Andre.
While you feed British Railways with information about their ongoings.
Fortin, please, you don't know what you're talking about.
Don't I? Because it seems pretty clear to me. And besides, you would never do anything to benefit Mr. Stard. You've hated him since before I was even built. I don't even understand why you resent him so much. Yes, he isn't perfect, but...
Of course you wouldn't understand. You didn't have to go through what I did. What he put me through.
What are you on about?
You wouldn't understand because you didn't have to go through what me and our brothers did. You were built with all our improvements right from the start.
True.
But me? No, I had to go through years of bullying and belittlement by that wretch of a manager before I was rebuilt. And even then he loved bringing it up at every opportunity he could. Every mistake I ever made, thrown back at me as if it was some sort of a game to him.
Thor stared in shock at his brother for a moment. He had never seen an outburst like this from him before. Anthony, you can't seriously be holding on to all of that after all this time?
What?
This is Mr. Stodd we're talking about, for goodness sake. He speaks like that to basically everyone he works with, engines and workers alike. True. He did the same thing to me when I accidentally went up the abandoned line 2 years ago. But it was clearly joking about it.
I can too.
That's what you think. You haven't seen the sides of him that I have. You don't see the danger he poses to us all. If I allow him to continue with his plans, it'll mean the end of us all. I'm doing this so we can all live in peace here, without the threat of being killed by those radicals.
Do you honestly believe that? Are you so truly set in your ways that you don't even see that your involvement only escalates this whole thing to a whole new level? They're only using you, Anthony. And the moment they're done with you, you will be disposed of.
Maybe. But it's a risk I'm willing to take.
Well, I'm not. I will not watch you drag yourself to your doom. I'm telling the others. That way you won't be able to partake in this madness any longer.
Are you insane? If they found out I was double-crossing them the whole time, it would be the end of me. Would you be able to live with that, Thorson? Sending your own brother to his death, all for the sake of tripping up one of the sides?
Well,
I thought not, no. I'm the one who took you in when you first arrived here. Showed you the ropes, helped you fit in. You wouldn't be able to turn me in even if you wanted to.
You're right. I wouldn't.
I thought as much.
But until you give up this madness, you can stay the hell away from me. Go on to the sheds. I'll stay at Manifel tonight.
Wait, Thorson,
I said go! No more words were spoken between the two.
Damn.
As Anthony Manners slowly slunk away towards the sheds, with Thor shooting daggers at him as he went past. He knew he would have to make his brother see sense sooner rather than later, and understand that he was doing this for the good of the railway. But it was obvious Thor wouldn't listen. At least, not yet.
Alright. So, let's have a little talk for a moment. I'd like to think that Hart went to Knox and informed him about Gregory basically backing up from the whole ordeal. And that's why he chose Gregory. I don't know if that's the official canon, but I like it as my head canon. Which is ironic because I make the canon. But it's funny, isn't it?
Late that night, Darius approached the bridge.
Very true.
The engine was still absolutely furious about Mr. Stark's revelation, not helped by his equally angry crew. They had been good friends with Riley's crew, and the loss had hit them hard. They came to a stop, and the crew disembarked. This is the place.
Well, let's get to work. You sure about this, Darius? Once we do this, there's no going back.
Yes, I'm sure. Aren't you?
Of course I am. Just making sure you are. We're going to do this no matter what. He's not going to get away with what he did. Not on our watch.
I can't believe I'm still being forced to take over for that lowlife of a Grange. This is most unbefitting for an engine like me. About time.
Oh, I forgot I put that in there.
Most unbefitting for an engine like me.
Hey guys, what does it say on that tanker over there? No? Just me? Cool.
About time.
Yeah, the morning passage train is not at the platform because it's ahead of Hart. Yeah, Andre, no. Oh, by the way, this was just a showcase of the new Caledonia Works GW wagons. That's why I let the shot go on for so long.
Down at Manifel, the engines were getting prepared for the day of work when all of a sudden, the
Alright,
station
everyone.
master came running frankly
I'll let this
towards
play.
them, followed shortly by the sounds of alarms ringing. What's going on?
There's been a massive accident at the bridge near Endon. We need both cranes there immediately. I need one of you to go there on the double.
I'm the only one with steam, sir.
Then go! We don't have time to waste.
Let's find the base!
Bother.
Excuse me?
Have you gone mad?
Darius!
What are you talking about? Leave him at the bottom of the lake. He bloody deserves it, especially after what he did to Riley.
Darius, what have you done?
I made sure that cunt of a Hall never sees the light of day again. No one gets away with harming my friend like that.
Oh god.
Darius.
I don't understand what's going on here, and I don't have time to. But you've got it all wrong, Darius.
What are you talking about?
Hart Hall is not the engine involved in the accident at Endon.
Uh-oh.
Thor slowly came to a stop on the bridge as he surveyed the scene in front of him, his eyes filling with tears at what he saw. Passenger coaches were spread about and covered in blood. First responders were doing all they could to save people from a gruesome fate. And then, at the end of the coaches, lying there silent, was Gregory. He had crashed, smokebox first, into a rock, causing it to buckle inwards on itself, sealing
07
his
in the
gruesome
chat.
fate. Thor could not bear looking at the sight any longer. He turned his gaze to Axel, who had been the engine responding from Redwick, and hoped for a reassuring look in return. But there was none. Nothing but an empty look of sorrow in return. He began to sob quietly, and closed his eyes, hoping, praying, that this was all just a bad dream. Mr. Stard sat in shock at the goods yard at Redwick, pale, unmoving, distraught. He couldn't believe what he had heard when he had arrived at work that morning. The workers were scrambling, trains were cancelled, and families were crowding the staff, begging for any information about their loved ones. But there was little to be said. Gregory had been traveling at line speed when the accident had occurred, so there was very little hope for most of the families.
I just want to take a little break right there. That scene is so fucking morbid. The fact that I decided to go through the extra mile of morbidity, as I like to call it, of adding screaming of panic and the sounds of fire. Which, I'll let you paint that picture. You have people drowning because they're knocked out and in water. You have people dying from the impact. And then you have people burning alive in the same area. It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. But it's supposed to hit hard. Because fuck. Yeah, it's not supposed to be a pretty sight. I did say it could have been worse, yeah. Yeah. Train sim limitations made it worse. I wanted to have Gregory split the fuck open. I wanted to have shards of his exploded boiler killing people. There are many things I could have done differently, but I didn't. Let's continue. Well, actually, no. Let's talk about this first. Why Gregory? Why did I choose Gregory? The idea came to me about halfway through Season 2. That someone had to die. For this impact of Stard getting kicked off the railway to happen. It could have been one of his own engines, like Ramsay, or it could have been Darius himself. It could have been King Richard. It could have been Hart actually biting the bucket. It could have been fucking what's his face. It could have been Levi or anyone like that. It could have been anyone. I could have even done Redwick. Not that I would. I love my baby Redwick, but I could have done it. Gregory works so perfectly because the only reason why he was against Stard is because Stard made him against Stard. Gregory would have been neutral had it not been for the fact that Stard picked on him. With the sabotages, the derailment with the post train. If it hadn't happened to Gregory, Gregory would have been neutral. Stard created his own enemy. When Gregory realized that even BR was taking it way too far, he backed off. I like to think that he would realize that Stard was trying to do what's best for the railway, while British Railway was taking this too far, and he would have gone and sided with Stard. Gregory would have swapped sides, gone and worked with Stard, and been there when Stard, if he ever takes charge of the railway. I don't know how the story ends yet. But I just imagine that happening, and all of that, all the change, and then just knocked off, crash, boom, dead. Gregory truly was the perfect engine to kill, and it sucks because I have so much more I wish I could do. And it plays back into like the side of, I wish I'd done more with Gregory and Anthony, because some people are like, oh well, they're not that close. And I was like, well, yeah, that's because you didn't see everything, and that's why you're getting the flashbacks in season 3. And I promise you, you haven't seen the last of the flashbacks. Yeah, that's true. He wasn't an old engine. So, unfortunately, this time it was Gregory and Darius. Who knows? We'll see how it goes in the future, but I think this is one of the heaviest hitting moments of the show.
Stard stared at his feet. He was struggling to comprehend just what could have gone so wrong.
Bradford.
Mr. Stard snapped back to reality.
Oh, there goes gravity.
There.
Okay, can I just also take a switch out of it and just say, I genuinely had an autism moment when recording this line where I was like, he snapped back to reality. Up there goes gravity. Without even thinking about it. Like, I just started jamming out the Slim Shady. As you do when you do voice lines. It's like how the one time I was like, in New Essex Blues, I say a line unofficially known as the Stubble Valley Railway, and I just said series at the end. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this blooper? Anyways, let's continue.
Mr. Dexby was standing, a compassionate look on his face. Something Mr. Stard had never seen before. Henry, look, now's not a good time.
I know, Bradford, I know.
Right. The two men stood there in silence for a moment. I don't know what to do, Henry. This is all getting too much. First Reginald, then Riley, and now this. Where do I even go from here?
Where you go from here is up to you. But for now, you must remain strong and spring to action. You will have to face it, Bradford, not hide away. You will get through this. I know you will. Take action and face the consequences.
Hey, he said it.
Yeah.
Episode end.
You're right. I need to be strong. If not for my sake, for the sake of the families of those involved in the incident.
That's the right attitude, Bradford. I will be staying here for a while to make sure things don't go too awry. So if you need assistance, please let me know.
Really? With no favors in return?
None whatsoever.
And Dexby was true to his
Who
word.
are you, and what have you done to Henry Dexby? Mr. Dexby gave a slight smile and gestured towards the
I
station.
dropped the screwdriver again.
Mr. Starr took a moment to collect his thoughts before the two made their way towards the station.
This is so funny.
But when they got there, Mr. Starr looked surprised to see Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Knox standing at the platform, with station staff holding back people from pushing past them. The two men were looking at three engines: Russell, Levi, and between them, Darius. Henry, what's going on? Okay. As he walked closer to the scene in front of him, Mr. Knox, Mr. Dickinson, Russell, and Levi were all giving him cold stares, while Darius looked away in shame. Mr. Starr felt himself grow nervous as he spoke. What's going on here? Shouldn't we be focusing on the families of those affected?
Bradford Arrenstad, this time you and your ragtag group of loyalists have gone too far.
What?
We have all known about your little scheme to make your higher-ups look bad for ages now, but we thought nothing of it, as it barely affected us. But this is too far, even for you.
I don't understand.
No? Well, let me spell it out for you. The accident today was nothing but an act of vile sabotage, one conducted by that mogul and his crew. He's already admitted to it, so don't bother trying to deny it.
Whoops.
Mr. Starr's face drained of all color. Darius? What have you done?
Don't you dare put the blame on him. This would never have happened if you didn't put him up to it. He may have pulled the trigger, but you put the gun in his hands. Their blood, their lives. Gregory, that's on your hands.
That will do, 4211.
Pain.
Russell continued to glare with rageful eyes at Mr. Starr, tears streaking down his smoke box.
Mr. Stud, you are hereby suspended from your position, pending investigation into the matter. You will not be allowed near any railway property until such a time that you are proven not guilty. But we both know that won't happen.
Mr. Starr stared blankly at Mr. Dickinson, too shocked to say a single word.
I thought as much. You two, take him away. As for you, Mr. Stodd, you will not be allowed to leave till the police have been here to question you. I urge you to be honest with them. It might secure you a fair trial.
Mr. Stodd, No, Darius. Not another word. Darius began to sob as the two engines took him away from the station, while Mr. Starr sat down, his legs too weak to carry him anymore. This was it. There was no coming back from this. It was over.
This wasn't supposed to happen. This isn't right.
I'm sorry, Anthony. I know you two were close.
He was my brother in everything but design. I just can't believe he...
Uh-oh.
Thornton, what's you... Ouch! What's you playing at, Thornton? That hurts!
Cut the crap, Anthony! Did you know? Did you?
Have you gone mad?
You know damn well I haven't! Did you know this was going to happen?
Thornton Manor, calm down. What are you talking about?
Gregory's accident! Did you know?
No, of course I didn't.
How could he have known? It was an accident, for goodness sake. The hell it was! Darius admitted to doing it as soon as the call came in.
I didn't speed up much.
No. This... It wasn't supposed to be him.
So you admit it? You knew?
No, they were trying to get Hart, not Gregory. How did... Stard, he...
Me?
How do you know all of this, Anthony? Don't tell me. Don't play coy, Richard. I know he's been helping you guys by spying on Mr. Stodd's operations from the inside.
So why, Anthony? Why didn't you warn them? Hart and King Richard looked shocked at the manor. You were the insider?
Well, that certainly explains a lot.
I did warn them! Those freaks were seeing red after what you did to the Pannier and his crew. They were going to hurt you no matter what, by Star's orders no less. Do I blame them? No. But I wasn't just going to stand by and let it happen.
Jesus.
I informed the contact of what I knew, but still, this happened.
Yeah, he did.
How? It was supposed to be you.
Well,
It's
a
character
good
development.
thing I wasn't.
Thor's depressed.
Or this whole operation of ours would have fallen apart. I was late departing in the morning due to a delayed delivery, and the morning passenger service was scheduled ahead of me at the last minute.
Uh-oh.
Forsen, get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm not.
I wasn't asking. I'm getting to the bottom of this. Move now!
Thor stared at his brother as he moves over to the next road.
Yep.
Allowing Anthony to storm up towards Redwick. He was going to get answers, no matter what.
I fucking love this ending, man. It's just so well, like, how it all comes together over the season. It's actually way better than I remember.
Up at Redwick, Mr. Knox was still dealing with the public outburst when someone spoke up from behind him.
Anthony did so well
Sir,
with this.
A word, if you please.
Oh, pardon me. 7801, is it? Now's not a good time. Please come back later.
Now, if you'd please. I'm not taking no for an answer.
That's a bit creepy.
Alright, fine. Meet me over at the goods building. And be quick about it. That was some stunt you pulled. Have you gone mad?
Shut up. What the actual hell happened?
You will not take that tone with me, 7801. But I'll humor you. What are you talking about?
You know damn well what I'm talking about. I warned you those psychopaths were planning something like this, so what the hell happened? You could have inspected the track, restricted line speed, anything!
As always, you fail to understand our mission. Our goal was to get rid of Mr. Stard, no matter what. And a crash with a goods train simply wouldn't garner enough of an outrage to make the public hate him. 7907 already displayed that much when he caused that Pannier to crash.
No, you didn't. Please tell me you...
Of course I did.
Oof.
Your warning presented a golden opportunity to get rid of Mr. Stard. All it took was a slight delay of 7907's morning goods, and the rest would play itself out.
You sadistic bastard. All those people. The crew. Gregory. My friend. Why would you let something like this happen? All those lives just to get rid of one man? How could you possibly justify that?
How? Look at what's going on, 7801. It
Yeah,
worked.
let me just pause real quick.
The public hate.
Yeah, Thor was the second engine on scene. Axel has lived through World War II. He's seen some shit. Thor, BR built, has not seen anything like that. Thor got fucked up by it. Yep, 1954. Yep, come on. Yep. Yep. There's a reason why he's so fucked up in season 3, guys.
Hate him. He's going to trial for assisted murder.
He is.
We won. This is what you wanted from the start, isn't it?
No. No, this is not what I wanted. You are sick. Downright evil. You're not going to get away with this. You'll be the one going to trial. I'll make sure of it.
Oh, really? And please enlighten me. What would that accomplish? Even if, and only if, they believe you, I go to prison, Mr. Stard comes back, and all of this was for naught. Face it, you're out of options. Don't let your
friends' sacrifice be in vain.
Don't you dare! This was no noble sacrifice. You murdered him!
Yes, if you wish to see it that way. Anyways, I have better things to waste my time on. Farewell, 7801.
You'll pay for this. Mark my words.
Uh-oh. Fucking such a good ending to his lines, man. The vitriol in "Mark my words." Oh yeah, no, Anthony's got range. And here it is.
Well, I must admit, that is not what I expected to hear today.
Oh, sir! What are you doing here?
I followed you here when I saw you walk away from the crowd of people, and I must say, I'm very glad I did.
Please, if you'd let me explain.
There is nothing to explain, Mr. Knox. I know they said some sacrifices had to be made, but this is not what I meant.
But it worked! We got him!
This is true, but it was executed in the worst way possible. You are extremely lucky that I still have use for you. If anything like this happens again, you are done. Do I make myself clear?
Mr. Knox didn't have time to respond, as Mr. Dickinson walked past him towards the station. He was on thin ice.
It's a bit of both.
He knew it. He took a deep breath and collected himself before walking back towards the station.
The downfall of Knox has
Although,
begun. Correct.
Not without a hint of apprehension. Days went by like years. The railway eventually opened again after the investigation was conducted, but nothing returned to normal. Passenger numbers were down, and freight contracts were lost due to the public outlook on the railway. The media had branded the line as unsafe and poorly managed, causing many people to look for road transportation as an alternative. Morale was at an all-time low. None of the
he was terrified.
had seen or heard anything from Mr. Starr due to his suspension,
Because that could have been him.
causing a great deal of worry.
It was him or Gregory
And
taking the
then
morning service. It could have been
there
Reggie.
was Darius. Darius had been
Oh,
shunted
seven's
into
in the
a
chat for
silo,
Darius.
out of the way, and hidden from the world. No one had spoken to him since he was shunted there. All he could do was catch short glimpses of the engines as they passed, but no one looked back at him, not even so much as a glance. Then, one morning, 3 men arrived at the sheds as the engines were getting prepared for their day of work. The engines recognized them all: Mr. Dickinson, Mr. Knox, and surprisingly, the railway inspector who had visited them when Mr. Johnson had lost his job.
Good morning, engines. I hope you were all well this morning.
Just fine, thank you, sir.
To what do we owe the pleasure? Straight to business, then. I thought it...
No. Yamcha died better than this. Alright? At least it was iconic. Gregory just fucking died.
It was due time that we shared some information about some upcoming changes that will be happening going forward. But first, I'll let the inspector speak.
Thank you, sir. Hello, engines. It's good to see you all again. I just wish it was under better circumstances.
Likewise to you, sir. I take it you've been in charge of the investigation.
I am indeed. And I'm afraid it's not good news. Investigations reveal that the accident was indeed an act of sabotage, one conducted by Locomotive 5357 and its locomotive crew, who have all admitted to their part.
Yeah, his name is Inspector
And
Inspectorson.
Mr. Stard, right? He's the one who caused all of this to begin with. That is where it gets complicated. These gentlemen here have given compelling evidence to Mr. Stard conducting acts of
I said that to
sabotage
Reese, he
against
got
their
mad.
company, and they believe strongly that he is involved somehow. However, the crew and locomotive deny
Lord
any
Stell has a brown
involvement
suit.
from Mr. Stard, which would be our only piece of proper evidence to his involvement. Without it, we're grasping at straws.
Some of the engines looked relieved, while others...
You can't be serious!
Sir, you said yourself you had been giving compelling evidence against Mr. Stard.
I did, yes.
and he will be punished severely
No,
based on
Ramsay's
the
clean.
evidence. But we can't punish somebody without proof, which is why you aren't currently under investigation, 7907.
Me? What on earth did I do?
Nothing that we can prove, like I said. But everyone involved in this claimed that it was an act of retaliation against
pretty
you.
much.
They say that you caused the accident involving Pannier Tank 5767 and the death of its crew. Even when inquiring with the engine involved, he claims that it was you. But because engine testimonies don't count as valid evidence in a court case, we can't prove it for sure. Personally, I would consider myself very lucky if I were you.
As if I'd ever stoop that low. And like you said, there is no proof saying otherwise.
Right. Well, as I have said, Mr. Stard is currently being investigated thoroughly, and should any evidence be found that proves his involvement, well, I guess you can all guess what's going to happen. As for the crew of 5357, the evidence is all right there, and their admittance leaves no room for speculation. They will be brought before a court in the next coming days, and I don't see much hope in getting out of the death penalty.
No one responded to these words.
I had to
They
look
all
this
knew
up.
how
The
serious
death
that
penalty was
sentence
still still active in England at this time, with a year to spare. It was fucking ridiculous.
That is all the information that I can divulge at this time. I will let you all get on with your day. Farewell.
The inspector walked away, and the two men took his place. Well, as you're all aware, this incident has left us with a damaged reputation.
Yeah,
that will be
Mr.
hard
Dickinson
to
has
shake
a
off.
steel spine.
We will have to improve quite drastically for the public to trust us again. And for
Yeah,
that,
Tom hates him.
Some
He wants him
drastic
dead.
changes will have to be made.
Firstly, and most importantly, there is the matter of Locomotive 5357.
Due to the severity of the incident produced by it and its crew, we believe wholeheartedly that no one would feel safe riding behind this locomotive. As such, the unanimous decision of the board has been to send 5357 for scrap, effective immediately, with no chance of purchase from any outside sources. Nobody could believe what they had just heard. Darius, a good friend, hard worker, and mentor to some, had effectively been sentenced to death.
Yeah, I know.
Some began to cry. Others stared harshly at the two men. Even the engines loyal to British Railways stared
Yeah,
in disbelief
Darius
at
didn't get to
what
see
they
the
had heard.
CWification.
You can't just...
We can, and we have. The decision has already been made, and you will not talk back to me unless you're spoken to. Are we clear, 1025?
Moving along. Secondly, any stock and locomotive power that is owned by Bradford Aaron Stard will no longer be permitted to traverse on British Railway property outside of an emergency situation. All ties to him and his private operations will be cut, so as not to risk any ill intent on our railway.
Well, what about me? I can't go on the Eastwood branch. The trackbed isn't strong enough to hold me.
If there was no contract in place, Reggie would have been placed on Eastwood's siding and just sit there. He would just sit at Eastwood and watch everyone go by day in, day out. Maybe a tarp over him. That's fucked.
Locomotive 8023 is still bound to British Railways by contract for another year and 4 months. You will continue to be operated, but your owner will not be compensated. The earnings will instead go towards the families of those who were killed or injured in the crash.
As for management, with Mr. Hoff away from the railway, Mr. Knox here will take charge of the railway under my supervision until such a time where either Mr. Hoff returns or Mr. Stard is found
Because
innocent.
that's cringe.
But let's be honest, we all know that's not likely
that's
to
just,
happen.
That's
Thank
just dumb.
you, sir.
That would never
there will
happen
be many
because that's
other
silly.
changes to come in the near future. For now, we have some more important meetings to attend to. I bid you all a good day. The two men walked away, leaving the engines to reflect upon what they had just been told.
I don't believe it. Darius, it's not right.
I must admit, I did not foresee this outcome. But if that's what they deem to be the best course of action, then I believe them.
The death penalty is never the right option.
He is.
Be it an engine or man. But even with that in mind, I don't feel any remorse for him. After seeing what I saw that day, I could never take pity on someone that could do something so vile.
Unexpected, but deserved.
What about everyone trapped on the eastward branch? Rab, Seb, Virgil, and Clint. What about them? If I had to guess, if, and only if, Mr. Stodd is charged as guilty, his assets will be liquidated to help pay off any fines he would receive, meaning they would either be sold off to another party, or
sent for scrap, as they should have been years ago.
No! That can't happen!
Not to worry. Should it come to that, I would step in.
Based
What?
badass.
Who's there? A man in a red suit suddenly stepped out from around the corner of the sheds.
It's good to see those goons have gone. I never did like those bored twats.
And just who might you be?
Hang on a minute. I recognize you.
Me too. I've seen you at the industrial estate.
Mr. Dexby, right? I remember seeing and hearing about you back on New Essex.
Correct. And you will be seeing a whole lot more of me in the coming weeks.
Wait, Mr. Dexby?
There it is.
As in, the owner of the Dexby Railway?
The very same.
The one and the same. And you are Hart Hall, I presume.
I see my reputation precedes me.
The less said about that, the better. Anyway, as I said, you engines have nothing to worry about. I will make sure none of your friends on the eastward branch face the cutter's torch. You have my word.
Some of the engines breathed a sigh of relief, but...
Well, what about Darius? Will he...
I'm sorry. There is nothing I can do for him.
Pah! There is nothing you can do regardless. You're just another controller who clings onto your ancient relics of the past that you call steam locomotives.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. Would you care to repeat that?
I've seen your old clapped-out engines running on the network. They look like they belong in the last century. You should have modernised your fleet years ago. Who knows? You might actually make a profit if you use big, strong, modern locomotives like me.
Now you listen here, you pompous git. My engines could rip you in half. You think that just because you are modern, that you are the next best thing? My fleet is wiser, kinder, stronger, and more unique than you will ever be. Modern engines like you say. Don't make me laugh. Your design is already dated.
Factual.
You are already being replaced.
Very factual.
There will always be something newer, shinier, and more powerful than you.
Hart was caught off guard by the sudden outburst from Mr. Dexby, struggling to find a retort.
I thought as much. We are done here. I will be seeing you engines around. I will be always watching, especially you.
Mr. Dexby walked away, leaving the engines to start their work. But no one wanted to.
The goal of hating Hard Hall is
Everything they
definitely
fought
there.
for.
It
Everything
wasn't
they
supposed
cared
to be
for.
hard, it was supposed to be Richard.
All they wanted to preserve.
I am happy to say that
was
Hart
all gone.
became a better villain.
It was over. British Railways had won, and they had lost. All the engines could hope for was that they would all come out of it alive.
Hart got a PLD upgrade. There was no CW upgrade. Is this the end? Ah! Pokemon music. There is a post-credit scene, and we'll talk about it. Wait, hang on, Mayflower. Have you not seen the post-credit scene? Oh shit, there might be some people who have not seen this post-credit scene. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no spoilers. Yeah, true. Fuck off, Andy. Andy. Fuck off, Andre. Well, that's nearly 8 hours of streaming, guys, and we've finally reached the end. See you all in Season 3, and I can't wait to finish that for you guys. This was 2022, that's 3 years ago. That's fucked. Here we go. Okay, good.
Who's there?
Not to worry, old boy. I'm not here to cause you any further harm.
Oh, that's a first.
I'm an acquaintance of Mr. Stard. He is unfortunately not able to come and see you.
Yeah, it's the same scrapyard.
I figured someone should.
Right. How is he?
Not great, but I have faith that he will persevere. Thanks to you and your crew denying any involvement from him, they are struggling to find evidence to prosecute him. You did well.
But I caused the disaster. I killed all of those people. I ruined everything.
Your plan may have backfired, but your intentions came from a good place. You wanted revenge for what that Git 7907 did to your friend, and you did what you could.
I guess.
Your friends know you didn't mean for it all to happen like this, and deep down, neither does Mr. Stard. He will need time, but he will see it one day.
You really think so?
I know so.
Alright, man. Lunch is up. Let's get this over with. I guess this is it then.
Yes, it would seem so. I am sorry I could not do more for you, Darius.
No. You've given me peace. I'm not afraid anymore. Thank you, Mr. Dexby.
I am glad I could have helped, but I believe I should take my leave before I get seen.
Farewell, sir.
Rest well, you brave old engine.
Salute. And ladies and gentlemen, that is Rails to Refuge, Season 2. The entire shebang commentated over. I do hope that this was insightful, and that if someone is out there trying to make their own stuff, you can take away some things from this and learn from maybe some mistakes I did, like fucking up loco numbers or stuff like that. But yeah, it's always good to look back on your older stuff, guys. No matter how cringe you may think they are, Andre looking at you, I won't say what, but you know what I'm talking about. They are still part of the reason why you've gotten to the point you are at now. And that's the important thing. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Try not to laugh when being serious. This is hard. Basically, though, guys, if you have any last minute questions, ask them now. Because if not, I need to go get some food in me. But yeah, I think season 2 was a really good stepping stone into what season 3 has brought so far. I don't know when the next episode will come out because I'm waiting for Tales of New Essex to finish, which I've said repeatedly. I'm waiting for Tales of New Essex to finish because episode 10 has spoilers for the finale of Tales of New Essex. So I'm waiting for Andy to get some stuff done. He had a track stop bin corruption. He's been writing some scripts around a bit, and he's almost done. So once that's done, I will get on with it. But I'll be happy to tell you guys that I have started recording episode 10 of Rails to Refuge. I'm not bringing back the shorts. Fuck that. Oh no. I had a backup because I recently track swapped it, so he just had to remake it. But yeah, Rails to Refuge is coming back fully. You'll have all the favorites. You'll have Tom voicing Hart. You'll have Anthony voicing Anthony. Duh. You'll have some Riley lines. You'll have more Hannes. And yeah. I'm very much looking forward to showing you guys what we have planned because the next 5 episodes of Rails to Refuge are written. I'm just waiting for voice actors. And episode 15 is well underway. And then after that, there's the movie. I don't know if I've said it here first or before, but after episode 15, I won't be doing another season for a bit because I'll be working on a movie. It's either going to be a movie or a longer special. I haven't decided yet, but it's probably going to be a movie because it's going to be like an hour 30. Fuck off, Andre. I have 2 movies planned. One of them is what we're getting after season 15. The other one might come after season 14. I don't know if it'll be 2 hours long. That might be the other movie. We'll see. But I promise you guys will not be disappointed. Because it's gonna be fun. But yeah, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have streamed for nearly 8 hours, and I am starving. So, I didn't mean season 15. Season 4. I'm tired. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I've been talking for 8 hours. Allow it, bruv. And now that the chat is devolving into cringe, I will call it there. So, thank you guys so much for joining me on this venture. Thank you so much for the season, for helping with making the season what it is. And thank you guys for 3,000 subscribers. That is a huge milestone. Yeah. I don't know when I'll next see you. The next commentary will be split in 2. I'm telling you that right the fuck now. I will split that bitch in 2. Because I am not sitting here for 15 hours. So everyone, thank you very much for joining me. I'll see you on the flip side. Good night, everyone.